If you stand on the courthouse square in Manchester, Kentucky, and just listen, you can almost feel it. The sounds of today, the hum of traffic, the distant laughter from a storefront, they're just a thin veneer. Beneath that, there's an echo, a deep, cold resonance in the very ground beneath your feet. Because it was right here, on this patch of earth, that a man of God committed an unholy act in broad daylight. He took a life, and in doing so, held a mirror up to the soul of a time and a place known to history as Bloody Clay. The question that hangs in the air, even after more than a century, isn't just about the crack of the pistol that shattered the autumn quiet. It's about the man who pulled the trigger. How does a devout Methodist minister, a man sworn to peace, become a killer? And more chillingly, how does a jury of his peers look upon that act and call it justice? Today, we're going to listen to those echoes. These old bricks and this worn-down soil have a story to tell, and we are here to piece it together. To understand what happened on that courthouse square, you have to rewind the clock to 1899 and step into a world that feels both ancient and terrifyingly raw. This is Clay County, Kentucky. Deep in the Cumberland Mountains, cut off by ridges and creeks, this place had its own set of rules, and they were written in blood. The rest of America was looking forward to a new century of progress, but here, the wounds of the Civil War were still fresh, still weeping. They called it Bloody Clay, and it was a name earned through decades of ambush, assassination, and open warfare on the streets. The war had split this land down the middle, not just north and south, but neighbor against neighbor, cousin against cousin. The Baker clan, staunchly Unionist and Republican, found themselves locked in a bitter struggle for power against a formidable alliance of ex-Confederate families, the Howards, the Whites, and the Gilberts. This wasn't just about who sat in the courthouse. It was a feud over everything. It was about land, about the profits from the salt mines, and most of all, it was about honor. In these mountains, a man's honor was his most valuable possession, and an insult to it demanded a violent reply. In the middle of this cauldron walked Reverend George D. Baker. He was no backwoods preacher screaming at the sky. He was a respected traveling Methodist minister, a man whose words could soothe a grieving widow or inspire a congregation to grace. In a community held together by faith and family, the preacher was meant to be the moral compass, the peacemaker who stood above the endless cycle of revenge. He was the shepherd, meant to guide his flock away from the darkness. But George Baker had a second identity, one that was fused to his very bones. He was a Baker. He was born into the feud, raised on stories of kinsmen shot from their saddles or gunned down in town. The unwritten law of the mountains was absolute. Blood answers for blood. A man stood with his family, or he stood for nothing at all. Every day of his life, Reverend Baker walked an impossible tightrope, balancing the teachings of Christ's forgiveness in one hand and the heavy burden of his clan's honor in the other. His direct rival, the man who embodied everything the Bakers fought against, was Tom Howard. Howard was not just another feudist with a quick temper, he was the elected Clay County clerk. He held a position of legitimate power, controlling records, documents, and the official gears of local government. As a leader of the Democratic faction, he was the public face of the Baker family's oldest and deadliest enemies. And so, the stage was set. The town of Manchester was a tinderbox, and these two men were like sparks in the wind. Every time their paths crossed on the dusty main street, the air would grow thick and cold. It was more than a personal dislike. It was a collision of two worlds. It was the law of the state versus the law of the clan, the power of the vote versus the power of the gun. And in Bloody Clay, everyone knew that sooner or later, one of them would have to give way. The real work of understanding a story like this happens away from the courthouse square, in the quiet, dusty rooms where the past is filed away. It's a hunt through county archives, turning the fragile pages of old ledgers, the air thick with the smell of brittle paper and decaying ink. You're searching for more than just facts. You're looking for the voice of the time, a whisper from the world that was. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you find it. In a collection of local papers from the turn of the century, I found this. It's a clipping from the Clay County Republican, dated just 2 days after the killing. The paper is yellowed and flakes at the edges, but the headline is bold and clear. A necessary act. Reverend Baker defends his life against aggressor. It's not a headline reporting a tragedy. It's a headline declaring a victory. Reading the article is like looking at a photograph where the focus has been deliberately blurred. It paints Tom Howard as a belligerent tyrant and Reverend Baker as a patient man of God pushed beyond his limits. It speaks of Howard's known history of threats and Baker's unimpeachable character. This isn't just a news report. It's a carefully crafted piece of propaganda written by Baker's political allies to control the narrative before the body was even cold. This single piece of paper proves that the shooting wasn't an isolated event born of a chance argument. It was the climax of a public and vicious feud that had been escalating for some time. This article is a weapon, fired in a war of words that was already raging. And it raises a chilling question. What were they fighting about? What was the final, unforgivable offense that pushed these two men from veiled threats and political maneuvering to a deadly confrontation in the street? That newspaper clipping was not the beginning of the story, but the result of a deliberate and escalating campaign. In the months leading up to that November day, the feud had shifted from simmering resentment to an open war of words fought in the pages of rival newspapers. The Clay County Republican, the voice of the Baker clan, began a relentless assault on Tom Howard. Week after week, it printed articles accusing the county clerk of corruption, of abusing his office for personal gain, and of being a political tyrant who ruled through fear. Each article was a public slap in the face, a calculated attack on Howard's honor designed to undermine his authority in the eyes of the people. They painted him as a snake in the very heart of the county government. For a man in his position, in a place like Clay County, these were not mere political jabs. They were accusations that demanded a response. And in a land where a man's reputation was all he had, a response often meant violence. This is where Reverend George D. Baker stepped from the pulpit into the heart of the conflict. He wasn't just a passive supporter of his family's newspaper. His sermons, known for their fiery passion, began to take on a new, sharper edge. He preached about sin and corruption, about the duty of good men to stand against the forces of darkness in their community. While he may not have named Tom Howard from the pulpit, everyone in the pews knew exactly who the serpents and money changers in the temple were. He was giving his clan's political war a divine sanction, transforming a struggle for power into a holy crusade. Tom Howard found himself besieged. His name was being dragged through the mud in print, and now the most respected preacher in the region was calling down hellfire upon him every Sunday. He was being politically and morally isolated. Cornered and enraged, Howard did what feudists do. He pushed back. He began making public threats. On the streets of Manchester, in saloons and storefronts, he made it known that if the lies didn't stop, he would silence the liars himself. And he specifically named Reverend George D. Baker. The seeds of conflict were now fully sown. The battle had moved from the printed page to open verbal threats. The entire town of Manchester could feel the change in the air. The tension was no longer a political disagreement. It was a personal death threat. Two of the most powerful men in Clay County were on a collision course, and everyone was just waiting for the crash. It was no longer a question of if it would happen, but when. Newspapers and official records can give you the skeleton of a story, but they can't give you its heart. To find that, you have to talk to the people who have kept the story alive, not on paper, but in memory. In Clay County, there are still folks who hold the oral traditions, the tales passed down over generations that fill in the gaps the official histories leave behind. I found one of them in an old-timer named Silas. a local historian whose family has lived in these hills since before Kentucky was a state. We sat on his front porch, the afternoon sun filtering through the oak trees, and he spoke of the past as if it were yesterday. He listened patiently as I recounted the details I'd found, the newspaper war, the political maneuvering. He just nodded slowly, a wry smile on his face. "That's the official story," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "That's the part they wanted everyone to see. But the old folks in my family, they always said the real trouble, the thing that made it all unavoidable, happened just 3 days before the shooting. It wasn't in any newspaper. According to the story passed down in his family, Tom Howard, pushed to the breaking point by the relentless attacks, finally went looking for the Reverend. He didn't find him in the courthouse or a saloon, but on the street, not far from the Methodist church. He walked right up to Baker, his face a mask of cold fury. And what he said wasn't just a threat, it was an attack on the man's very soul. He didn't yell, Silas told me. He spoke just loud enough for Baker to hear. "You hide your feud behind that Bible, preacher," Howard hissed. "You call me a sinner from your pulpit while you sick your family's dogs on me in the papers. You ain't a man of God. You're a coward, using the cross as a shield for your own hate." In that moment, Tom Howard did more than just insult George Baker. He ripped away the one thing that allowed the preacher to reconcile the two halves of his life. He accused him of being a hypocrite and a coward, invalidating his faith and his honor in a single breath. As Silas finished the story, he looked at me, his eyes clear and steady. "Now you understand," he said. After that was said, one of them had to die. It was just a matter of who got the first shot. The confrontation, when it finally came, was not a wild brawl in a smoky saloon. It was something far more chilling. Just 3 days before the end, Tom Howard found what he was looking for. He saw the Reverend George Baker walking along the main street, not far from the shadow of his own church steeple. The air was crisp with the promise of winter, and the usual bustle of Manchester seemed to fade into a low hum as Howard altered his course, his steps deliberate and heavy on the hard-packed dirt. He didn't rush. He didn't shout. He simply moved to block the preacher's path, forcing him to stop. For a moment, the two most powerful enemies in Clay County stood face to face, the space between them crackling with generations of hate. Witnesses would later say that Howard's voice was low, controlled, a venom colder than the November wind. He looked the minister dead in the eye, and the words he spoke were not a challenge to a fight, but a judgment on a man's soul. "You hide your feud behind that Bible, preacher," Howard said, the words cutting through the quiet air. "You call me a sinner from your pulpit while you sick your family's dogs on me in the papers." He took a slight step closer, his gaze unwavering. "You ain't a man of God. You're a coward, using the cross as a shield for your own hate." In that single devastating moment, Tom Howard had found the one weapon that could pierce George Baker's armor. He didn't just question his honor as a Baker, he publicly condemned his integrity as a man of faith. He declared that the Reverend's entire life, his ministry, his moral authority, was a lie. For a man who had built his identity on those two irreconcilable pillars, clan and cloth, it was an accusation of absolute spiritual bankruptcy. The tightrope he had walked for so long had just been severed. George Baker said nothing. He simply stood there, his face a stone mask. But something in his eyes changed. The fire of the preacher was extinguished, replaced by the cold, hard glint of the feudist. The argument was over. The debates, the sermons, the newspaper articles, they were all meaningless now. Tom Howard had delivered the final, unforgivable insult, and in the unwritten law of bloody clay, such a thing could only be answered one way. Howard turned and walked away, leaving the minister standing alone in the street. But it was too late. The line had been crossed, the words had been spoken, and they could never be taken back. In that quiet, tense exchange, a death sentence had been passed. The only question left was who would be the executioner and who would be the condemned. So I'm standing here now, back on the courthouse square in Manchester. The building you see today isn't the one that stood here in 1899. That was an older, two-story brick building, the kind with tall windows that seem to look down on the town like weary old eyes. That building is gone, lost to time and progress. But the ground is the same. The earth that drank Tom Howard's blood is still right here, paved over, but present. This whole square is a witness mark, right here. This is where it happened. The county clerk's office was in that original courthouse, so Tom Howard would have been walking right across this very path, maybe heading for the street. And based on all accounts, Reverend Baker was approaching from that direction, coming into the heart of town. This patch of ground was their collision point, the inevitable destination for two men who had run out of words. This wasn't an ambush in a dark hollow or a fight in a lawless saloon. This was a confrontation set to happen in the very center of civic life, in the shadow of the law itself. Storekeepers would have been sweeping their porches, farmers negotiating prices, children running errands. They were all about to become the audience for the final bloody act of a drama that had been building for months. They were about to see the moment when the last thread of civility in bloody clay finally snapped. On that fateful November day, the inevitable finally arrived. Reverend George Baker and Tom Howard met on the courthouse square. The exact words spoken between them were lost to the wind and the partisan accounts that followed, but they were surely little more than a final, venomous formality. It was the last spark falling onto a powder keg that had been packed with generations of hatred and a week of unforgivable insults. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to hold its breath. The clatter of wagons, the murmur of conversation, it all seemed to fade away as the two men stood locked in that final, silent challenge. Then, a blur of motion, a hand diving beneath a coat. The sound that shattered the afternoon quiet wasn't a single shot, but a deafening, thunderous crack of pistols echoing between the wooden storefronts. It wasn't the sound of a fight. It was the sound of an ending. Pigeons scattered from the courthouse roof in a frantic grey cloud. A woman on the far side of the square dropped a basket of apples, and they rolled, unheeded, across the dirt. Everything froze. When the smoke cleared, the scene was stark and horrifyingly simple. Tom Howard was on his feet, but only just. He staggered back a step, a look of profound surprise on his face, his hand clutching at his chest. A dark patch began to bloom across his shirt, a terrible flower of violence. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. Then, with a finality that silenced the entire town, he collapsed in a heap on the ground. Standing over him, his feet planted firm, was the Methodist minister, George D. Baker. His face was not one of rage or panic, but of grim, unyielding determination. The hand that had baptized children and offered the communion wafer now held a smoking pistol. He had shot and killed the Clay County clerk in broad daylight in the very heart of town, and he made no move to run. The battle was over. In the terrible silence that followed, the only thing left to do was count the cost. After the chaos of the courthouse square, the story moves indoors into the quiet, methodical world of paper and ink. I'm sitting in a county records office, a place where human dramas are boiled down into simple, declarative sentences written in the elegant, spidery script of the past. In my hands, I have a copy of the coroner's inquest for Thomas Howard, dated November 1899. It's a document of brutal efficiency. Under cause of death, the physician wrote just 2 words. Pistol shot. 2 words. That's all the official record has to say about the violent end of a man's life. It doesn't mention the generations of animosity, the public insults, or the look of shock on his face as he fell. The paper reduces the entire complex, bloody feud into a simple clinical fact. It strips away the passion, the hatred, and the honor, leaving only the sterile mechanics of the event. This is the first step in the law's attempt to make sense of the unthinkable. Then there's the sheriff's logbook entry for that day. It's just as lean. George D. Baker surrendered himself into my custody this afternoon, states he shot Thomas Howard in self-defense after being threatened. Here it is, the moment the story pivots. The raw, violent act on the street is immediately being framed, packaged into a legal defense. Self-defense. In the world of bloody clay, those two words carried an immense weight, a meaning far deeper than any law book could define. Reading these documents, you realize the official record is a different language. It has no words for the code of the mountains. It cannot record the weight of an insult or the sacred duty to kin. All the raw human emotion that led to the shooting is invisible here. These papers tell you what happened, but they are utterly silent on the why. And it was in that vast, silent space between the facts on the page and the truth of the feud that the fate of Reverend George D. Baker would be decided. There was no manhunt for Reverend Baker. He did not flee into the mountains or attempt to hide among his kin. In a move that demonstrated a deep understanding of the local power dynamics, he walked calmly from the scene of the shooting, his pistol likely still warm, and surrendered himself to the sheriff. He knew the fight had not ended. It had simply moved into a new arena, the courtroom. He was gambling that the same code of honor that led him to pull the trigger would be the very thing that set him free. The trial of the killer preacher was a sensation. It drew crowds from all over the surrounding counties, packing the small Manchester courthouse to the rafters. On one side of the room sat the somber, black-clad family of Tom Howard, their faces etched with grief and a thirst for vengeance. On the other side sat the Bakers and their allies, a formidable wall of support for their preacher and kinsman. The entire Clay County feud was condensed into that one superheated room, the air thick with tension and the unspoken threat of more violence. The prosecution presented a clear, logical case. They argued that this was a premeditated assassination, the culmination of a political and personal vendetta. They had witnesses who saw the confrontation. They had the body of the county clerk as their star exhibit. They argued that a man of God, of all people, should have turned the other cheek. It was a solid case, built on the foundation of state law and Christian morality. But Baker's defense was not built on the law of Kentucky. It was built on the law of the mountains. His lawyers didn't deny he pulled the trigger. Instead, they painted a picture of a good man pushed to the brink. They brought witness after witness to testify about Tom Howard's aggressive nature and the public threats he had made against the Reverend's life. Baker himself took the stand, a commanding and sympathetic figure. He spoke not of politics, but of the primal fear for his life. He claimed that when he met Howard on the square, he saw a man ready to kill him, and in the kill or be killed world they all inhabited, he had no choice but to shoot first. The jury, 12 men from Clay and the surrounding hills, listened intently. They were not just jurors. They were men who lived by the same code. They understood the weight of a public threat, the unforgivable nature of certain insults. They were being asked to judge George Baker not by the cold letter of the law, but by the unwritten rules of survival and honor that governed their own lives. When the time came, the verdict was delivered to a silent, packed courtroom. Not guilty. Reverend George D. Baker had killed a man, and his peers had declared it justice. He walked out of the courthouse a free man, leaving the family of Tom Howard to wonder if there was any law in Kentucky that could touch a Baker. The final chapter of any feud isn't written in a courthouse ledger or a yellowed newspaper. It's written here, in a quiet mountain cemetery where the only sounds are the wind in the cedar trees and the crunch of your own feet on the gravel path. The stones here are old, tilted by the slow creep of the earth, their inscriptions worn smooth by a century of rain and snow. This is where the passions of bloody Clay came for their final, silent rest. It takes some searching to find Tom Howard. His stone is in a family plot, a solid, respectable granite marker befitting a man of his station. The inscription is fading now, but you can still make out his name and his title. Clay County Clerk. It's a final, silent testament to the power he once held. The stone is weathered, clean, but not meticulously tended. It feels like a monument to a past that is slowly, surely being forgotten. Here lies a man who lost the most important fight of his life, and the quiet dignity of his grave seems to echo that defeat. Then, just over a small rise, on the other side of the cemetery, you find the Baker family plot. And there it is. Reverend George D. Baker's stone is simpler, more humble, marked with a plain cross. It's the grave of a minister, not a warrior. But there's a key difference here. The ground around it is clearer, and a small, faded plastic flower sits at its base, a sign that someone still comes to remember. His legacy, it seems, has lingered in a way that Howard's has not. They lie maybe 200 feet from one another. All the fury, the power struggles, the public condemnations, and the final fatal violence on the courthouse square, it all ends here. They are neighbors now, enemies in life who share the same quiet Kentucky soil in death. But leaving that courthouse a free man was not the end of the story. For the Reverend, for his family, and for the shattered family of the man he killed, acquittal was not the same as peace. A new, long shadow was just beginning to fall. Freedom, in bloody Clay County, was a complicated thing. When Reverend George D. Baker walked out of that courthouse, acquitted and unbowed, he wasn't returning to a life of quiet ministry. He was returning to a war that he had just won a major battle in. The law had exonerated him, but the feud was far from over. The long shadow of the man he killed would follow him, and the entire county, for years to come. The most powerful legend about the killer preacher, the one that still sends a shiver down the spine, is what happened the very next Sunday. He ascended to his pulpit, as he always did. The church was filled to overflowing, a tense mix of his loyal Baker kin and other townsfolk, all watching, waiting to see what the man who had killed another just days before would have to say. He opened his Bible, looked out over the congregation, and his voice boomed with the same fire and conviction as always. He did not preach of mercy or forgiveness. He preached from the Old Testament, a fiery sermon about righteous justice, about smiting one's enemies, about the sacred duty to protect one's own from the forces of evil. He didn't need to name Tom Howard. Every soul in that room knew who the Philistine was in his sermon. He was not asking for forgiveness. He was claiming divine justification. For the Howard family, the acquittal was not an ending, but a declaration of war. The legal system had failed them, siding with their enemy. In their eyes, the verdict was a profound and unforgivable insult, proof that the Bakers owned the law in Clay County. The grief for their fallen leader curdled into a cold, hard resolve. They were now bound by honor to seek their own justice. The feud did not die with Tom Howard. His death became a rallying cry, a martyr's blood that guaranteed the violence would continue for another generation. And so, Clay County did not find peace. The acquittal hardened the battle lines. The Bakers and their allies were emboldened, convinced of the righteousness of their cause. The Howards and their supporters were driven by a fresh, burning sense of grievance. The violence sputtered on, in ambushes on lonely roads and sudden confrontations in town. The long shadow of that courthouse showdown poisoned the community, ensuring that sons would inherit the hatreds of their fathers. Reverend George D. Baker, for his part, continued to preach. He lived for many more years, a respected elder in his clan and a pillar of his church. He died an old man, a living paradox, who never seemed to have been troubled by the two halves of his life. To his flock and his family, he remained a man of God who had been forced to defend himself. He was the shepherd who, to protect his flock, had been forced to kill a wolf. The story of his life, however, would serve as a dark and permanent reminder that in the mountains, the law of God and the law of man could both be bent to the will of the feud. Even today, more than 100 years after the smoke cleared on the courthouse square, the story of the killer preacher is not a settled piece of history in Clay County. It's a living wound. The feud itself may have faded, but its memory has split into two powerful, irreconcilable currents that still flow through the community. The truth, you see, depends entirely on which side of the cemetery you're standing on. If you talk to folks with Baker blood, or those whose families were allied with them, a clear picture emerges. To them, Reverend George D. Baker remains a pillar of strength and conviction. He was a man of God, yes, but he was also a man of his time and place, forced to defend his very life against a corrupt and violent political enemy. In their telling, the acquittal wasn't a miscarriage of justice. It was the will of the community, a righteous verdict for a man who had been pushed too far. He is remembered as a hero, a symbol of the unbreakable bond of family and the courage to stand against tyranny. But if you find someone with a connection to the Howard clan, you will hear a different gospel entirely. They will tell you the story of a cold-blooded hypocrite who hid a killer's heart behind the cloth of the ministry. They'll speak of a political assassination, carefully planned and brutally executed, disguised as a chance street fight. To them, Tom Howard was a duly elected public servant, a husband and a father, murdered for standing up to the Bakers' control of the county. The trial was a sham, the verdict a final bitter insult delivered by a jury of their enemies' friends. In this version, Reverend Baker is no hero. He is the villain, a man who twisted both the law of man and the word of God to get away with murder. So who was he? A righteous man of God or a sanctimonious killer? Was Tom Howard a dangerous aggressor or a public servant trying to do his job? The absolute objective truth of what was in each man's heart on that day is likely buried with them under those worn granite stones. What remains are these two opposing legacies, two powerful stories passed down through generations. The feud is over, but the battle for how it is remembered rages on in the quiet conversations and the long memories of these mountains. When a story is this raw, this soaked in blood and betrayal and impossible choices, it refuses to stay dead and buried in the past. It breaks free from the brittle pages of history books and the sworn testimony of court records. It seeps into the soil of the place where it happened, and over the decades, it grows into something else entirely, a legend. The story of Reverend George D. Baker is no longer just a historical event in Clay County. It's a piece of local folklore. It has become a cautionary tale, the kind a grandfather might tell his grandson to explain the dark complexities of the world. It's a warning that a man's character is never simple, that even a man of God can carry a killer's resolve in his heart. It's the ultimate Appalachian parable, a stark reminder that in these mountains, the bonds of blood can sometimes be stronger than the bonds of faith, and that blood is often thicker than holy water. And like all powerful stories of violence, it left a ghost behind. Some people in Manchester will tell you that on a cold, quiet November evening, if you stand in just the right spot on the courthouse square, you can feel it. A sudden drop in temperature, a cold spot where the air seems heavier, more sorrowful. Others claim to have heard things on the wind, not a voice, but the faint echo of a heated argument, followed by a terrible, profound silence. It is the psychic scar left on the landscape, the final transformation of the killer preacher's story from a human tragedy into a haunting. This is what happens when history bleeds into legend. The sharp edges of fact, the exact words spoken, the precise sequence of events get worn smooth over time. What's left is the dark, unsettling truth at the heart of the tale. That the line between a saint and a sinner, a hero and a murderer, can sometimes be as thin as a trigger pull. So here we are, back where we began, on the courthouse square in Manchester. The place hasn't changed in the last hour of our journey, but our understanding of it has. The echo I spoke of when we started is clearer now. It's no longer a vague feeling in the air. It has a voice. It speaks of honor and insult, of faith and fury, of a man who tried to hold both a Bible and a pistol and found himself forced to choose which one to use. We came here with a simple, shocking question. How does a preacher become a killer? But the story of Reverend George D. Baker and Tom Howard teaches us that the truth is never simple. It's a dark and tangled web of old wounds from a forgotten war, the brutal pride of the clan, and the impossible pressure cooker of a community where the law of the gun often spoke louder than the law of the land. We saw how a verdict of not guilty didn't bring peace, but only guaranteed that the long shadow of violence would stretch into a new generation. And this story, in the end, isn't just about a feud in the Kentucky mountains over a century ago. It's a chilling lesson about the fragility of civilization itself. It shows us how quickly our highest ideals, our faith, our laws, our sense of morality can be swept away by older, deeper currents of blood, honor, and revenge. The story of the killer preacher is a permanent and powerful reminder that the most dangerous ground isn't in some distant, lawless hollow, but in the conflicted heart of a human being. The men who lived and died by that code are gone now. The old courthouse they fought to control is nothing but a memory. But the next time you pass through a small town and see its courthouse square, listen. Listen for the echoes of the stories that ground is holding on to. The people are gone, the guns are silent, but the story remains. The rope creaked in the cold February dark, a sound swallowed by the Missouri woods. The body of Ben Bolin swung from the limb of a white oak, a grim pendulum marking the end of a bloody Ozark chapter. To the men who put him there, he was a monster, a tyrant who terrorized the hills under the guise of justice. But just a few years earlier, many of those same men, or their neighbors, would have called him a savior, a dark angel sent to deliver them from chaos. So which was he? A righteous crusader who lost his way? Or a brutal killer who simply found the right mask to wear? Today, we're not just telling the story of a vigilante's death. We're peeling back over 100 years of rumor and legend to find the man himself, to understand how the iron fist of the bald Nobbers became a ghost, forever riding the haunted backroads of the Ozarks. To understand the firestorm that was the bald Nobbers, you must first walk through the world they burned down. Imagine the Ozarks in the 1880s. This wasn't a land of gentle hills and quaint cabins. It was a fortress built by nature. Light struggled to pierce the dense canopy of oak and hickory, leaving the hollows in a state of perpetual twilight. Creeks cut through limestone like silver knives, their waters running cold and clear. A man could get lost a mile from his own home and never be found. The land was beautiful, but it was a hard, unforgiving beauty that demanded respect and bred a deep sense of isolation. The people were as rugged as the land they worked. They were farmers, loggers, and hunters, their hands calloused and their faces etched by sun and hardship. Their lives were governed by the rhythm of the seasons, plowing the rocky soil in the spring, enduring the suffocating humidity of summer, harvesting their meager crops in the fall, and hunkering down for the long, cold winter. Their world was small, often no larger than the valley where they were born. A trip to the county seat in Forsyth was a major event. The law, headquartered in some far-off city like Springfield, was less than a rumor. It was a ghost, a thing that had no power here. But beneath this quiet surface of toil and survival, the poison of the past was still at work. The Civil War had never truly ended in these hills. It had simply shattered into 1,000 personal feuds. Neighbor had fought neighbor as bushwhackers and jayhawkers, and the memories of burned-out farms and midnight raids were passed down from father to son like a cursed inheritance. Trust was a rare commodity, usually reserved for immediate kin. At night, heavy wooden bars were dropped across cabin doors, and the sound of an unfamiliar horse was enough to make a man reach for the rifle he kept over the mantel. This simmering fear created a vacuum, and into that vacuum crept a new kind of evil. Gangs of thieves and cutthroats, like the notorious Taylor brothers, roamed the countryside, preying on the very people the law was supposed to protect. They stole livestock, burned barns, and terrorized families, knowing there would be no consequences. Decent folk felt helpless, trapped between the ghosts of old hatreds and the very real threat of modern outlaws. They were good people pushed to the edge, praying for a savior. And in the smoky corners of general stores and under the shade of churchyard oaks, a dangerous idea began to take root. It was whispered at first, a desperate question passed between men who were tired of being afraid. If the law wouldn't protect them, who would? If justice was blind or simply too far away, then perhaps it was time for them to create their own. They didn't know it yet, but they were laying the foundation for a movement that would offer them salvation with one hand and deliver damnation with the other. The storm was gathering, and its name was justice. The Ozarks weren't settled, they were conquered. Not from some foreign power, but from the wilderness itself. The families that put down roots here in the generations before the war were mostly Scots-Irish, a people known for their fierce independence and a deep-seated suspicion of any authority they didn't create themselves. They weren't given land grants from a distant king. They earned their homesteads with an axe, a plow, and a rifle. Every field cleared of rocks, every cabin raised log by log, was a testament to their grit. This land wasn't just property to them, it was a part of their identity, paid for in sweat and blood. To threaten a man's land was to threaten his very soul. Then came the Civil War, and it fell on these hills not like a conventional war, but like a plague. Missouri was a border state, and that border ran straight through the heart of every family and every town. This wasn't a war of blue and gray armies marching in formation. It was the war of the torch and the rope. It was a war of neighbors. Confederate sympathizers formed guerrilla bands known as bushwhackers, while Union men became jayhawkers. They didn't fight over grand strategy. They fought over livestock, loyalties, and long-held grudges. A midnight raid could leave a family homeless, or worse. The violence was intimate, personal, and it left scars that wouldn't heal for a century. When the war officially ended in 1865, the fighting in the Ozarks didn't stop. It just lost its flag. The men who had spent 4 years living by the gun found they couldn't simply go back to the plow. Some of the most brutal bushwhackers and jayhawkers simply became outlaws, continuing their reign of terror without the thin veil of military cause. They knew the secret paths, the hidden hollows, and the fear in people's hearts. They were the war's bitter harvest, and they choked the life out of the fragile peace. This is where the weight of a name became a life or death matter. A family name in Taney County wasn't just a label, it was a history. It told people where your father stood in the war. It whispered of old debts and unsettled scores. To be a Taylor was to carry the reputation of Confederate defiance and post-war banditry. To be a Kinney suggested a history of staunch unionism. Long before the bald knobbers ever pulled on their masks, the battle lines were already drawn, etched into the landscape by the ghosts of the war. The conflict to come wasn't new. It was simply the old feud, waiting for a spark to set the hills ablaze once more. In the center of this simmering pot was Nat Kinney. He wasn't a vigilante by nature. He was a Union veteran, a respected farmer, and the Sunday school superintendent. People listened when he spoke. He saw the moral decay, the fear in his neighbors' eyes, and it offended his sense of order. On the other side were men like the Taylor brothers, who swaggered through the county as if they owned it. They and their associates were the festering wound, a constant source of trouble, known for their love of whiskey, brawling, and taking whatever they pleased. They were the embodiment of the lawlessness that Kinney and other decent folk were growing to despise. The conflict didn't start with a gunshot, but with 1,000 smaller cuts. An old farmer's fence would be cut in the night, his cattle scattered for miles. A man who spoke too loudly against the outlaws in the Kirbyville saloon would find his corn crib burned to the ground a week later. These weren't random acts, they were messages. One of the most galling incidents involved a public fistfight where one of the Taylors brutally beat a younger man over a perceived slight, all while the local constable conveniently looked the other way. The message was clear. There is no law here but us. Fear is a patient poison, and it spreads through whispers. In the general store, while weighing out flour and salt, men would speak in low tones. Heard the Taylors were seen near John Green's place. right before his best mule went missing. At church socials, women would exchange worried glances, sharing stories of strange riders seen on the road after dusk. Every unsolved theft, every act of vandalism was laid at the feet of the same handful of families. Rumor hardened into fact, and suspicion curdled into a collective certainty. This constant drip of intimidation and gossip created a siege mentality. The community wasn't just being attacked from the outside, it was rotting from within. The outlaws were emboldened by the lack of consequences, and the law-abiding majority felt increasingly isolated and powerless. The air in Taney County grew thick with a toxic mix of fear and resentment. It wasn't just about stolen property anymore. It was about honor, dignity, and the terrifying realization that if they didn't draw a line in the dirt themselves, the tide of violence and chaos would soon wash away their homes, their families, and their entire way of life. The winter of 1884 bled into the spring of 1885 with a strange and heavy feeling in the air. The old folks, who read the land like a book, saw bad signs everywhere. They said the woods themselves seemed to hold their breath. Panthers screamed from the high ridges with an unusual frequency, their cries sounding almost human. The screech owl, the death bird of Ozark lore, was heard calling from the eaves of more than one cabin, a sound believed to foretell a coming tragedy. A sudden violent hailstorm in late March flattened the first green shoots of corn, and men looked at the bruised sky and muttered that it was a sign of God's displeasure. But the true omen wasn't in the sky or the woods. It walked on two legs and reeked of cheap whiskey. The Taylor gang and their ilk grew bolder, their crimes escalating from nighttime thievery to brazen daylight intimidation. The final straw came when one of their crew publicly horsewhipped a well-respected farmer in front of his own family over a disputed line fence. They didn't just injure the man, they humiliated him, stripping him of his dignity in the eyes of his children and neighbors. The act was a declaration: "We are the law, and your honor means nothing to us." It sent a shockwave of rage and fear through the county. This was the moment the dread became a living thing. You could see it in the eyes of men like Nat Kinney. He felt the immense pressure from his community to do something, to lead them out of the darkness. But as he looked at the hard, desperate faces of his friends and neighbors, he felt a chilling premonition. It was a gut-wrenching feeling that in order to fight the monsters who plagued their hills, they would have to become monstrous themselves. He knew that the path they were about to choose was a one-way road, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it led straight into a darkness from which none of them would ever truly return. The public humiliation of a good man was the spark that finally lit the fuse. For Nat Kinney, the time for talk was over. Word was sent out, not by letter, but by quiet visits after dark. A trusted friend would ride to a neighbor's cabin, speak a few hushed words on the porch, and then melt back into the night. The message was simple: be on the Bald Knob, east of town, after midnight. Come alone and come armed. There was no need to explain what it was about. Every man who received the summons knew in his bones that the time for choosing a side had arrived. They gathered under a cold, star-dusted sky on a treeless hill that would give them their name. They were ghosts in the moonlight, emerging from the woods in twos and threes, rifles cradled in their arms. These were not criminals. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and church-going men, their faces grim and set. At the center of the clearing, a small bonfire crackled, casting their long, dancing shadows across the barren ground. The only sounds were the whisper of the wind and the nervous shuffling of boots on stone. Nat Kinney stood before them, his large frame silhouetted against the flames. His voice, when he spoke, was not a shout, but a low, steady rumble that carried a weight of cold fury. He spoke of the law that had abandoned them, of the thugs who terrorized their wives and children, and of the honor that was being stripped from them, piece by painful piece. "The law won't protect us," he declared, his words cutting through the night air. "So we will become the law. We will be the answer to our own prayers. We will sweep this county clean of the filth that infests it, or we will die trying." A low murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. This was what they had been waiting for: a leader, a plan, a cause. Kinney had them raise their right hands, and there, in the flickering firelight, they swore a solemn oath. They swore secrecy upon pain of death. They swore loyalty to one another, and they swore to mete out justice with rope and switch to any man who threatened their homes and their peace. In that moment, they ceased to be individual farmers. They became a single entity, a phantom army born of desperation and rage. They were the Bald Knobbers, and as the men dispersed, melting back into the darkness from which they came, a new and terrible power was unleashed upon the Ozarks. They had a name, an oath, and a list of targets. Among them stood men like Ben Bolin, his hands still tingling from the oath, his mind already turning to the work ahead. He and his brothers were not thinkers like Kinney. They were doers. The first drops of blood had not yet been spilt, but the promise had been made. The hunt was about to begin, and the hills would soon echo with the sounds of their swift, brutal justice. Their justice was a terrifying ritual, repeated in dozens of darkened hollows. It always began with the sound, a low thunder that started far off and grew steadily closer. It was the sound of shod hooves, dozens of them, moving as one through the night. To the family huddled inside their cabin, it was the sound of a coming judgment. The dogs would bark themselves into a frenzy, then fall eerily silent as the phantom army surrounded the home. And then, the waiting. A silence so heavy you could feel it pressing in on the log walls. From the darkness would come a single, commanding voice, often rough and distorted by the flannel mask. "Come out, or we're coming in." Inside, a man would have to make a choice that was no choice at all. To surrender was to face the switch, the tar, the rope. To resist was to invite something far worse. This ritual of fear was the Bald Knobbers' true weapon, and for a time, it worked. They drove out the worst of the outlaws and brought a fragile, terror-enforced peace to the hills. But the night they rode on William Edens, the ritual changed. Edens was not a notorious outlaw. He was just a man who had defied them, who had spoken out against their methods. He refused to be intimidated. When the thunder of hooves surrounded his cabin and the voice called out, Edens refused to open his door. He would not surrender his home to masked men. From inside, his family heard him shout his defiance into the darkness. What happened next was not justice, it was an execution. The night didn't just splinter with the sound of a kicked-in door. It exploded in a blinding, deafening roar. A volley of rifle and shotgun fire ripped through the thin wooden walls of the cabin. To the children cowering on the floor, the world became nothing but the flash of muzzles painting terrifying momentary pictures in the dark, the scream of lead tearing through wood, and the smell of gunpowder filling their lungs. The air itself seemed to shred around them. When the shooting stopped, the silence that rushed back in was profound and absolute. Heavy boots stomped onto the porch. The remnants of the door were torn from its hinges. Through the smoke and darkness, the family saw only hulking shapes, demonic silhouettes against the moonlight, as their father was dragged from the home he had tried to defend. There was a final, terrible struggle in the yard, a woman's desperate plea cut short. Another shot rang out, sharp and final, and its echo was the only eulogy William Edens would receive. The next morning, when the neighbors arrived, they found a scene of unimaginable horror. They didn't need to see the body to understand what had happened. The cabin itself was the testament. It looked as if it had been clawed by some great furious beast. The log walls were pockmarked with dozens of dark, ugly holes, silent witnesses to the chaos. This was not a whipping. This was not a warning. This was murder, cold and brutal. On that night, the Bald Knobbers crossed a line, and in the blood of William Edens, their righteous crusade was drowned forever. The saviors had become the monsters. To understand what happened at the Edens cabin, you have to try for a moment to look through Ben Bolin's eyes. In his mind, he wasn't a murderer. He was a surgeon, and the Ozarks were his patient, riddled with the cancer of lawlessness. A tumor doesn't have rights. You don't reason with it. You cut it out, cauterize the wound, and move on. The Taylors and their kind were the primary tumor, but men like William Edens, men who defied the cure, who obstructed the surgery, were part of the disease too. In Bolin's brutally simple logic, if you weren't actively helping to save the patient, you were helping the sickness spread. The switch didn't flip for Ben Bolin on the night of the Edens murder. It had been welded into position the moment he took the oath on that bald knob. While other men, perhaps even Kinney, saw their night riding as a temporary necessary evil, Bolin saw it as a righteous calling. He was the hammer, and it was not the hammer's place to question the nail. Each whipping, each threat, each act of terror was simply a tool for the job. He likely felt contempt for the weakness he saw in others, for the men who flinched at the sound of a switch on bare skin. They didn't have his clarity. They didn't understand that to fight monsters, you must be more terrifying than any monster. So when William Edens shouted his defiance from behind that door, Bolin didn't hear a brave man defending his home. He heard the sickness talking back. He heard a direct challenge to the new order, the only order that could save them. The hail of gunfire that shredded the cabin wasn't a moment of lost control. It was a calculated, overwhelming response to that challenge. It was a message, written in lead and smoke, not just for Edens, but for anyone else who thought they could stand in the way. This was the cold calculus of his crusade. After the final shot echoed into silence, as the other masked men stood in the shocked aftermath, Ben Bolin likely felt no remorse. He wouldn't have felt the thrill of a killer, nor the chilling emptiness of a man who has lost his soul. He would have felt the quiet, grim satisfaction of a job well done. A problem had been solved, a lesson had been taught. He was the iron fist of the bald knobbers, and that night the fist had come down hard. In his own mind, he hadn't committed a crime. He had enforced the only law that mattered. Dawn broke over the Edens homestead, but the light brought no comfort. It only served to illuminate the full scope of the horror. The silence that had followed the final gunshot was a heavy, suffocating blanket. The first neighbors to arrive walked onto the property as if treading on cursed ground. They saw the cabin first, its log walls looking like they had contracted some terrible disease, a pox of dark bullet holes. On the porch, a shattered butter churn lay on its side, a mundane casualty in a night of unimaginable violence. Inside, they found what was left of the Edens family. The widow sat on a low stool, not weeping, but staring into a space beyond the walls, her mind shattered by the events she had been forced to witness. The children were huddled together in a corner, their faces pale and streaked with soot, their eyes wide with a terror that might never leave them. But it was in the yard, lying in the cold, dew-covered dirt, that the finality of the act was laid bare. William Edens was dead, and the bald knobbers had killed him. But they had made a fatal mistake. In their furious volley, they had also shot Charles Green, Edens' son-in-law. They had left him for dead, but he wasn't. He had survived. Wounded and bleeding, he was a living witness to the slaughter. And more importantly, he had recognized some of the men behind their crude flannel masks. He knew their voices. He knew their names. His survival was a ticking clock, and with every breath he took, the bald knobber's reign of terror was 1 second closer to its end. The news of the murder didn't spread as a whisper. It tore through the Ozark Hills on a current of shock and rage. This was different from the stories of whippings and warnings. This was a line crossed in blood. The story reached the courthouse in Forsyth, and from there it traveled by telegraph to the state capitol. The tale of the bullet-riddled cabin and the defiant man murdered in front of his family was so brutal, so brazen, that the state of Missouri could no longer afford to look the other way. The law, which had been a distant rumor for so long, finally awoke with a vengeance. The governor authorized the militia. Warrants were drawn up, bearing the names of the most prominent bald knobbers, including Nat Kinney and the Bolin brothers. A substantial reward was offered for their capture, dead or alive. The official documents went up on posts and walls in every town, turning the masked riders from a secret society into a list of wanted men. The hunters had become the hunted. The murder of William Edens split Taney County down the middle like an axe splitting a log. There was no more middle ground, no room for quiet neutrality. You were either for the Nobbers or against them, and you had to choose a side right now. The pot-bellied stove at the general store, once a place for shared stories and friendly gossip, now radiated a cold silence. Men who had known each other since childhood would now pass on the road with a curt nod, their eyes hard, each wondering if the other had been among the masked riders that night. The church itself was divided, with some praying for the souls of the vigilantes and others praying for their swift damnation. From the ashes of this division, an opposing force rose up, calling themselves the anti-bald Nobbers. They were not lawmen. They were the friends and family of men who had been wronged by the Nobbers, joined by those who were simply horrified by the Edens killing. They armed themselves and swore their own oaths, promising to hunt down the vigilantes and deliver a justice of their own. The old Civil War feud was reborn, but this time without uniforms. It was neighbor against neighbor once more, and the hills became a checkerboard of loyalty and hate, where taking the wrong path or trusting the wrong person could get a man killed. A thick, suffocating fear settled over the county, creating a conspiracy of silence. Many people knew the truth. They had seen the riders gather, heard the boasts in a saloon, or recognized a man's horse tied up outside the Edens place. But the bald Nobbers' power, even when they were fugitives, was immense. Their kin were everywhere, and the threat of a burning barn or a midnight visit was far more immediate than the protection of a distant law. When the sheriff and his deputies came asking questions, men would suddenly suffer from bad memories, their eyes cast down to the floorboards. To speak the truth was an act of incredible courage, because everyone knew the Nobbers had a very simple law for informants. Amidst this climate of fear, small acts of profound courage and startling cowardice played out in the shadows. One neighbor, at great risk to his own family, would leave a basket of bread and salted pork on the Edens widow's porch before dawn, a silent gesture of support. But another man, bound by blood or fear, would stand before a magistrate and provide a false alibi for his cousin, swearing he was playing cards with him on the night of the murder. The community was tearing itself apart at the seams, its moral fabric tested and frayed. It was in this fractured, paranoid landscape that the real hunt for Ben Bolin and his brothers would have to begin. While the official law, the state militia, and the county sheriff made a great show of organizing and searching, they were outsiders. They knew the main roads, but they didn't know the hollows. But the real hunters, the men who moved with a purpose that was colder and sharper than any legal duty, were the anti-bald Nobbers. These were men who had lived in the shadow of the Nobbers' terror. They weren't hunting for a reward. They were hunting for revenge. And they knew the mountains just as well as the men they were chasing. For months, Ben Bolin and his brothers were ghosts. They slipped through the deep woods and limestone caves they had known since childhood, a landscape that was now both their sanctuary and their cage. They reverted to a primal existence, living off poached deer and foraged nuts, their clothes turning to rags. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the wind sent a jolt of adrenaline through them. They tasted paranoia in every bite of squirrel meat and felt it in the cold dampness of the caves where they slept. The familiar woods, the kingdom they once ruled with masked terror, had become a labyrinthine prison. The hunt was a slow, methodical strangulation. The anti-bald Nobbers were patient. They had men among them who could track a single man across solid rock and read a broken twig like a page in a book. They moved in small, quiet groups, checking the remote cabins of known sympathizers, finding the faint traces of a recent campfire, and slowly, painstakingly, tightening the net. A farmer who gave the Bolins a slice of cornbread might find his fence cut the next week, a quiet message that help was no longer an option. The fugitive's world shrank with every passing day. The end for Ben Bolin came not in a hail of bullets, but in a moment of exhaustion. It was February 1889, and the cold had gnawed at him for months. He had risked getting close to his brother's cabin, perhaps seeking a moment of warmth, a real meal, a sliver of the life he had lost. It was a fatal mistake. A tracker for the anti-bald knobber posse had found his trail in the thin layer of snow. They didn't storm the cabin. They simply waited, melting into the grey woods, becoming part of the landscape. When Bolin stepped outside, perhaps to fetch water or check the perimeter, he was allowed to walk 20 yards into the clearing. Then, a single voice cut through the cold air. "That's far enough, Ben." He froze. From behind every large oak and limestone outcrop, a man rose, rifle already at his shoulder. There was no shouting, no chaos, just the quiet final click of a dozen rifle hammers being pulled back. In that instant, Ben Bolin, the enforcer, the Iron Fist, saw the faces of his neighbors, his enemies, and knew that his war was over. He didn't reach for a weapon. He just stood there, a gaunt, tired man surrounded by the cold, unforgiving justice of the hills he once ruled. There would be no judge in a black robe for Ben Bolin. There would be no clever lawyers arguing points of law, no jury of his peers weighing evidence in a dusty box. The men who captured him, the anti-bald knobbers, had seen what passed for justice in the Ozarks. They had seen how a well-connected man could intimidate witnesses, how a sympathetic jury could ignore facts, how the slow, clumsy machine of the law could let a monster slip through its gears. They didn't trust it. They believed that to bring a man like Ben Bolin into a courtroom would be to mock the memory of William Edens. They had decided in the cold silence of the woods that Bolin would face a different kind of court. His trial was the long, grim ride from the place of his capture to a sturdy white oak tree on the side of a lonely road. The woods were his courtroom, the pale moonlight his only illumination. The jury was the silent procession of armed men on horseback who rode beside and behind him, their faces set like stone. There was no testimony offered, no evidence presented, because in their minds the case had been proven long ago, in the bullet holes of the Edens cabin, in the terrorized eyes of his family, and in the arrogance of the masked crusade Bolin had helped lead. Through it all, Ben Bolin remained unbroken. He did not beg for his life or plead for mercy. Accounts passed down through the generations say he sat tall in the saddle, his hands bound tight behind him, his gaze fixed straight ahead. His silence was his final act of defiance. He had lived his life by a code of brutal, unforgiving strength, and he would not abandon it in the face of death. He looked at the hard faces of his captors, not with fear, but with a quiet, burning contempt. He was a wolf cornered by hounds, and he would grant them no satisfaction. The verdict was delivered without a single word being spoken. When the posse stopped under the thick, bare limbs of the oak tree, the judgment was clear. They didn't grant him a final prayer or a chance for last words. The justice they dispensed was as swift and impersonal as the justice he had once delivered with a hickory switch. The rough hemp of the rope was thrown over a branch. The noose, tied with an efficient knot, was slipped over his head and cinched tight against his neck. A sharp slap on the rump of his horse, and it was over. Ben Bolin, the Iron Fist of the bald knobbers, was executed by the very vigilante justice he had championed. The question that hangs in the air, even to this day, is a chilling one. Was this justice? Or was it just another murder, another link in an endless chain of Ozark violence? The anti-bald knobbers had rid the world of a man they saw as a tyrant, but in doing so, they had become a mob, acting as their own judge, jury, and executioner. For the other captured bald knobbers, the official law would have its day in the Forsyth courthouse. But for Ben Bolin, the verdict had already been rendered, not by the law of men, but by the cold, hard law of the mountains. Ben Bolin's death was not the end of the story. It was merely the end of a chapter written in rope and vengeance. The consequences of the Bald Knobber War continued to ripple through the hills for years, leaving behind a landscape of broken lives and bitter silence. For the survivors of the Edens family, the mountains that had been their home became a prison of memory. Every creek, every ridge, every shadow held a piece of the horror they had endured. They could not rebuild their lives on ground soaked with their own blood and grief. Sometime after the trials, they packed what little they had left, turned their backs on Taney County, and vanished, seeking a place where the name Edens didn't echo with tragedy. For the other captured Bald Knobbers, the law of men finally arrived in Forsyth. The trial was a spectacle, the biggest in the county's history. And in May of 1889, 3 men, Dave Walker, his son William, and John Matthews, were led to a specially built gallows in the courthouse square. Before a crowd of thousands, they paid the ultimate price, their public execution serving as the state's final, brutal statement that the reign of the masked riders was over. But for the dozens of other knobbers who were acquitted or never charged, their freedom was a curse of its own. They walked out of the courtroom not into the arms of a grateful community, but into a life sentence of suspicion and contempt. These men, who had once been the secret kings of the night, now lived as pariahs in the daylight. Neighbors who had once feared them now simply shunned them. Their businesses failed, their crops seemed to wither on the vine, and they were met with the justice of cold shoulders and closed doors. They were haunted men, forever looking over their shoulders, wondering if every stranger on the road was a relative of someone they had wronged. Some stories say a few of them met quiet, untimely ends years later. A hunting accident, a fall from a bluff, accidents that no one ever questioned too closely. They had escaped the hangman's noose, only to find a slower, colder justice waiting for them in the unforgiving memory of their neighbors. And so, the community, exhausted by hate and bloodshed, made a collective, unspoken decision to forget. The name Bald Knobber became a curse, a word not to be spoken aloud. The grotesque horned masks were burned in secret, the records of their meetings buried or destroyed. Parents stopped telling their children the full, bloody story, opting instead for a vague tale of troubles in the old days. They tried to plow over the history, to plant a new crop of peace and pretend the soil beneath wasn't filled with bones. They wrapped the entire saga in a thick blanket of silence, hoping that if they didn't speak its name, the monster they had created would finally die. The forced silence that fell over Taney County could never last. A story this soaked in blood has a way of seeping back up through the ground. Walk through the Ozark Hills today, and you will still find the old names, Bolin, Kinney, Taylor, on mailboxes and in the phone book. The descendants of the riders and their enemies now share pews in the same churches and shop in the same stores. The blood feud is long over, the wounds scabbed over by generations of peace. But the echo remains. To carry one of those names is to carry a piece of that violent history, a faint whisper of a time when your great-grandfather might have been either the masked man on the horse or the one bolting his door in fear. The physical scars on the land have faded more slowly. For decades, the white oak where Ben Bolin was lynched stood as a dark monument on the side of the road. Locals knew it as the Bolin tree, and it became a place of dread, a landmark to be passed quickly, especially after dark. It was said that nothing would grow in its shadow. Eventually, time and nature did what the community could not. The old tree withered, died, and was cut down, its wood likely burned to ash. But even today, the old-timers can still point to the exact spot where it stood. The tree is gone, but the ground remembers. In the town of Forsyth, the old courthouse where the other knobbers were tried is gone, replaced by a new one. But in the local cemetery, you can find the graves of the 3 men who were legally hanged. Their tombstones are simple, weathered by 100 Missouri winters, giving no hint of the spectacle of their deaths. They are quiet, stone reminders of a time when the law finally brought its terrible, formal power to bear on the chaos. But the most powerful remnant of Ben Bowlin isn't made of wood or stone, it is the ghost story. As the facts were buried under the community's silence, the man was replaced by the myth. History became folklore. To this day, on the dark roads around where he was killed, people still tell stories of the Phantom Rider, a lone, gaunt figure on horseback, seen on moonless nights, forever repeating his last fatal ride. Ben Bowlin the man is dead and gone, but Ben Bowlin the spectre became immortal, a cautionary tale whispered to children to keep them from straying too far into the woods after dark. The people tried to forget, but the story simply refused to die. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning, a question that has haunted these hills for over a century. Was Ben Bowlin a righteous crusader who lost his way? Or was he a brutal killer who simply found the right mask to wear? The honest truth, buried under years of myth and silence, is that he was both. He was the inevitable and terrible answer to the chaos that surrounded him. He was a man forged in the crucible of a lawless land, and he became the very thing he sought to destroy. The story of Ben Bowlin is the story of a cure that becomes its own disease. This is more than just a tale of Ozark vigilantes. It is a timeless warning about the desperate hunger for order and the terrible price that is sometimes paid to achieve it. It is the story of what happens when good, frightened men, abandoned by the law, decide to walk the razor's edge between justice and vengeance, only to lose their balance and fall into the abyss. The bald knobbers rose from the dirt to give their community hope, but their legacy is a stark reminder that a society's saviors can all too easily become its tyrants, and that a revolution born of righteousness will almost always end by eating its own. And so the story returns to the darkness, to a lonely road and the sound of a single horse. The ghost of Ben Bowlin isn't just a campfire tale meant to scare children. He is the restless spirit of this lesson. He is a permanent warning, etched into the very landscape, a silent testament to a brutal truth. In a land without law, the man who promises to save you from the monsters is often the first one to become a monster himself. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. The first shotgun blast threw her from the saddle into the cold, muddy water of the creek. She was still alive, crawling for the bank, when the second, more brutal blast tore through the air, silencing her forever. The newspapers called her the Bandit Queen, a velvet-clad phantom who rode with the James brothers and ruled the outlaws of the Indian Territory. But the truth was far messier and far more tragic than any dime novel could capture. Who would ambush a woman just 2 days shy of her 41st birthday and leave her to die in the mud? Today, we ride past the legends and the lies to find the real Belle Star, and to answer the question that still haunts that lonely patch of ground. Who pulled the trigger? Before the gun smoke and the legend, there was a girl named Myra Maybelle Shirley, born in 1848 into a world that was anything but lawless. Her home was near Carthage, Missouri, a land of rolling green hills and fertile soil that held a promise of prosperity. Her father, Judge John Shirley, was a man of standing, a prosperous farmer and innkeeper whose family lived a life of relative comfort and respectability. They were slave owners and fierce believers in the Southern cause, their identity deeply woven into the fabric of Missouri's divided soul. This was not a world of desperate poverty that breeds outlaws. The Shirley home was a place of order and aspiration. Young Myra was not raised in a dirt-floored cabin, but was sent to the Carthage Female Academy to receive a classical education. She learned literature, rhetoric, and became an accomplished pianist. You can almost picture it, a dark-haired girl with a stubborn set to her jaw, her fingers flying across the ivory keys, filling the respectable Shirley Inn with music that seemed to hold the roughness of the frontier at bay. She was known to be bright, quick-witted, and possessed of a temper that could flash like heat lightning. She was devoted to her family, particularly to her older brother John, whom everyone called Bud. He was the pride of the family, the embodiment of young Southern manhood, and Myra adored him. In those years, her future likely seemed as clear and orderly as a line of sheet music, a good marriage, a family of her own, a life of influence within her community. But their Missouri was a border state, a land of fault lines and hidden pressures. The very inn where Myra played piano was a crossroads of whispers and arguments. Men passing through spoke of states' rights, of abolitionists, of a nation tearing itself apart at the seams. For the Shirleys, these were not abstract political debates. They were matters of honor, identity, and survival. Every traveler brought news that seemed to darken the sky just a little bit more. The world of Myra Maybelle Shirley, the world of piano lessons, family pride, and Southern gentility, was a fragile one. It was a stately home built on the edge of a volcano. Little did she know that the gathering storm of civil war would not just knock at their door, but blow it clean off its hinges, consuming her brother, destroying her family's fortune, and setting her own feet on a path of rebellion from which she would never turn back. To understand the fire that burned in Belle Starr, you have to understand the land that shaped her. Missouri in the 1850s was not a place of settled peace. It was a powder keg with a short fuse. It was a border state, a place where the deep South culture of the Shirleys, built on land and slaveholding, clashed daily with the free state ideals of their northern neighbors. For families like hers, their property wasn't just soil and buildings. It was a testament to a way of life they believed was righteous, a legacy they would defend with their blood. The Civil War was the spark that ignited that powder keg. This wasn't a conflict of distant armies marching under grand flags. In Missouri, it was a savage, intimate war fought in farmyards and on lonely country roads. It was a war of bushwhackers and jayhawkers, where your neighbor could be your executioner. This was the old scar that would never truly heal, a wound that split communities and families down to the bone. For the Shirleys, there was no question which side they were on. They were Confederates through and through. The weight of the Shirley name now demanded more than just respectability. It demanded action. And it was Myra's beloved brother Bud who would carry that burden into the fight. He didn't join a regular army. He joined a band of Confederate irregulars under the command of the infamous William Quantrill. Riding alongside him were other angry young farm boys whose names would later be written in blood and legend, the James brothers and the Younger Boys. Bud Shirley became a guerrilla, a shadow warrior in a war with no rules. For Myra, this wasn't politics, it was family. Her brother was fighting for their home, for their honor, against an invading force. When Union troops finally caught up with Bud in 1864 and killed him, it wasn't an act of war in her eyes. It was murder. The Union and the entire system of law and government it represented became the sworn enemy of her clan. The feud wasn't with another family over a property line, it was with the United States of America. Her grief hardened into a cold, lifelong vow of defiance. The seeds of the Bandit Queen were planted right there in the blood-soaked soil of Missouri. Long before the war ended, the Shirley Inn had become more than just a resting place for travelers. It was a safe house, a quiet harbor for the Confederacy's most daring and dangerous guerrilla fighters. You have to understand, men like Jesse James and Cole Younger weren't just abstract legends passing through. They were Bud's friends. They were boys Myra knew, young men who sat in her family's parlor, listening to her play the piano while their Colts rested heavy on their hips. Her music was the only moment of peace in their world of ambush and reprisal, and this shared experience forged a bond of loyalty that ran deeper than any law. When the war was lost and the Shirleys were forced to relocate to Syene, Texas, they carried those old loyalties and grudges with them like family heirlooms. They were surrounded by other displaced Southern families, all of them nursing the bitter wound of defeat. In this world, the new Reconstruction-era lawmen weren't seen as protectors. They were seen as occupiers, the enforcers of a victor's justice. A man's worth was judged not by his adherence to this new law, but by his loyalty to the old cause. Whispers travel like wildfire in a place like that, and they clung to Myra Maybelle Shirley. Her association with the younger clan was common knowledge, and the rumors of a youthful romance with the handsome Cole Younger followed her everywhere. It didn't matter if it was true. What mattered was the perception. She was marked, seen as part of that defiant, dangerous world. She wasn't just Judge Shirley's educated daughter anymore. She was the girl who kept company with outlaws, a woman who understood their codes and shared their enemies. This web of associations poisoned the air, turning small disagreements into matters of life and death. When Myra fell for Jim Reed, it was no surprise that he was one of their own, another former bushwhacker, a man who knew the taste of battle and had no love for the authorities. Her family objected, seeing in Reed the violence and uncertainty that had already cost them a son. But Myra's defiance was absolute. Marrying him was an act of choosing her side once and for all. The ground was now perfectly fertile for conflict. The community was a tinderbox of Civil War resentments. Myra's own reputation was already stained with the smoke of rebellion, and she had bound her fate to a man who saw the law as an obstacle to be overcome, not a shield to hide behind. The stage was set, the players were in place, and the air was thick with the certainty that trouble wasn't just coming. It was already there, waiting for its moment. The dream of a quiet life died hard under the relentless Texas sun. For a time, Jim Reed tried to beat his past into a plowshare, to work the stubborn soil and be the farmer Myra's family had wanted. But the land held no promise for him, and the quiet life felt more like a cage than a sanctuary. There was a restlessness in him, a hunger for the old thrill, the easy money, and the simple, brutal clarity of a fight. Myra, sharp as she was, saw it in his eyes. She saw the farmer fading and the ghost of the bushwhacker growing stronger with each passing day. The human omen arrived not as a single stranger, but as a clan. They were the Stars, a notorious Cherokee family who lived by their own laws in the wild Indian territory. When they came to visit Jim, it was like a change in the weather. They were men who moved with a different rhythm, their eyes constantly scanning the horizon, their hands never straying far from their belts. They spoke in low tones about fast horses, fat cattle that belonged to other men, and lawmen who could be outrun or outgunned. In their presence, Myra could see the change in her husband. The slump of the weary farmer left his shoulders, replaced by the coiled readiness of a predator. Their whispers and laughter late into the night sounded like a prophecy of doom to her. This wasn't the rebellion of a Southerner against the Union anymore. This was the siren song of pure outlawry, and Jim was listening with his entire soul. She must have felt a cold dread settle deep in her gut. This was the moment of decision, the fork in the road she could see as plainly as a line in the dust. She had chosen a dangerous man, hoping she could tame him, but now his world was coming to claim him back. Every clink of a whiskey bottle, every quiet cleaning of a revolver was a sign. It was the feeling of standing on a cliff edge, knowing that the man she loved was about to take a step and drag her over it with him. The time for farming was over. The quiet life in Texas didn't just fade away, it was executed. The news didn't arrive as a whisper on the wind, but as a formal warrant carrying the name of Jim Reed. And the charge wasn't for rustling a few head of cattle or running whiskey, it was for murder. A man lay dead, shot down during a dispute over money, and the law said Jim Reed was the one who killed him. The dream of the farm was over, drowned in another man's blood. For Myra, this was the moment the earth opened up beneath her feet. She was standing at a crossroads, and both paths led through hell. One path was to follow the law of the state, the same law that wore the blue uniform of the men who had killed her brother. To follow that path meant turning her back on her husband, the father of her children, and surrendering him to his enemies for judgment. In her world, that wasn't justice, it was the ultimate betrayal. The other path led deeper into the shadows. It meant choosing her clan over the law, loyalty over respectability. It meant accepting that her husband was a killer and deciding to stand by him, to protect him, to become his accomplice. There, in the harsh Texas sunlight, with the wanted poster acting as a death warrant, Myra Maybelle Reed made her choice. She chose blood. She chose her own. Her reaction wasn't fear, but a cold, hard resolve. The anger she had nursed since her brother's death now had a new focus. The law wasn't a faceless entity anymore. It was a hunter, and its prey was her husband. From that moment on, they were no longer just a family struggling to get by. They were fugitives. Every knock on the door, every stranger on the road was a potential threat. The conflict was no longer a matter of old grudges. It was an open war, a daily struggle for survival. The first drops of blood had been spilled, and they had stained her life forever. It happened on a cold February day in 1889, just 2 days before her 41st birthday. She was riding home from a neighbor's house, the path toward Younger's Bend as familiar to her as the lines on her own hand. The air was still, the winter woods quiet. The only sound was the steady rhythm of her horse's hooves on the hard-packed dirt trail. And then, that rhythm was shattered. The sound of the first shotgun blast was a physical thing, a brutal roar that ripped through the silence of the hollow. It echoed off the bare trees and sent a flock of birds screaming into the sky. Her horse, terrified, reared violently, and the saddle was suddenly, unnaturally empty. There was a pause then, just a few seconds that must have felt like an eternity, a moment of agonizing stillness. Then a second, more deliberate blast followed, its report even uglier than the first. And after that, there was only a profound, ringing silence. Later, it was the horse that brought the first news of the tragedy. It came galloping back to the cabin at Younger's Bend, wild-eyed and trembling, the reins tangled, the saddle empty. It was a message of disaster that needed no words. The men who saw it knew instantly that something terrible had happened out on that lonely trail. When they followed the horse's tracks back, they found her. She was lying at the edge of the muddy creek crossing shed, ridden through 1,000 times. The cold, grey water swirled around her, indifferent to the scene. There were no witnesses, only the churned-up mud and the chilling quiet of the woods where an assassin had hidden, waited, and vanished. Her riding habit was stained with the dark, wet earth of the creek bank. The legendary bandit queen, the woman whose name was whispered in fear and admiration from Texas to Arkansas, the friend of the James boys and the wife of Sam Starr, had not gone down in a blaze of glory. There was no grand shootout, no final defiant stand. The air still smelled of spent gunpowder. The only other evidence was the profound and terrible stillness where a life had just been. It was an execution, carried out from the shadows, a cowardly end to a life that had been anything but cowardly. The violence wasn't in the details of the wounds. It was in the deafening silence that was left behind. We will never know for certain who hid in that cold brush, but we can try to crawl inside the mind of a man who would. Let's imagine it was the prime suspect, Edgar Watson, a man with a murder warrant hanging over his head like a noose. In his mind, this wasn't an act of pure evil. It was a simple, brutal calculation. Belle Starr had become a threat to his very existence. She had discovered his secret, the crime he had run so far to escape, and she was about to turn him out. That meant the law would come sniffing around, and his life as a free man would be over. In this twisted logic, Belle wasn't a person anymore. She was a problem, a loose end that needed to be tied off permanently. He saw her not as the legendary bandit queen, but as the one person standing between him and survival. Killing her wasn't an act of passion. It was a business decision, as cold and pragmatic as shooting a lame horse. He was a cornered animal, and in his world, you did whatever it took to break out of the trap. Honor, friendship, decency, those were luxuries a man like him couldn't afford. The switch flipped the moment he realized she would not be bluffed or bought, the moment he looked into her eyes and saw that she was going to act. That was the point of transformation. His anger and fear cooled into a single, sharp point of purpose. The planning would have been methodical. He knew her routines, her paths. He would have chosen the creek crossing deliberately, a place where she would have to slow her horse, where the terrain gave him perfect cover, where the sound of the shot would be muffled by the hollow. He wasn't a raging monster. He was a patient predator setting a trap. And after the second blast tore the air, what did he feel? Not remorse, not triumph. Most likely he felt a profound and chilling sense of relief. The threat was gone. The problem was solved. As he melted back into the brush, his heart would have been beating fast, but not from guilt. It was the adrenaline of survival. His mind would already be working on the next steps. The alibi, the look of surprise on his face when he heard the news. Whether it was the cold calculation of a man like Watson, or the hot, humiliated rage of her own son, the psychology was the same. Belle had become an obstacle, and for the beast in the shadows, obstacles were meant to be removed. When the echoes of the second shot finally died, a heavy, unnatural silence fell over Younger's Bend. The discovery was as grim and undignified as the murder itself. It wasn't a posse of lawmen who found her, but her own people, led to the spot by her riderless horse. They lifted her body from the cold, clinging mud of the creek bank and carried her home. The fearsome bandit queen, the woman who had stared down Judge Parker's court, was gone. All that was left was the mortal remains of Myra Maybelle Starr, her clothes soaked and stained with the earth she had fought so hard to possess. The cabin at Younger's Bend, once a bustling sanctuary for men on the run, became a house of mourning. The whispers of outlaw plots were replaced by the stunned silence of grief. For her daughter, Pearl, the sight of her mother's body was a wound that would never heal. The shock was soon followed by a cold, burning question that settled in the air like smoke. Who had done this? And who among the men and women gathered in that very room knew more than they were saying? The fight for survival was no longer against the law. It was against the secret killer who might be standing right beside them. Word travels fast in the back country, and it wasn't long before the law arrived. Deputy marshals from Fort Smith, Judge Isaac Parker's men, rode into Younger's Bend. They were hard men, accustomed to the violence of the territory, but this was different. This was the murder of the most famous woman in their jurisdiction. They weren't just investigating a crime, they were stepping into the heart of a legend, a place built on a foundation of secrets and lies, where every neighbor had a grudge and every friend had a hidden motive. The investigation began immediately, a slow, methodical process of untangling the web of Belle's complicated life. Who were her enemies? Who owed her money? Who feared her? The list was dangerously long. A reward was posted, a paltry sum that seemed an insult to the scale of her fame. But in a land where loyalty was cheap and life was cheaper, even a small reward could be enough to loosen a tongue or point a finger. The initial chaos of rumor soon began to crystallize around one name. In the fearful whispers of neighbors and the cold calculations of the deputies, the name of Edgar Watson surfaced again and again. The tenant farmer with a secret past, the man Belle was about to evict. He had the motive, he had the opportunity, and he had the cold-blooded history. The hunt for Belle Starr's killer now had a face and a name. Belle Starr's murder was like a stone dropped into a still pond, and the ripples of fear and suspicion spread through every isolated cabin in the territory. This wasn't a tight-knit community bound by friendship. It was a loose collection of families, fugitives, and farmers, all held together by a fragile web of convenience and mutual distrust. Her death tore that web to pieces. Instantly, invisible lines were drawn in the dirt. On one side were those loyal to Belle's memory, her family, the outlaws she had sheltered, and the neighbors who had, in their own way, respected her power. On the other side were those who had feared her, owed her money, or, like Edgar Watson, felt the sting of her wrath. When the marshals from Fort Smith began their investigation, they ran headlong into a solid wall of silence. You have to understand, in the Indian Territory, the law of Judge Parker was seen as a foreign power. The real law was the local code, and that code had one simple rule: you don't talk to outsiders. To be a snitch was a death sentence, far more certain than any verdict from a jury in Fort Smith. The deputies would ask questions, and in return they would get blank stares, shrugged shoulders, and the maddeningly simple phrase, "Don't know nothing." This wasn't just loyalty to the outlaw way, it was raw, paralyzing fear. The killer was still out there. He could be the man plowing the next field over. He could be listening from the shadows at the general store. To speak a name aloud to a lawman was to invite a shotgun blast in the dark for you and your family. People who once left their doors unbarred now checked them twice. A strange horseman on the road was no longer a traveler, but a potential threat. The law offered a reward, but the killer offered a much more immediate consequence. In this atmosphere of terror, even the smallest actions became profound statements of allegiance. True courage was rare, and it was quiet. It was the neighbor woman who left a basket of cornbread on Pearl's doorstep, a silent offering of sympathy that said, "I am with you," without speaking a word. Cowardice, however, was far more common. It was the man who, when asked about Edgar Watson's whereabouts on that fateful afternoon, suddenly found a fascinating spot on the floor to stare at. It was the providing of a vague alibi, the convenient lapse in memory, the turning of a blind eye. Every person in that hollow was forced to make a choice, and most chose the side of self-preservation, burying the truth under a thick blanket of silence. The hunt for Edgar Watson wasn't a grand, sweeping posse of righteous lawmen. It was two separate hunts, running on parallel tracks of justice and revenge. On one track were the U.S. deputy marshals, methodical and official, working for Judge Parker's court. On the other, far more dangerous track, was an unofficial posse, a ghost-like band led by Belle's new husband, Jim July Starr, and likely composed of men who had called Younger's Bend a safe haven. The lawmen wanted Watson in handcuffs. Jim July and his riders wanted him in a shallow grave. The Indian Territory in winter is a merciless landscape. It's not the soaring peaks of Appalachia, but a tangled, brutal world of its own, a maze of dense thickets, frozen swamps, and red clay mud that can suck a horse down to its belly. Watson knew this land. He was a creature of its shadows. He melted into the landscape, his trail as slippery as a water moccasin in a dark creek. For days, the hunt was a frustrating ordeal against nature itself. The marshals followed procedure, while Jim July's men followed instinct, their eyes reading the land for broken twigs and disturbed leaves that the official lawmen missed. Watson was a phantom. A farmer would report seeing a man matching his description near the Poto River, but by the time the posse arrived, he was gone, leaving nothing but a cold campfire. They were always one step behind, chasing a ghost through a wilderness that seemed designed to protect its own. The territory itself was his greatest ally. It was a place where a man on the run could find a sympathetic ear, a hot meal, and a fresh horse from someone who held their own grudge against the law at Fort Smith. Watson wasn't just one man against a posse. He was a fugitive plugged into the lawless network that thrived in those hills. The chase stretched on, the days turning into a week. The pursuers grew weary, their supplies dwindling, their frustration mounting. They were hunting in a land of whispers and lies, where the very air seemed to conspire against them. It felt less like a manhunt and more like an exorcism, trying to drive a malevolent spirit out of a haunted land. Every cold night spent by a fire was a reminder that their quarry was out there, just as cold, just as determined, and driven by the most powerful engine of all, the will to survive. The end came not with a roar, but with a quiet click. It wasn't in a desperate firefight on a windswept ridge. The U.S. Marshals, relentless in their pursuit, finally cornered him. Perhaps it was a tip from someone who decided the reward money was worth more than the risk, or perhaps Watson simply made a mistake. They found him holed up, exhausted, hungry, and out of options. There was no final, defiant stand. Faced with the unwavering steel of the law, Edgar Watson surrendered. The hunt in the shadows was over, but the fight for what passed for justice in that wild country was only just beginning. The air in the Fort Smith federal courtroom was thick enough to taste, a stale mix of sweat, wet wool, and cheap tobacco. This was the domain of the hanging judge, Isaac Parker, a place where the law of the United States finally sank its teeth into the wild frontier of the Indian Territory. The trial of Edgar Watson for the murder of Belle Starr was a sensation. The public gallery was packed to the rafters with a curious and volatile mix. Sober-faced townsfolk, hard-eyed riders from the territory who watched everything with unnerving stillness, and a pack of slick reporters from the eastern papers, pencils flying, hungry for every sordid detail. Edgar Watson sat beside his lawyer, a picture of calm defiance. He wasn't a cornered, terrified animal anymore. He was clean-shaven and wore a borrowed suit, and he surveyed the courtroom with an almost imperceptible smirk. He knew the rules of this game better than any lawyer. His innocence or guilt would not be decided by facts, but by fear. He understood the code of the hills, and he was betting his life on it. The prosecution laid out its case, a carefully constructed web of circumstantial evidence. They had the motive. Belle was about to evict him, exposing him as a wanted murderer from Florida. They had the opportunity. He had no solid alibi for the time of the killing. What they didn't have was a single, credible witness. One by one, Belle's neighbors were called to the stand, and one by one, the wall of silence went up. Men who had spoken freely of their suspicions to the marshals now suffered from a crippling loss of memory. Their eyes would shift, their voices would drop to a mumble, their answers becoming a litany of, "I can't rightly say," and "it was too dark to see." You can just imagine the prosecutor's mounting frustration as he watched his case dissolve under the silent, powerful gaze Watson directed at each person who took the stand. The most powerful person in that room wasn't the judge. It was the defendant. He held the lives and fears of the witnesses in his hands, and everyone knew it. They were 100 miles from their isolated cabins, but the threat felt as close as the man in the witness box. The jury was out for less than an hour. The law required them to convict beyond a reasonable doubt, and with only whispers and motive, there was doubt everywhere. The foreman stood, cleared his throat, and refused to look at Watson as he read the verdict. Not guilty. A wave of murmurs and gasps swept the room. Edgar Watson simply nodded, as if he had known the outcome all along. He stood up, a free man in the eyes of the law, and walked out of the courthouse into the sunlight. But as he passed through the crowd, a local legend says he came face to face with Belle's daughter, Pearl. Someone asked her then and there who she thought had killed her mother. Pearl, it is said, never took her eyes off Watson as she replied, her voice cold and clear, "I know who killed my mother, and so does Mr. Watson." The court of men had spoken, but out on the courthouse steps, the justice of the mountains had delivered its own chilling verdict. The verdict was a second shotgun blast, this one fired into the heart of Belle's family. For her daughter Pearl, the acquittal of Edgar Watson was an impossible betrayal. The law had failed, and the man she believed was her mother's murderer was now free to walk the same earth. She and her brother Ed were now adrift, the anchor of their chaotic world gone. They stayed at Younger's Bend for a time, trying to hold on to the last piece of their mother's legacy, but the place was haunted. Every shadow in the woods, every creak of the cabin door was a reminder of the murder and the injustice. Eventually, the weight became too much. They drifted away, their lives following a long, sad arc away from the violence of their upbringing, seeking a peace they would never fully find. As for Edgar Watson, he left Fort Smith a free man, but he was a marked man. The court's verdict meant nothing in the territory, where Belle's friends and family held their own silent court. He knew he could never return to his farm, so he fled, becoming a wanderer, drifting from state to state, always looking over his shoulder. He couldn't escape the shadow of the Bandit Queen. For years, he was a ghost, haunted by the murder he was never convicted of. The law had acquitted him, but the court of public opinion and rumor had found him guilty. His ultimate fate is a matter of legend itself, but many say he met his end years later in another squalid dispute, his life ending as violently as the one he was accused of taking. It was a different kind of justice, slow and patient, but just as final. The community around Younger's Bend tried to forget. Forgetting was a form of self-preservation. To speak of Belle Starr's murder was to stir up ghosts and invite trouble. The story was pushed down, buried under the routines of farming and the passing of seasons. The notorious cabin at Younger's Bend, the outlaw sanctuary, slowly fell into disrepair, its timbers rotting, its stories fading into the landscape. The territory was changing. The old outlaw days were dying, and the people who lived there wanted to look forward, not back. The story became a cautionary tale whispered to children, a wild piece of local folklore. They buried the truth under a conspiracy of silence, not out of malice, but out of a desperate need for peace. But burying a story like that is like burying a seed. It doesn't die. It just waits in the darkness, ready to sprout again when someone comes along and starts digging. The name Starr didn't simply vanish into the red dirt of the territory. It echoed on, carried by her children, whose lives were forever shaped by their mother's violent end. Her son, Ed Reed, continued a life of petty crime, a pale shadow of the outlaws his mother had known, until he was killed in a saloon argument. Her daughter, Pearl, took a different path. She tried to escape the legacy, but found that the only way to survive was on the fringes of the very society that had sensationalized her mother's life. She eventually settled in Fort Smith and ran a bordello, becoming a different kind of outlaw queen, one who provided a haven not for gunslingers, but for the lonely and the lost. The most tangible trace of Belle Starr is a lonely patch of ground near the Eufaula Lake in modern-day Oklahoma, not far from where Younger's Bend once stood. There lies her grave. For years it was marked by a headstone said to have been carved by her daughter Pearl, bearing a bell, a star, and a poignant poem. Shed not for her the bitter tear, nor give the heart to vain regret. 'Tis but the casket that lies here, the gem that filled it sparkles yet. It was a daughter's attempt to reclaim the memory of her mother, to see the gem instead of the gun smoke. But even in death, the legend wouldn't let the woman rest. Over the decades, Belle Starr's grave was desecrated, plundered by treasure hunters possessed by the dime novel lies. They came searching for the twin Colt pistols they believed were buried with her, for jewels, for anything to connect them to the myth. In 1930, ghouls stole the headstone itself. Later, they even stole what was believed to be her skull. The woman's story was consumed by her own legend, her final resting place picked apart by the very sensationalism that had created her. Today, the cabin at Younger's Bend has long since rotted back into the earth. The courthouse in Fort Smith has been preserved as a museum, its walls no longer echoing with the whispers of her trial. Most of the people who live on that land now only know her name from a road sign or a local festival. But the land remembers. The wind that whispers through the blackjack oaks still carries the story. Though the people and the buildings are gone, the spirit of that violent, defiant, and tragic life remains, a permanent echo in the soil of Oklahoma. So we come back to that cold, muddy creek, and the question that still hangs in the air like winter mist: who pulled the trigger? The law books will tell you the case is unsolved, the killer never brought to justice. But the truth, as it so often does in those hills, lies in the whispers that the court refused to hear. The real killer was likely not some romantic, spurned outlaw, but a desperate man with a dark secret, ending a squalid dispute with a blast of buckshot. A pathetic, cowardly end to a life that was anything but. But perhaps the greatest lesson from this saga isn't about solving a murder. It's about how a real person, made of flesh, blood, and contradictions, can be consumed by the legend created for her. Belle Starr was not the mastermind, the velvet-clad rider leading gangs into battle. She was a woman forged in the crucible of civil war, a survivor who used her wits and her connections to build a life in a violent world dominated by violent men. She was a haven, a negotiator, a mother, and a formidable enemy. The true tragedy of Belle Starr isn't found in the manner of her death, but in the theft of her life by the myth that outlived her. This is a story of the untamable, often brutal spirit of the American frontier, and of the sensationalist press that turned real people's pain into cheap entertainment. The newspapers and dime novels gave the world a bandit queen, but in doing so, they erased the real Myra Maybelle Shirley, who lived, bled, and died in the mud of the Indian Territory. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. You can find places like this all over Appalachia. A quiet spot on the edge of town where a creek whispers over smooth stones and the only sound is the rustle of leaves in the canopy above. It feels peaceful, timeless even. But this ground, right here on the outskirts of Winston-Salem, holds a memory soaked in blood and betrayal. Over a century ago, this gentle quiet was shattered by the crack of a pistol. This is the very spot where they found a young woman named Ellen Smith. Her life ended by a single bullet fired straight into her heart. Her story became a legend, immortalized in one of America's most famous murder ballads. But a song is not the whole truth. Today, we're going to peel back the layers of that old, mournful tune and listen for the real story. We're here to ask the questions the ballad never answered. Who was Ellen Smith, and why did the story of her death refuse to die? Let's turn back the clock to 1892. Winston-Salem, North Carolina, was a town caught between two worlds. The sweet, heavy scent of curing tobacco from the new R.J. Reynolds factories hung in the air, a promise of new money and new industry. But just beyond the town limits, the old ways of Appalachia held fast, a world of hard work, strict honor, and unwritten rules that could govern a person's life and death. It was a place of opportunity, but also a place where a person's reputation was everything, especially for a young woman trying to make her way alone. Into this world came Ellen Smith. She was barely 19, a girl from the surrounding foothills who, like so many others, was drawn to the town by the prospect of a steady wage. She found work as a maid at the Zinzendorf Hotel, a bustling hub where the wealthy tobacco barons mixed with travelers and local townsfolk. By all accounts, she was pretty, quiet, and hard-working. She carried out her duties, changing linens and serving meals, likely dreaming of a life far removed from the hard-scrabble farm she had left behind. She was just one of hundreds of anonymous girls hoping for a bit of luck, maybe even a bit of love. And then there was Peter de Graaf. If Ellen was invisible, Peter was anything but. He was handsome, always dressed in fine clothes, and moved with the easy confidence of a man whose father was a well-respected citizen. He had a place in society, a name that carried weight. But beneath that polished surface, a different reputation festered. Peter was known to be a heavy drinker, a gambler, a man with a taste for women and trouble. He was charming, yes, but it was a dangerous charm, the kind that promised excitement but often delivered ruin. Their worlds collided within the walls of the Zinzendorf Hotel. He, the privileged customer, she, the humble servant. It was a classic, perilous dynamic. A man like Peter de Graaf would have seen a girl like Ellen Smith as a simple conquest, a dalliance with no consequences. But for Ellen, the attention of such a man, someone so far above her station, must have felt like a fairy tale. He was a glimpse into a world of comfort and status she could only dream of. And so, it began. An affair that was, for a time, an open secret whispered about in the hotel kitchens and the town's back alleys. Peter would visit her. They'd be seen walking together near the edge of town, away from judging eyes. To the rest of the world, it was a familiar, predictable story. But for the two people living it, it was a path that was quickly leading them toward a dark and unforgiving horizon, a point from which neither of them would ever truly return. A story like this isn't just found in the dirt and leaves of a crime scene. The real evidence, the kind that survives a century, is often buried in a different kind of silence, the quiet hush of a library archive. That's where the whispers from the past are preserved, pressed between the pages of old books and captured on reels of microfilm. And that's where I found this, a newspaper clipping from the summer of 1892, just a few days after Ellen's body was discovered. At first glance, it's what you'd expect. The headline is sensational, talking of a dastardly deed and a shocking murder. It names Peter de Graaf as the prime suspect. But the official facts are not the most important thing on this page. Tucked away in the third paragraph is a single, carefully worded phrase. The article mentions the town's rampant speculation about the victim's unfortunate condition. You see, this isn't just a piece of paper. It's a fossilized rumor. In the polite, coded language of the Victorian era, unfortunate condition meant only one thing. Ellen Smith was believed to be pregnant with Peter de Graaf's child. This single, unproven whisper, printed for all to see, was the spark that lit the fuse. Suddenly, this wasn't just a story of a lover's quarrel. It was a story of honor, shame, and desperation. This one sentence transforms the entire narrative. The affair was no longer a secret dalliance. It became a time bomb. For Peter, it was a threat to his engagement to a more suitable woman and a stain on his family's good name. For Ellen, it was a last, desperate hope for legitimacy. The question this old newspaper forces us to ask is a heavy one. How does a whispered rumor in a small southern town build enough pressure to end in a gunshot? That newspaper clipping only reported what everyone was whispering. But for Ellen and Peter, that rumor was a stark, terrifying reality. Imagine a hushed, desperate conversation in a shadowed corner of the hotel, away from the prying eyes of guests and staff. This is where the love story, if it ever was one, truly died, and the countdown to tragedy began. Ellen, likely terrified but resolute, would have told Peter about the child. For her, it was a plea for salvation. In that moment, she wasn't just his lover. She was the mother of his heir, and in the unwritten code of the mountains, that demanded action. She would have asked him to do the right thing, to marry her and give their child a name. Peter de Graaf, however, was already promised to another woman, Fanny Faust, a bride his family approved of. Ellen's news was not a blessing, it was a catastrophe. It was a threat to his reputation, his inheritance, and his entire future. The easy charm he had used to woo her would have vanished, replaced by a cold panic. To him, her plea for marriage was not a request for honor, but an ultimatum that could unravel his entire world. The days that followed must have been a private hell for both of them. Their secret meetings would no longer have been filled with affection, but with bitter arguments. He likely offered her money, told her to leave town and never come back, to solve the problem on her own. But Ellen wouldn't have backed down. For her, this was not a problem to be disposed of. It was her life, her child's life. Her desperation would have made her bold, perhaps even threatening to expose him to his family and his fiancée. What started as a whispered secret between two people was now a festering conflict. Every denial from him would have fueled her resolve. Every tearful plea from her would have deepened his fear. The seeds of conflict were sown not in jealousy or simple hatred, but in a clash of two inescapable realities. She needed a husband to avoid ruin, and he needed to get rid of her to avoid the very same fate. The air between them grew thick with unspoken violence, and time was running out. Newspaper clippings and court records can give you the skeleton of a story, but they can't give you its soul. For that, you have to talk to the people who keep the memories alive. I found that soul in a conversation with a local historian, a man whose great-grandfather had known the de Graaf family. He wasn't a professor in some university. He was a man whose family had lived on this soil for 200 years and whose memory was a library of local lore. We sat on his porch, overlooking the hazy blue line of the distant mountains. He told me the official story, the one we all know. The affair, the rumored pregnancy, the arrest. But then he leaned forward in his rocking chair, his voice dropping a little lower. "Now, this part you won't find in any court record," he said. "This is the story that was passed down. The papers will tell you Peter had a motive, but they don't tell you why it had to happen on that specific day. According to the tale that's been told around here for over a century, Ellen Smith had given Peter de Graaf an ultimatum. It wasn't just a tearful plea for marriage anymore. She was done with his stalling and his empty promises. She told him that if he didn't agree to marry her, she was going to walk over to his father's house that very afternoon and tell the old man everything. Suddenly, the timeline snaps into sharp, terrifying focus. This wasn't a problem Peter could put off until next week. It was a crisis with a deadline measured in hours. Exposing the secret to his prominent father would have brought immediate and absolute ruin. It was one thing for the town to whisper, but for the patriarch of the de Graaf family to hear it from Ellen herself. That was unthinkable. Peter, cornered and desperate, knew he had to stop her. And he had to do it right then. This personal testimony, passed down through generations, gives us the missing piece of the puzzle, the emotional trigger for what was about to happen. The ultimatum hung in the hot, still air between them. It wasn't a tearful plea anymore. It was a declaration. Ellen was going to his father's house, today. For Peter de Graaf, the world had just shrunk to the size of a ticking clock, and every second brought ruin closer. The charming dandy, the confident man about town, was gone. In his place was a cornered animal, staring down the collapse of his carefully constructed life. The whispers of the town were one thing. A public confrontation with his father was another. It meant the end of his engagement, the loss of his inheritance, and the fury of a patriarch whose name he was about to disgrace. He couldn't let her get to that house. He had to stop her. But he couldn't do it in the open. He needed to move her away from the center of town, away from prying eyes, away from anyone who might hear an argument or a scream. And so, the mask of the charmer went back on, one last, terrible time. He would have softened his voice, feigned surrender. He likely told her she was right, that they needed to talk it through properly, away from the hotel. "Let's walk," he would have suggested, "down by the water race, where we can be alone. We'll figure this out." Did a flicker of hope ignite in Ellen's heart? Did she believe for just a moment that her desperate gamble had worked, that he was finally going to do the right thing? Or did a cold knot of fear tighten in her stomach? We will never know. But we know she agreed. Perhaps she felt she had no choice but to see it through. So she walked with him, away from the safety of the busy streets, away from the life she knew. Each step they took together was a step further from her world and deeper into his. They made their way toward the outskirts of town, toward the secluded spot by the old paper mill. The path would have grown quieter, the sounds of the town replaced by the buzz of insects and the steady rush of the water in the race. It was a sound loud enough to swallow other sounds. It was a place for secrets. They were alone now. No one to see them, no one to hear them. The pretense could finally be dropped. This was not a place for reconciliation. It was a place for a final, brutal resolution. The time for talk, for lies, for empty promises was over. The time for consequences had arrived. Standing there, with the sound of the water in his ears and the threat of his ruin standing before him, Peter de Graaf made his choice. In that moment, the path forward narrowed to a single violent act. There was no turning back. And so, I've come back to this place. The old paper mill is long gone, its foundations swallowed by a century of weeds and vines. But the path is still here, and the water race, though now just a shallow, meandering creek, still whispers the same story to the stones. There are no historical markers, no monuments. This place has been allowed to forget, to let nature cover up the memory of what happened here. but the scar is the landscape itself. There are no bullet holes in a wall to show you, no faded bloodstains preserved under glass. The evidence is the geography of the crime. Look how secluded it is, even now. You can see how the thicket of trees would have swallowed them, hiding them from the road. You can hear how the constant rush of the water would have been just loud enough to muffle the sound of a raised voice or a single sharp crack of a pistol. This is the real, physical proof. This clearing was not a random spot. It was chosen. This was the end of the line. Standing here, in the same oppressive summer humidity they would have felt, you can almost hear the final desperate words exchanged. This wasn't a sudden burst of rage. This was an execution, planned in the desperate few minutes it took to walk from the edge of town into this green, silent tomb. Right here, in this quiet, forgotten clearing, the final brutal act of our story unfolded. The time for lies was over. Standing in that secluded clearing, Ellen would have stood her ground, her voice steady with the conviction of a woman with nothing left to lose. She would have repeated her ultimatum one last time. I am going to your father's house. I am going to tell him everything. Those were the words that sealed her fate. For Peter de Graaf, the sound of the rushing water faded away, and the world narrowed to this single, unmovable obstacle standing between him and his future. The panic that had been churning inside him cooled into a terrible, simple clarity. He would have felt the weight in his coat pocket, a heavy, cold reassurance. He had likely brought it with him for this very purpose, a final option he hoped he wouldn't have to use. But her resolve, her refusal to be silenced or sent away, had exhausted all other possibilities. In his mind, she had backed him into this clearing, into this moment. There was only one way he could walk out of here alone, with his secret safe and his future intact. The choice was made. And then, the argument ended. It ended not with a resolution, but with a sharp, violent punctuation. A single, sharp report cracked the humid air, a sound far too loud and deliberate to be a snapping twig. It was a sound that ripped through the drone of the insects and the murmur of the creek, echoing off the trees for a brief moment before being swallowed by the woods. A flock of startled birds erupted from the canopy, their panicked calls the only immediate response to the unnatural noise. There would have been no scream, just a look of profound, final surprise on Ellen's face. A flicker of disbelief as she looked down at her own chest, as if to understand what had just happened. Her hands, which might have been clenched in anger or raised in pleading, fell limp to her sides. She crumpled to the ground without a sound, a final, soft exhalation of breath, the only testament to the life that had just been stolen from her. The vibrant, determined young woman was gone, replaced by a still, silent form. For a long moment, there was only the sound of the creek and the slow settling of dust motes in the shafts of afternoon sun. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt powder. Peter would have stood there, his heart hammering against his ribs, staring at what he had done. There she was, poor Ellen Smith, lying on the cold, cold ground. A single dark circle, no bigger than a coin, began to blossom on the fabric of her simple dress right over her heart. It was a neat, tidy, and absolutely final solution to his problem. Then, the cold clarity shattered, and the animal panic returned. His survival instinct screamed at him to run. He turned his back on what he had done, on the woman who had carried his child and his secret. He didn't look back. The rustle of his footsteps, quick and desperate through the underbrush, was the last human sound to disturb the scene. The woods swallowed him up, leaving behind only an awful, profound silence. And in the clearing, the sun continued to shine, the water continued to flow, and the birds eventually returned to their branches. Nature, indifferent and eternal, began the slow work of reclaiming the scene. Ellen Smith was left alone, with only the indifferent sky and the whispering trees as witnesses to her final moments. The story of the violence lives in the soil of that clearing, But the story of the aftermath is preserved in a different kind of silence, the quiet, dusty archives of the Forsyth County Courthouse. Here, the raw, human tragedy of Ellen Smith's death was translated into the cold, formal language of the law. I've held the photocopies in my own hands. The coroner's report, the court docket, the arrest warrant. Each one tells a piece of the story, but it's a version scrubbed clean of all emotion. The coroner's inquest is a marvel of clinical detachment. It describes the location where the body was found and the position in which she was lying. And then, the cause of death is recorded with chilling simplicity. Gunshot wound. That's it. Just 2 words to extinguish a life filled with hope, fear, and a desperate love. There is no mention of the rumored child, no hint of the ultimatum that signed her death warrant. The official record reduces the entire complex tragedy of Ellen's final moments to a simple medical observation. Then you see Peter de Graaf's name for the first time in the court's ledger. The State versus Peter de Graaf. Charge, murder. Black ink on a ruled line. The paper doesn't record the terror he must have felt as he fled through the woods. It doesn't acknowledge the powerful weight of his family's name or the public's immediate, overwhelming assumption of his guilt. It just lays out a simple, brutal equation. 1 victim, 1 accused. The entire storm of passion and desperation is boiled down to a case number. Reading these documents is like looking at a photograph of a house fire. You see the structure, the smoke, the event itself. But you can't feel the heat. You can't hear the screams. You can't smell the ash. The law is concerned with facts, with evidence that can be presented to a jury. It has no vocabulary for the intricate web of honor, shame, and class that drove these 2 people to that secluded spot. But these dry, impartial papers, for all their lack of soul, were about to set in motion a manhunt that would make Peter de Graaf a household name across the state. The law, once set in motion by those cold documents, moved with surprising speed. Suspicion fell on Peter de Graaf like a hawk on a field mouse, swift, singular, and absolute. He was her known lover. He had the motive, and he was the last person seen with her. He was arrested and charged with the murder of Ellen Smith. But in the courtroom, Peter was a different man from the panicked killer who fled the woods. He was unnervingly calm, dressed impeccably, denying everything with a steady voice. The evidence against him was powerful, but purely circumstantial. There was no murder weapon, no confession, no one who saw him pull the trigger. The prosecution built a case on motive and opportunity, while the defense chipped away at the lack of hard proof. The jury was torn, and the result was a mistrial. For a moment it seemed Peter de Graaf might just walk free. But a guilty man with a reprieve is a dangerous thing. Before a second trial could be convened, Peter made a move that would seal his fate more surely than any piece of evidence. With the help of his brother, he soared through the bars of his jail cell and, under the cover of a moonless night, vanished. To the public, this was the ultimate confession. An innocent man stands and fights for his name. A guilty man runs for his life. His escape transformed him from a suspect into a condemned fugitive in the eyes of the entire state. The law was no longer just seeking a conviction. It was now hunting a man who had made a mockery of it. The manhunt was vast. Telegraphs crackled with his description, and his name was on the lips of lawmen from Virginia to Tennessee. Months went by. The trail went cold. It seemed Peter de Graaf had been swallowed by the continent. Then, a tip came from a world away. He was found hundreds of miles from North Carolina, hiding in the most unlikely of places, working as a common hand in a traveling circus in Robinson, Kansas. The dapper man about town had become a ghost, living amongst the clowns and the carnies. The long arm of the law finally closed around him there, and he was brought back to Winston-Salem in chains, the spectacle of his capture only fueling the public's certainty of his guilt. His second trial was a formality. The courtroom was packed, the air thick with condemnation. This time, there was no doubt, no hesitation. The prosecution now had the most damning evidence of all: his flight from justice. The The jury didn't need to see a weapon. They saw a man who had run, and they knew why. The trial was swift, the arguments a foregone conclusion. The jury filed out and returned in what must have felt like a heartbeat. The court clerk asked for the verdict. A silence fell over the room, so heavy you could feel the weight of it in your chest. The foreman, a grim-faced farmer, rose to his feet, unfolded a small piece of paper, and spoke the single word that everyone had come to hear: guilty. The dry legal process that began with a line of ink in a ledger had found its final, brutal endpoint. Peter de Graaf was sentenced to hang by the neck until dead. Every story has an end, and for the people who live them, that end is often found in a place like this, the old Salem Cemetery. It's a quiet library of stone, where the final chapters of thousands of lives are etched into granite and marble. I came here to find the last, quiet resting places of the two people at the heart of our story. It doesn't take long to find Ellen's. Her grave is marked by a simple flat stone, a humble marker that lies low in the grass, easily missed if you aren't looking for it. There is no grand epitaph, just her name and the dates that bookend her short, tragic life. It is a lonely grave for a girl who died alone. And yet, her story has kept this spot from being forgotten. People still come. They know the ballad, and they seek out this small stone as a kind of pilgrimage. Her final resting place is as modest as the life she lived, but the legend that grew from it is monumental. In death, the poor, forgotten maid became more famous than any of the wealthy people buried around her. Then, you walk just 100 yards or so past other weathered stones, and you find the de Graaf family plot. And there he is, Peter de Graaf. His marker is part of a respectable family collection, more substantial than Ellen's, but weathered by the same century of sun and rain. And the irony is so thick you can almost taste it. He killed her to protect his family's name, to sever their connection forever. But here they lie, just a short walk from one another. Enemies in life, neighbors for all eternity in this silent city of the dead. Seeing these two stones, so close and yet worlds apart, makes you realize that the gallows was not the end of the story. It was only the end of Peter's. For the families left behind, for the community that had witnessed the tragedy, the consequences were just beginning to unfold. The final verdict had been delivered, but the long shadow of that day was only starting to stretch across the land. On February 8, 1894, a massive crowd gathered in Winston-Salem. It was a public holiday of the grimmest sort. They came to see Peter de Graaf hang. He was led to the gallows, and even in his final moments, he maintained his unnerving calm. He refused to confess. He did not ask for forgiveness. And here, the history of the event blurs into the legend. The story, the one that truly matters, is that as he stood on the gallows, with the rope around his neck, he handed a note to his brother. Some say it was a poem, a final confession scribbled on a scrap of paper. No one knows for sure if this note ever existed, but it didn't have to. The idea of it was enough. It was the confession the public craved, the final poetic admission of guilt that would become the very soul of the ballad. The trapdoor fell, and Peter de Graaf was gone. But the story was far from over. His execution did not bring peace. For Ellen Smith's family, there was no real victory. Their daughter was still gone, her name still tangled up in scandal. For the de Graaf family, the shame was permanent. Their son was a convicted murderer, his name a stain they would carry for generations. And for Fanny Fost, the woman Peter was supposed to marry, life was irrevocably altered. She had been saved from a marriage to a killer, but she would forever be known as the other woman in a famous murder case. The long shadow of that day fell across all of them. The survivors had to go on living in a town where every whisper, every knowing glance was a reminder of the tragedy. They had to rebuild their lives on the fractured ground of a scandal that was already becoming a local legend. The law had delivered its justice, the guilty party had paid the ultimate price, but the human cost continued to be paid in quiet grief and public shame for years to come. The event was over, but the memory, raw and painful, had just begun its long, slow burn into the community's consciousness. You would think that a story with a body, a killer, a trial, and an execution would have a clear, definitive ending. But it rarely works that way. The song that bears Ellen's name paints the picture in stark black and white. There is a villain and there is a victim. Peter de Graaf is the cold-hearted killer, and Ellen Smith is the poor, innocent girl he murdered. For the rest of the world, for anyone who has ever heard that mournful tune, that is the end of the story. It is a simple, powerful, and enduring morality tale. But when you spend time here, when you talk to people whose roots run deep in this soil, you find that the truth is never that clean. In the whispers and memories that were never set to music, a different, more complicated picture emerges. While no one defends what Peter did, the telling of the story shifts. In this version, Ellen is not just a passive lamb led to the slaughter. She is a woman who, finding herself in a desperate situation, used the only weapon she had, the threat of public shame. She gave an ultimatum, a high-stakes gamble in a game where she held very few cards. Likewise, in this whispered history, Peter de Graaf isn't a simple monster. He is a weak man, a foolish man, trapped by his own vices and the rigid expectations of his family. He was a coward, driven to an act of unimaginable cruelty, not by pure evil, but by the desperate fear of losing his social standing. This doesn't excuse him. It doesn't absolve him of his crime. But it recasts the story from a simple melodrama into a more complicated and perhaps more human tragedy about two flawed people crushed by the unforgiving social codes of their time. So which version is the truth? Was Ellen the pure innocent from the ballad, or the desperate gambler from the local law? Was Peter a cold-blooded predator, or a cornered coward? The answer is likely lost somewhere in the middle, in the unspoken words that passed between them in that clearing. The official record tells one story, the famous ballad tells another, and the quiet, persistent memory of the community tells a third. The truth, as it so often does, depends entirely on who is telling the story. And this is how a story truly becomes immortal. It's not in the court records or the newspaper clippings. In the mountains, a story survives when it is set to music. Almost immediately after Peter de Graaf's execution, the tale of what he had done was put to a simple, mournful tune. These murder ballads were the lifeblood of Appalachian history, a way of preserving cautionary tales and shocking news in a time before radio or television. They were the people's history, sung on porches and in parlors, passed down from one generation to the next. The ballad of poor Ellen Smith is a masterpiece of the form, chilling because it's told from the killer's point of view. It's not a song of remorse, but a cold, matter-of-fact confession. The lyrics, supposedly taken from that mythical note found on the gallows, captured the entire tragedy in a few unforgettable verses. It tells of the murder, the escape, the capture, and the final, lonely walk to the gallows. The song became so powerful, so definitive, that it completely overwrote the messy, complicated reality of the case. The legal arguments, the circumstantial evidence, the lack of a weapon, all of that faded away. The song became the truth. Over time, history dissolves and legend takes its place. The trauma of Ellen's death seeped into the very soil of this place, sprouting ghost stories. For 100 years, people have claimed to see a sorrowful apparition wandering the woods near the old water race, the ghost of a young woman in a simple dress, forever searching for the justice she was denied in life. The real Ellen Smith, the girl who worked at the hotel and dreamed of a better life, was gone. In her place was a folk hero, a ghost, and the title character of a timeless, haunting song, a cautionary tale that still echoes through these hills today. And so we find ourselves back where this journey began, here in this quiet clearing by the water. When we first stood here, it was just a peaceful spot in the woods, a place where nature had seemingly washed away the past. But it isn't quiet anymore, is it? Now, you can almost hear the echoes, the frantic, whispered argument, the single deafening crack of the pistol, and then the profound, awful silence that followed. We came here looking for the truth behind a famous song, and we found something far more raw and complicated. We found a story not just of a simple villain and a helpless victim, but of two desperate people trapped by the unforgiving social codes of their time. We found that the truth is rarely as clean as a ballad's verse. It's a powerful reminder that every forgotten place, every quiet wood like this one, has a story to tell if you're willing to listen. They are silent libraries, filled with tales of love, pride, and the terrible, irreversible choices that can change everything in a single heartbeat. The world that created Peter de Graaf and Ellen Smith is gone. The hotel she worked in, the gallows he died on, they have all vanished into time. The people themselves are little more than dust and whispers. But the ballad is still sung on porches and stages 100 years later. And the story remains. On September 14, 2007, a clerk in the Douglas County Courthouse in Nebraska stamped a document that would send a shockwave through the entire legal world. It was a lawsuit, like thousands of others, but the name listed for the defendant wasn't a person or a corporation. It was God. The newspapers called it the act of a madman, a joke taken too far. But the man who filed it was no fool. He was one of the most powerful politicians in the state. Today, we push past the laughter and the headlines to ask a question that strikes at the very heart of law and faith. What happens when a man uses a human court to demand justice from the Almighty? To understand the lawsuit, you first have to understand the man. Ernie Chambers wasn't some crackpot off the street. He was a living legend in Nebraska politics. For nearly 4 decades, he was a senator in the state's unique one-house legislature. He was a lion, a civil rights champion whose voice boomed through the marble halls of the Capitol, fighting for the poor, the forgotten, and the marginalized. He was known for his razor-sharp mind, his unmatched eloquence, and a stubborn refusal to back down from any fight he believed was just. He was a master of the law. He didn't just know the rules. He knew their spirit, their history, and most importantly, their weaknesses. He had spent a lifetime watching the gears of justice turn, sometimes with agonizing slowness, sometimes with breathtaking fairness. He believed in the system, or at least he believed in what it was supposed to be, a shield for the innocent and a sword against the powerful. But in the mid-2000s, Senator Chambers saw a sickness creeping into the courts he so respected. He saw lawsuits that seemed to defy common sense, clogging the dockets and turning halls of justice into a circus. People suing for anything and everything, using the sacred process of the law to settle petty grievances or chase easy money. To a man like Chambers, this wasn't just inefficient. It was a perversion, a mockery of the very idea of justice. He felt the system was becoming a parody of itself. He could have given a fiery speech on the Senate floor. He could have written a scathing newspaper column. But Ernie Chambers wasn't a man who settled for small gestures. He believed that to expose an absurdity, you had to meet it with an even greater absurdity. An idea began to form in his mind, an idea so radical, so audacious, it could only come from a man who knew the law so well he was willing to break its unwritten rules. He decided he would file a lawsuit of his own, but his target wouldn't be a person or a company. He would aim higher. He would take the logic of the frivolous lawsuit and push it to its absolute metaphysical limit. He was about to demonstrate the flaw in the system by creating a case so perfectly logical and yet so utterly impossible that no one would ever be able to forget it. The calm of the Nebraska judicial system was about to be shattered. And so, on a Friday in September, Ernie Chambers walked into the Douglas County Courthouse and fired his shot. The document he filed read not like a legal complaint, but like an indictment against the cosmos itself. With the cold, precise language of the law, he laid out his case against the defendant, God. He accused the Almighty of being directly responsible for untold suffering, for unleashing deadly floods, terrifying hurricanes, and violent tornadoes upon the world. The lawsuit went further. It charged God with making terroristic threats on a global scale, promising death, destruction, and eternal damnation to billions of people, including Senator Chambers and his constituents in Nebraska. It claimed the defendant's actions sowed fear, incited hatred, and led directly to wars, oppression, and genocide. And what did the plaintiff demand? Not money. He demanded a permanent injunction. He asked a human judge to issue a legal order telling God to stop. You can just imagine the silence in the clerk's office as they read the defendant's name. But it was a legally filed document, and they had no choice but to accept it. The news spread like a prairie fire. First, it was a local curiosity, then a statewide joke. Within days, it was international news. The courthouse was flooded with calls from journalists around the world. Was it real? Was the senator serious? To anyone who thought it was a prank, Chambers had a chillingly simple and logical response. He argued that if the courthouse doors were open to any citizen with a grievance, no matter how frivolous it seemed, then they had to be open to him too. He was a citizen. He had a grievance. He had identified the responsible party. The system, he was saying, had to either hear his case or admit that its doors were not, in fact, open to all. The trap had been set. The court had no choice but to respond. The case landed on the desk of Judge Marlon Polk, a man who had dedicated his life to the clear, predictable order of the law. And with that, the entire judicial system of Douglas County, a place built on evidence and procedure, found itself staring into a black hole of its own making. The machinery of justice, designed to handle earthly disputes, had just been tasked with judging heaven. You see, for the wheels of justice to even begin to turn, a fundamental step must be taken. The defendant must be officially notified. A summons must be served. It is the cornerstone of due process, a right so sacred that without it, no case can proceed. And that single simple rule became the entire battlefield. The lawsuit's central question wasn't about floods or tornadoes. It was this: how do you hand a piece of paper to a being who is everywhere and nowhere at once? In the courtroom, Senator Chambers stood before Judge Polk, his face a mask of solemn purpose. He argued with brilliant, infuriating logic. He stated that since the defendant, God, is by definition omniscient, he must already know about the lawsuit. Therefore, a formal summons was an unnecessary piece of human bureaucracy. The court was in a bind. To agree with Chambers would be to make a theological ruling. To disagree would be to ignore the plaintiff's point. Imagine being Judge Marlon Polk, sitting on that bench, the weight of centuries of legal precedent resting on your shoulders. The courtroom wasn't filled with the sounds of chaos. There were no shouts, no struggle. There was only a profound, suffocating silence. It was the sound of a system encountering a problem it was never designed to solve. The air was thick with the tension of an impossible choice. The world's media watched, waiting for the verdict, but the judge was trapped. This wasn't a slaughter of men, but a slaughter of certainty. The weapon wasn't a rifle, but a paradox. Every path the judge could take led to a contradiction. If he dismissed the case as frivolous, he would be violating the principle of open courts that Chambers was so cleverly exploiting. If he allowed it to proceed, he would be throwing the rulebook out the window. The case became a ghost in the machine of justice. It couldn't move forward. It couldn't be dismissed on its merits. The court, an institution of immense power, was rendered utterly impotent. The legal process was bleeding out on the courtroom floor, not from a wound of violence, but from a single, unanswerable question. The mighty sword of the law had struck against the infinite, and it simply stopped. For weeks, the lawsuit hung in the air over Douglas County, a question mark suspended in the halls of justice. The initial shock had given way to a tense, expectant silence. In his chambers, Judge Marlon Polk found himself in a legal no-man's land. He couldn't simply laugh the case out of court. Ernie Chambers was a respected senator, and his legal argument, however bizarre its premise, was technically sound. He was exploiting a loophole in the system's own philosophy of open access. The judge was a man of the book. He searched through volumes of case law, looking for precedent, for any case in history that could offer a sliver of guidance. But there was none. He was searching for a map in a country that didn't exist. The choice before him was monumental. Either he would break the court's own procedural rules, or he would allow a case against God to proceed. Either option would create a legal earthquake. Outside the courthouse walls, the story had become a global phenomenon. Legal scholars debated the jurisdictional paradox on television. Theologians argued the implications of a court even considering the matter. Late-night comedians told jokes, but beneath the laughter was a genuine fascination. Ernie Chambers had done more than file a lawsuit. He had posed a philosophical riddle that caught the imagination of the entire world. And what of Senator Chambers himself? He was the calm at the center of the storm. He gave interviews, not with the triumphant smirk of a prankster, but with the measured tone of a professor. He calmly and patiently explained his reasoning to anyone who asked. He wasn't trying to win, he was trying to teach. He had laid the trap, and now he simply watched as the entire legal world wrestled with it, exposing the very absurdity he had set out to demonstrate. The community wasn't in fear, but in a state of captivated disbelief. The courthouse, normally a place of quiet, everyday dramas, had become the stage for a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Everyone was waiting. The silence from the judge's chambers stretched on, but it wasn't an empty silence. It was the silence of a system thinking, of a man wrestling with an impossible problem, preparing to render a judgment that would be remembered for decades to come. And then, the day came. Judge Marlon Polk entered the courtroom, the weight of his decision palpable in the silent, crowded room. This wasn't a trial in the traditional sense. There were no witnesses called to the stand, no dramatic cross-examinations. The battle was fought entirely on the sterile landscape of legal procedure. The world's media held their breath, waiting to see how a small county court would solve a problem that had stumped philosophers for millennia. Judge Polk didn't try to answer the unanswerable. He didn't rule on whether God was responsible for hurricanes or whether the lawsuit had merit. He did something far more clever. He found his answer not in theology, but in the mundane, practical rules of civil procedure. He found the one thread that could unravel the entire case without touching the explosive questions at its core. He dismissed the case. But the reason he gave was a masterpiece of judicial logic. He stated that for the court to hear a case, it must first have jurisdiction over the defendant. And to establish that jurisdiction, the defendant must be properly served a summons. Since the defendant, God, had no fixed address and could not be served notice, the court simply had no power to proceed. The case was thrown out not because it was absurd, but because in the eyes of the law, the Almighty couldn't be found. It was a brilliant legal escape. The judge didn't try to slay the dragon. He simply declared that there was no address to send the challenge to. But Ernie Chambers didn't see it as a defeat. He stood before the reporters, a slight, knowing smile on his face. He argued that the judge's ruling was, in its own way, a profound victory for his cause. For the court to declare that it couldn't find God's address, he reasoned, it first had to implicitly acknowledge that there was someone to find. The verdict was in. The law of men had been applied. The system had protected itself by retreating behind its own procedural walls. But was it justice? Or was it the most elegant sidestep in legal history, a moment where the human system of rules looked into the infinite and chose, wisely, to look away? The gavel had fallen, but the real questions were left hanging, unanswered, in the quiet air of the courtroom. The television cameras eventually left Omaha. The reporters filed their last stories, and the world's attention moved on to the next spectacle. But the case of Chambers versus God never truly disappeared. It simply sank into the bedrock of legal history, becoming something of a legend. Today, it's a story told in law school classrooms, a famous case study used to teach the dry-as-dust concept of jurisdiction. It's a ghost story that lawyers tell, a cautionary tale about the absolute limits of the law. As for Senator Ernie Chambers, he didn't fade into obscurity. He went right back to the Capitol building and continued his life's work. He remained that lion of the Nebraska legislature for years, a fierce, unapologetic voice for his constituents, a constant thorn in the side of the establishment. When he finally left office, he was the longest-serving state senator in Nebraska's history. His legacy is one of fighting for the powerless, and this lawsuit was just his most famous weapon in a long and storied career. And the lawsuit itself? That document is still there, filed away in the archives of the Douglas County Courthouse. It's just a few pages of typed words in a manila folder, a humble physical artifact of a metaphysical battle. It bears no special markings. It isn't framed on a wall, but it is a silent witness, a tangible piece of a story that seems too absurd to be true. It's proof that once, a man walked into a courthouse and tried to hold the creator of the universe accountable under the laws of Nebraska. Most people have forgotten the headlines, and the name Marlon Polk is just another name on a long list of judges. But the system remembers. The archives remember. The story of that impossible lawsuit has become a permanent, if strange, part of American legal folklore, an echo in the halls of justice that serves as a quiet reminder of the day a mortal man used human rules to challenge the divine. So we come back to the question we started with. What happens when a man uses a human court to demand justice from the Almighty? The simple answer is, the court finds a way out. The system protects itself. But that's not the real lesson here. Ernie Chambers never expected to win an injunction against God. He wasn't trying to stop the rain. He was trying to make a point. This story isn't really about a battle between a man and his maker. It's a story about a brilliant mind using the logic of the law against itself to ask an eternal question. Who is truly responsible for the suffering in the world? And where are the limits of our own systems of justice? He held a mirror up to the court and forced it to admit that there are some problems, some defendants, that are simply too big for its rules to handle. It's a story of protest in its purest, most creative form. It teaches us that sometimes, to expose an absurdity, you must become an even greater one. Ernie Chambers was willing to look like a fool to the entire world to prove a point about the sanctity of justice. He never got a response from the defendant, but he forced a worldwide conversation, and in doing so, he achieved a far greater victory. When we think of train robbers, we picture cowboys on horseback chasing a locomotive across the open prairie. But what if the crime wasn't set against an endless sky, but in the pitch-black throat of a mountain? On October 23, 1901, the most luxurious train in Appalachia, the fast-flying Virginian, saw a red signal and slowed to a stop inside tunnel number 19. For the hundreds of sleeping passengers, it was just a minor delay. For the crew up front, it was the beginning of a nightmare. The men who emerged from the darkness weren't romantic bandits. They were something new, more ruthless. So what really happened inside that tunnel? And why has this brutal crime been almost completely forgotten? In the early 1900s, the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad was more than just tracks. It was a steel artery pumping life through the heart of Appalachia. It carried coal out of the mountains and brought the modern world in. And the crown jewel of the C&O line was the FFV, Limited, the fast-flying Virginian. This was no grimy freight hauler. It was a rolling palace of polished wood, plush velvet, and gleaming brass, a symbol of progress and prosperity slicing through the ancient, brooding hills. On board were wealthy industrialists, politicians, and families, dining in luxury or sleeping soundly in Pullman cars, utterly disconnected from the rugged land they were passing through. This land, the Allegheny Mountains of Virginia, was a world of stark contrasts. Small towns like Jerry's Run were nestled in valleys where life had followed the rhythm of the seasons for generations. But the railroad had changed everything. It brought jobs, money, and a new kind of tension. And it bred a new kind of man, caught between the old ways and the encroaching industrial age. The Flippin and Jenkins brothers were products of this world. George and Charles Flippin, Jack and Gus Jenkins. These weren't outsiders. They were local men. Rumor had it some of them had once worked for the C&O, their hands calloused by the same railroad they now saw as a target. They knew its schedules, its procedures, and its weaknesses. They weren't faceless bandits. They were neighbors, men who understood the land and the steel river that ran through it. They saw the FFV not as a symbol of progress, but as a fat prize, a rolling bank vault just waiting to be cracked. And in the heart of this territory lay Tunnel Number 19. It wasn't just a hole in a mountain. It was long, it was curved, and it was pitch black. Once a train entered, its engineer was blind to what was on the other side. For the passengers, it was a momentary darkness. But for men with local knowledge and a grudge, it was the perfect choke point. It was a natural trap designed by the mountain itself. And so, on that cool October night, the world held its breath. The luxurious FFV sped through the darkness, a cocoon of light and warmth. Inside the mail car, an express agent named Charles K. Bobbitt went about his duties, guarding the money and securities that were the lifeblood of the region's economy. He was just a man doing his job, unaware that 4 local men were waiting in the shadows, ready to turn his ordinary night into a legend of violence and greed. Little did anyone on that train know, the modern world was about to collide with the brutal reality of the mountains. Just after 10 o'clock, as the FFV Limited thundered towards Tunnel 19, the engineer saw a familiar sight. A single red light glowing in the distance, the universal signal to stop. He did what any railroad man would do. He slowed the massive engine, easing it into the gaping mouth of the tunnel, expecting a simple delay. And that's when the trap snapped shut. Out of the inky blackness, shadows detached themselves from the rock walls. Before the engineer or his fireman could react, armed men were swarming the locomotive. Imagine the terror. In front of them, the suffocating darkness of the tunnel. Behind them, hundreds of sleeping passengers who had trusted their lives to them. And right beside them, the cold glint of revolver barrels in the firebox glow. There was no negotiation. There was no room to run. The robbers' orders were precise and chillingly calm. They weren't interested in the passengers' jewelry or the cash in their wallets. They had a single, high-valued target. At gunpoint, they forced the engineer to perform an act of surgical precision. He had to uncouple the engine, along with the mail and baggage car directly behind it, from the rest of the train. With a loud metallic shriek, the connection was broken. The point of no return had been crossed. The robbers now commanded a ghost train, an engine and a single priceless car, pulling away from the main train and out the other side of the tunnel. The rest of the FFV, with its hundreds of oblivious souls, sat silent and dead on the tracks, abandoned in the dark heart of the mountain, their world of comfort and safety suddenly and irrevocably severed. Isolated from the main train, the mail car was now a steel coffin on wheels. Inside, Express Agent Charles Bobbitt knew he was in trouble. He heard the commotion, the decoupling of the cars, and he barricaded the heavy doors. The robbers shouted for him to open up. He refused. He was a railroad man, and this car was his responsibility. Their answer came not in words, but in a deafening roar that shook the very mountain. The outlaws didn't waste time on persuasion. They used dynamite. The massive car door, built to withstand nearly anything, was simply gone, reduced to a cloud of splinters and stinging, acrid dust. Through the settling smoke, the gang stormed the breach. And they saw him. Charles Bobbitt, wounded by the blast, but not broken. He was on his feet, revolver in hand, a lone guardian amidst the wreckage. What happened next was not a negotiation. It was a furious, echoing chaos in a cramped steel box. The small space was filled with the bark of pistols and the blinding flash of muzzle fire. It was over in seconds. When the ringing in their ears subsided, only one side was left standing. Charles Bobbitt lay on the floor of his car, a silent testament to a duty he refused to abandon, even in the face of certain death. Stepping over the fallen agent, the gang went to work with cold precision. They ripped open the safes, stuffing canvas bags with cash and securities. Their haul was estimated between $10,000 and $40,000, what would be well over $1 million today. With their prize secured, they didn't linger. Bags heavy with the railroad's lifeblood, they slipped out of the ruined car and melted back into the Appalachian night. The same forest that had birthed them now swallowed them whole, leaving behind only silence, smoke, and a hero lying on the floor. Back in the tunnel, confusion curdled into fear. The passengers of the FFV Limited sat in absolute darkness and silence, a silence that felt heavy and unnatural. When the train crew finally made their way forward through the cars, they found what the robbers had left behind. Nothing. The engine and mail car had simply vanished. It was only when they emerged from the far end of the tunnel on foot that they saw the scene of the crime. There, sitting alone on the tracks, was the locomotive and the brutalized mail car, its door blasted open like a gaping wound. Inside, amidst the wreckage and the smell of gunpowder, they found Charles Bobbitt. Against all odds, he was alive. Riddled with bullets and wounded by the dynamite blast, he was clinging to life with a tenacity that defied belief. He became an instant hero, the man who stared down the barrel of a gun and refused to back down. His survival was a miracle, a small point of light in an otherwise dark and vicious crime. The Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad was a corporate giant, and this was not just a theft, it was a declaration of war. An attack on their flagship train was an attack on their authority and their very honor. They responded with overwhelming force. Their own police force was mobilized, and they called in the best and most ruthless help money could buy, the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. These were not local sheriffs. They were the infamous strikebreakers and union busters who would later become feared enforcers for the coal barons. They were professional manhunters, and they descended on the Alleghenies with a single-minded purpose. A massive manhunt began. The news spread like wildfire along the telegraph lines that crisscrossed the mountains. A huge reward was offered, turning neighbors into potential informants. The world was changing fast, and the dense Appalachian forests, once an impenetrable sanctuary for outlaws, were now surrounded by a network of technology and law. The gang might have known the woods like the back of their hand, but they were now trapped within them. Fear and rumor swept through the valleys. Every stranger was viewed with suspicion. People whispered stories about the brutal dynamite attack, about the bravery of the express agent, and about the audacious local boys who had dared to challenge the mighty C&O. The Flippin' Jenkins gang had pulled off the perfect crime, but in doing so, they had brought the full weight of the industrial world crashing down upon their heads. The mountains that had been their shield were now becoming their cage. The Appalachian forests couldn't hold them forever. The gang's downfall wasn't a dramatic last stand in a mountain hollow, but a quiet betrayal by the very thing they stole. They began spending the new, crisp banknotes, money that was as traceable in that era as a marked bill is today. Informants, lured by the massive reward, took note. One by one, The Baldwin-Felts detectives, methodical and relentless, tracked them down. Within weeks, the Flippin' Jenkins gang was in chains. Their trial was a major event in the quiet county. The courthouse was packed to the rafters, with a tense mix of curious locals, grim-faced railroad officials, and heavily armed guards. It felt less like a quest for truth and more like a show of force. This wasn't a dispute between neighbors. This was the C&O Railroad, a titan of industry, making it clear that its domain was absolute. The lawyers for the prosecution, funded by the railroad, were sharp and merciless, painting a picture of pure, unadulterated evil. In the defendant's box sat the four men, no longer the masters of the dark tunnel, but pale and exposed under the harsh light of the courtroom. There were no romantic pronouncements, no defiant speeches for the newspapers. By all accounts, they were sullen and defeated. They were local men, known in their communities, now stripped of all power, facing a legal machine they had no hope of overcoming. They were men of the mountains, but they were being judged by the unyielding law of the modern world. The evidence was overwhelming. The testimony of the train crew, the recovered loot, their own confessions, it all formed an ironclad case. The defense attorneys could do little more than go through the motions. The outcome was never in doubt. This trial wasn't about determining guilt or innocence, it was about delivering a message. The verdict, when it came, was as swift and decisive as the dynamite blast they had used. Guilty on all counts. And the sentence was a living death, life in the Virginia State Penitentiary. There was no glory, no ballad sung of their deeds. They weren't hanged and turned into martyrs. They were simply erased, condemned to fade away into the anonymity of the prison system. So, was this justice? For the railroad, absolutely. For Charles Bobbitt, who carried the scars for the rest of his life, it most certainly was. But for the people watching, it felt like something else. It was the cold, efficient justice of a corporation, a power that could reach into the deepest parts of Appalachia and extinguish any who dared to challenge it. The Flippin' Jenkins gang were violent criminals, but their fate was also a stark warning to everyone in the mountains. The old ways were over. The railroad was king. So what became of the Flippin' Jenkins gang, the men who brought terror to the FFV Limited? They didn't become folk heroes like Jesse James. There were no daring escapes, no ballads sung of their exploits. They simply vanished into the stone walls of the Virginia Penitentiary. They lived out their days as anonymous numbers in the prison system, their names and their crime fading from public memory until they died, forgotten men paying a long, slow price for a few minutes of violent greed. But what about the true hero of that night, Express Agent Charles K. Bobbitt? His story is the one that deserves to be remembered. He not only survived his horrific wounds, but he became a symbol of courage for the C&O Railroad. The company rewarded him for his bravery, and he continued to work on the railroad he had defended with his life, serving faithfully until his retirement. He didn't seek fame or glory. He was a quiet, dutiful man who, when tested by fire and dynamite, proved to be stronger than steel. And what of the stage for this drama? Tunnel 19 still cuts through the mountain near Jerry's Run, Virginia. The FFV Limited is long gone, a ghost of a more elegant age, but the steel artery remains. Freight trains, the modern workhorses of the railroad, still thunder through that same darkness, their powerful horns echoing in the valleys. For the engineers today, it's just another tunnel, a number on a map. Most have no idea that they are passing through the scene of one of the most audacious and brutal crimes in Appalachian history. But a story this violent leaves more than just physical marks. It leaves a legend. For over a century, a whisper has persisted in the hills around Jerry's Run, the rumor of lost gold. The story goes that the gang, in their frantic escape, managed to bury a portion of their loot somewhere in the dense woods. Even now, locals and treasure hunters armed with metal detectors still comb the mountainsides, searching for a fortune that likely never existed outside of campfire tales. It seems the lure of the robbers' gold has lasted far longer than the memory of the men themselves. The official records may gather dust, but the mountains, they remember everything. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning. Why has this crime, so bold and so brutal, been almost completely erased from history? The answer lies in the crime itself. There was no romance here. This was not a story of noble outlaws fighting a corrupt system. This was a story of dynamite, greed, and a cold-blooded attack on a man just doing his job. It was a calculated industrial crime, born from the soot and steel of a new era, and it didn't fit the clean, romantic narrative of the Wild West that America wanted to believe. The mythology of the prairie, with its wide-open spaces, simply overshadowed the dark, complex reality of the mountains. The story of the Tunnel 19 robbery is a stark reminder that the history of Appalachia is not one of simple hillbillies or quaint folk tales. It's a story of profound and often violent collision between old ways and new technology, between the code of the mountains and the law of the corporation. The Flippin' Jenkins gang weren't cowboys. They were a new breed of industrial bandits, as much a product of the railroad as the coal it carried. And in their swift and ignominious end, we see the raw power of the industrial world asserting its dominance over the old frontier. But if there is a lesson here, it is not just one of cruelty. It's also found in the quiet courage of a man like Charles K. Bobbitt, an ordinary man who, when plunged into the heart of darkness, refused to break. He represents the other side of the Appalachian spirit, not the outlaw defiance, but the deep-rooted resilience, the sense of duty, and the simple, unshakable will to endure. His legacy, though quieter, is far more powerful than any lost gold. It reminds us that true grit isn't found in taking a prize, but in protecting what's entrusted to you, no matter the cost. On October 20th, 1865, 6 long months after the Civil War had officially ended, a man stood on the gallows in Nashville, Tennessee. The great armies were silent, the soldiers paroled and sent home to rebuild their shattered lives. But for this man, there would be no peace. He wasn't being hanged for treason. He was charged with 53 counts of murder. He was a supposed Confederate soldier, yet he was being treated like a common criminal, a monster beyond pardon. What did this man do that was so terrible, even by the brutal standards of war, that forgiveness was impossible? To understand the blood that was spilled, you must first understand the land that soaked it up. The Cumberland Mountains, straddling the border of Kentucky and Tennessee, were a world unto themselves in 1861. This wasn't a land of grand plantations or bustling cities. It was a rugged, isolated quilt of misty hollows, dense forests, and winding rivers, a place where the mountains themselves dictated the terms of life. The people here were as tough and unyielding as the rock beneath their feet, forged by hardship and bound by codes older than the nation itself. Their loyalties were not to distant governments in Washington or Richmond. They were to family, to kin, to the neighbor who helped you raise a barn, or the one you shared a long, simmering feud with over a property line. Here, personal honor was everything, and a grudge could be passed down through generations like a family heirloom. It was a place of deep faith and fierce independence, where the law was often just a suggestion and real justice was handled face to face. When the Civil War came, it didn't arrive like a disciplined army marching in formation. It seeped into these hollows like a poison, turning the very fabric of this society against itself. The conflict wasn't about slavery for most of these mountain folk. It was about loyalty, and it split communities with a surgical cruelty. Friend turned against friend, cousin took up arms against cousin. A dispute over a stray hog from 10 years prior could now be settled with a rifle, all under the banner of Union or Confederacy. Into this cauldron of simmering hate stepped 2 men who would become the living symbols of this brutal personal war. One was Samuel Champ Ferguson, a man with a temper as sharp as his knife, who would side with the Confederacy. The other was David "Tinker" Dave Beatty, a staunch Unionist, as rugged and determined as his rival. They weren't generals or politicians. They were neighbors, products of the same mountains, who would soon become mortal enemies. This, then, was the world that was lost. It was a hard world, a violent world, but it had its own order. The people of the Cumberland Plateau stood to lose more than just a war. They stood to lose their homes, their families, and the unwritten laws that had governed their lives for a century. They were about to become the victims of a war fought not on battlefields, but in their own backyards, by their own people. There was no single crime scene cordoned off with yellow tape. In the borderlands of 1861, the crime scene was an entire mountain range. The first shots of Champ Ferguson's personal war weren't fired on a battlefield, but in a secluded clearing, witnessed only by the silent, ancient trees. The first report of the crime didn't come from a sheriff, but from the whispers that snaked through the hollows, carried on the wind like a bad omen. The most verifiable story begins with a capture. A group of local Unionists, led by a man named William Frog, cornered Ferguson and his friend Preston Smith. This was not a formal military arrest. It was a kidnapping, an act of personal power in a land where badges and uniforms meant less than the name your family carried. They were dragged to a makeshift camp, a place where the only law was the will of the man holding the gun. There was no trial, no charge read, just the cold, hard glint of hatred in Frog's eyes. The scene that unfolded was one of stark, summary brutality. Frog, acting as judge, jury, and executioner, declared Preston Smith an enemy. Before anyone could process what was happening, he raised his pistol. A single shot echoed through the hollow, and Smith fell dead to the ground. In that instant, Champ Ferguson, bound and helpless, watched his friend be murdered not for a cause, but for a conviction. He saw the grim satisfaction on Frog's face and understood that the rules of civilization no longer applied here. The only evidence left at the scene was a fresh grave, if they even bothered to dig one, and the memory of the man who got away. In a desperate surge of adrenaline, Ferguson broke free. He scrambled into the dense woods as bullets tore through the bark around him, a ghost in motion, fueled by pure terror and a dawning, white-hot rage. The tracks he left were not of a soldier retreating, but of an animal escaping a trap, an animal that would soon learn to become the hunter. This singular, brutal event was immediately tangled with other, even darker whispers. Stories began to circulate about a different kind of crime scene at Ferguson's own cabin. People said that Unionist home guards had come for him while he was away, finding his wife and young daughter sick in their beds. The tale, told in hushed tones, claimed the men forced the ailing women out into the freezing cold, an act of such profound cruelty that they soon died. Was it true? Or was it a legend that grew from the seed of Preston Smith's murder? The wilderness offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions that all pointed to one terrifying certainty. A reckoning was coming. When the storm of violence finally broke, it wasn't a random tempest. It was a targeted lightning strike. The first suspects in Ferguson's war, the first men he hunted, were not strangers in blue uniforms from a distant northern state. They were his neighbors. They were the men he held personally responsible for shattering his world. His rage had a face and a name, and at the top of that list were William Frog and Tinker Dave Beatty. The motive was as clear as a mountain stream and as dark as a grave. Everyone in the borderlands knew the story of Preston Smith's execution. William Frog hadn't just killed a Confederate sympathizer. He had murdered Champ Ferguson's friend in cold blood right before his eyes. The image of his friend falling, the puff of gun smoke in the cold air, the casual cruelty of the act. It was a wound that could only be cauterized with blood. This was a debt of honor, And in the mountains, such debts are always paid in full. Layered over this undeniable act was the even more potent legend of his wife and daughter. Whether the story of the Unionist home guards forcing them from their sickbeds was entirely true, or a tale that grew larger in the telling, doesn't matter. Ferguson believed it. He carried that story in his heart like a burning coal, a narrative of unimaginable cruelty that justified any atrocity in return. He saw Tinker Dave beat his men not as soldiers, but as monsters who had preyed upon the helpless and desecrated the sanctity of his home. The whispers that followed Ferguson as he slipped back into the mountains were not of strategy or politics. They were of a vow. He made no secret of his intentions. He told anyone who would listen that he was on a mission of vengeance. He swore an oath that for every friend, for every family member lost, 100 Yankees would pay the price. The initial evidence of his coming rampage was his own chilling declaration of a war of extermination, a promise to hunt down and kill every last man he held accountable, giving no quarter and taking no prisoners. The borderlands were no longer a battleground, they were his personal hunting ground. But Ferguson's rage, as potent as it was, did not burn in a vacuum. A fire that big needs fuel, and it needs air. While his enemies gave him the spark, it was the people he considered allies, his own neighbors, and the very cause he fought for, who fanned the flames. This introduces the second, more insidious suspect in the creation of this monster, the quiet poison of internal betrayal. Ferguson became a weapon, but the hands that aimed him often belonged to his friends. No one suspected the motives of the Confederate-leaning families who offered him shelter, food, and information. They were seen as patriots supporting a local hero. But beneath the surface, older, more personal currents were at play. A long-standing land dispute, a family insult from a generation ago, simple jealousy. These were the true motives that often guided Ferguson's hand. A farmer would ride to his camp, not with news of troop movements, but with a whisper that his Unionist neighbor, the one who owned the fertile bottomland he'd always coveted, was a dangerous bushwhacker. When re-examined, the pattern of his killings suggests a darker truth. Why was Elam Huddleston, a sickly old man, a priority for execution? Because someone in the community declared him a very bad man. Ferguson, consumed by his own mission of vengeance, was the perfect tool. He didn't need much proof. A pointed finger from a supposed ally was enough. He became the physical manifestation of his community's petty hatreds, settling their private scores under the public banner of the Confederacy, perhaps without even realizing he was being used. This betrayal extended all the way to the top. The Confederate government in Richmond was happy to have men like Ferguson terrorizing the Unionist population, disrupting supply lines and tying down troops. They gave him legitimacy, a captain's commission, a flag to fly. But it was a relationship of convenience. They wanted the chaos he created, but they kept him at arm's length, officially disavowing his most brutal tactics. They betrayed the very guerrilla fighters they empowered, using them for the war's dirtiest work and leaving them to face the consequences alone. Ferguson thought he was a soldier, but to many on his own side, he was just a rabid dog, to be unleashed on their enemies and put down when he was no longer useful. But beyond the personal hatreds that festered in the mountain hollows, a larger, more impersonal storm was gathering. This threat came from outside the tight-knit world of the borderlands, an organized force that saw these hills not as a collection of homes and families, but as a strategic chessboard. This was the formal war machine of the United States and the Confederacy, and its arrival would pour gasoline on the fires of local feuds. To the Union High Command in Nashville and Washington, Champ Ferguson was not a grieving husband or a man avenging a friend. He was simply a problem to be solved, an infection of rebellion in a strategically important region. Their motive was cold, calculated, and entirely impersonal. Pacify the area, protect Union supply lines, and eliminate all irregular resistance. They sent patrols of uniformed soldiers, men who didn't know the local families or their histories. To these outsiders, A man ploughing his field could be a farmer or a guerrilla fighter in disguise. They often couldn't tell the difference, and their harsh methods bred even more resentment. From the other direction, the Confederate leadership applied its own external pressure. They saw in Champ Ferguson not a man, but a weapon. His personal vendetta was a useful tool for terrorizing Unionist sympathizers and disrupting federal operations, all at little cost to the formal Confederate Army. They gave him a captain's commission, a thin veneer of legitimacy for his bloody work. Men like General John C. Breckinridge were happy to use Ferguson's savage band of riders for a specific military objective, like the attack on Saltville, and then look the other way when the butchery began. Ferguson was their asset, a wild dog they could point in the right direction, whose savagery served their larger, impersonal goals. The presence of these organized armies created a new climate of fear, squeezing the people of the mountains in a terrible vice. Suddenly, strange men in uniform were a common sight on the winding roads, carrying an air of official, indifferent menace. They brought with them a different kind of violence, organized, efficient, and absolute. The personal war of neighbor against neighbor was now caught up in a national conflict, escalating the stakes beyond anything the locals could have imagined. This external pressure crushed the old rules of the mountains, leaving a vacuum where only the most brutal could thrive. The hunt for Champ Ferguson began in earnest, a desperate attempt to cage the monster that had been unleashed. The primary hunter was his arch-nemesis, Tinker Dave Beatty, a man who knew the mountains as well as Ferguson did. He was joined by patrols of Union cavalry, professional soldiers sent to bring order to a land that had never known it. They had a clear target and a righteous cause. But they soon discovered they weren't hunting a man. They were chasing a phantom. Every lead they followed seemed to dissolve into the Appalachian mist. A farmer would ride breathlessly into a Union camp, swearing he'd just seen Ferguson and his men watering their horses at Calfkiller Creek. A posse would be formed, riding hard for hours through treacherous terrain, only to arrive and find nothing but hoof prints fading in the mud and the cold ashes of a long-dead campfire. Ferguson was a master of the wilderness. He knew every hidden hollow, every game trail, every cave that could shelter a man from a storm or a patrol. The mountains that were a confusing, hostile maze to the outsiders were his sanctuary. The Union soldiers operated on the assumption that they were fighting a guerrilla company. They looked for camps, for supply lines, for patterns. But Ferguson fought by no book of military tactics. He and his small band of riders would materialize on a remote road, carry out an execution, and then vanish, melting back into the forest as if they were never there. They would ride 30 miles in a night, split up, and rendezvous days later at a prearranged spot known only to them. Tracking them was like trying to track a dozen individual wolves at once. One promising report placed Ferguson at a sympathizer's farm, preparing for an evening meal. A full company of Union soldiers surrounded the property in the dead of night, moving with painstaking silence. They burst into the cabin at dawn, ready for a firefight, only to find the farmer's family calmly eating breakfast. The farmer would claim he hadn't seen Ferguson in months, his face a perfect mask of innocence. The soldiers would leave empty-handed and furious, never knowing that Ferguson had been watching them from a wooded ridge the entire time, warned hours earlier by a signal from a trusted neighbor. With every failed raid, every cold trail, the frustration of the Union forces grew into a palpable rage. And for the Unionist families living in those isolated hollows, that frustration translated into pure terror. They knew the soldiers couldn't protect them. They knew that Ferguson was always watching, and that the price for talking to the Federals was a visit in the night from which there was no return. The more the law failed to catch him, the more powerful his legend became, and the deeper the fear settled into the bones of the community. The Union Army quickly learned that the dense forests and rocky bluffs were not the most formidable obstacles in their hunt for Champ Ferguson. The true fortress that protected him was a silent, invisible wall built by the people of the mountains themselves. When soldiers came asking questions, they were met with blank stares, shrugged shoulders, and a maddeningly consistent refrain. Saw nothing, heard nothing, knew nothing. This was the omerta of the Appalachians, a code of silence more binding than any law. This silence was rooted first and foremost in pure, paralyzing fear. Ferguson wasn't just a soldier, he was a specter of vengeance. He cultivated terror as a weapon. Stories, true or not, of his brutality were his greatest ally. He was known to decapitate his victims and leave their heads on fence posts as a grim message to others. A farmer who might have considered cooperating with the Union patrol knew that the soldiers would eventually leave. But Ferguson would remain. A whispered word to the wrong person could lead to a visit in the dead of night, a barn burned to the ground, or a fate far, far worse. But it wasn't just fear. It was a complex web of family ties and a deep-seated suspicion of outsiders. Ferguson was a local man. His kin and his wife's kin were woven into the fabric of the community. Turning him over to an army of strangers felt like a profound betrayal of their own blood. To many, the Union soldiers were an occupying force, invaders who didn't understand their ways, their feuds, or their loyalties. In the stark calculus of the mountains, it was often better to shelter your own monster than to trust the justice of a foreigner. This wall of silence took a heavy psychological toll. The air in these hollows grew thick with unspoken truths. Neighbors who had known each other for generations now avoided eye contact, their conversations becoming clipped and shallow, terrified of letting a dangerous word slip. Old Man Hemlock, who lived on the ridge overlooking the Calf Killer River, once mentioned to a traveling peddler that he'd seen riders pass his cabin late one night. A week later, he found his prize hog, his food for the winter, slaughtered in its pen. No one said a word, but the message was as clear as a gunshot in the night. In this world, the only thing more dangerous than Champ Ferguson's rifle was your own tongue. Silence had become the only armor they had left. For 4 years, the war had been the perfect cover for Ferguson's savagery. But in April of 1865, a piece of information more powerful than any army trickled into the Cumberland Mountains. It wasn't a secret whispered in a cabin or a clue found on a body. It was the news of General Lee's surrender at Appomattox. The Civil War was over, and with that single undeniable fact, the entire world shifted under Champ Ferguson's feet. The overlooked detail, the forgotten clue that broke the case wide open, was his own identity. For years, he had operated under the belief that he was a soldier, a commissioned captain in the Confederate Army. His killings, in his own mind, were acts of war. But the surrender stripped away that justification. The cause he fought for no longer existed. The government that gave him a commission was dissolved. Suddenly, his actions had to be re-examined, not as tactics in a guerrilla conflict, but as individual crimes. He was no longer a soldier. He was just a man who had killed, by his own count, over 100 people. The true turning point, however, was an act of profound arrogance on Ferguson's part. Believing his commission made him a legitimate combatant, he thought he was entitled to the same amnesty being offered to thousands of other Confederate soldiers. He made a fatal miscalculation. Instead of disappearing deeper into the mountains or fleeing west, he did the unthinkable. In May of 1865, he willingly rode into the Union-occupied city of Nashville and presented himself to the authorities to surrender and receive his parole. The moment he gave his name, the perception of the situation changed in a flash. The Union officers didn't see a weary soldier seeking peace. They saw a name from countless reports of atrocities. They saw the butcher of the Saltville massacre, the specter who had haunted the borderlands for 4 years. The forgotten clue, Ferguson's own wanted status as a war criminal, was no longer forgotten. Instead of a parole slip, they gave him iron handcuffs. The news of his capture was like a thunderclap across the mountains. The ghost had been caught. The boogeyman was in chains. And with that revelation, the wall of silence, which had been held together by fear, began to crumble. A new, desperate urgency took hold. not to find a killer, but to finally bear witness against him. The stories that had been buried in the dark soil of the Cumberlands for 4 long years were about to be unearthed. The climax of Champ Ferguson's story did not happen in a bloody mountain skirmish, but in the suffocating stillness of a Nashville courtroom in the autumn of 1865. The Phantom of the Cumberlands was finally caged, a physically imposing figure in the witness box, but his legend was about to be systematically dismantled, not by bullets, but by words. The central mystery was finally being addressed. Was this man a soldier, twisted by the horrors of war, or was he something else entirely? The trial would unmask him. The prosecution built its case brick by bloody brick. One by one, witnesses took the stand, widows, orphans, old men who had survived by some miracle. They didn't speak of battles or military objectives. They spoke of ambushes on lonely roads, of men shot down while pleading for their lives, of executions carried out with a terrifying calmness. They described Ferguson personally killing the sickly, bedridden Lieutenant Smith in a field hospital, dragging him from his cot and shooting him in the head. This wasn't war, it was murder. Then came the testimony that shocked a nation already numb to the horrors of the conflict. The Saltville Massacre. Eyewitnesses, including Confederate officers, described the scene after the battle. They told the court how Ferguson and his men rode onto the field, ignoring the rules of surrender, and began a 2-day orgy of slaughter. They recounted watching him personally execute dozens of wounded and captured black soldiers from the 5th U.S. Colored cavalry, shooting them in their hospital beds and hunting them down in the woods. This act was so barbaric, it went beyond vengeance or military necessity. It was an act of pure, unadulterated hatred. But the final, definitive unmasking came from the mouth of Champ Ferguson himself. He took the stand, not with remorse, but with a chilling, defiant pride. He admitted to everything. He calmly confirmed the killings, one after another. His defense was simple and horrifying. He was a soldier, and these men were the enemy. When asked about killing the sick Lieutenant Smith, Ferguson coolly replied, "He was a bad soldier, and I wanted to get him out of the way." In that moment, the mask was gone forever. The journal, the letter, the forgotten clue, it was his own testimony. His motive was laid bare, and it was far darker than simple revenge. Vengeance may have been the spark, but the fire was fueled by something else, a cold, methodical enjoyment of power and death. He had appointed himself the ultimate arbiter of life and death in the mountains. The war had not created a monster. It had simply given a monster the perfect opportunity to flourish. The man in the witness box was not a soldier. He was a killer who had found his calling. Now that we know the verdict of the court, we can finally reconstruct the truth of those 4 terrifying years. We can push aside the rumors and legends and piece together the events, not as a soldier would tell them, but as the mountains themselves must remember them. For 4 years, the sound of a lone rider in the distance was enough to make a mother pull her children inside and bolt the door. A dog's frantic barking that was suddenly cut short was a sound that chilled the blood. Imagine a small, makeshift hospital, a place of supposed sanctuary where wounded Union men lay shivering with fever and pain. Their war was over. The doors burst open, not with medics, but with Ferguson and his men. The doctor's pleas for mercy were met with cold silence. Then came the sounds, a series of muffled, ugly pops, one after another, each one followed by a final groan that was quickly silenced. A young lieutenant, sick with measles and no threat to anyone, was pulled from his cot. His bare feet scraped against the rough floorboards. Another sharp report echoed in the small room, followed by the heavy, final sound of a body hitting the floor. When the raiders left, an unnatural stillness filled the space, a silence more terrifying than any scream. Picture the scene at Saltville, Virginia. The formal battle was over. The Union forces, including the 5th U.S. Colored Cavalry, had retreated. But for the wounded and the captured left behind, the horror was just beginning. For 2 days, Ferguson rode across the field, a dark silhouette against a grey sky. From the surrounding hills, witnesses could hear the sporadic popping sound of his revolver over and over again. They saw wounded men, black soldiers who had fought bravely and surrendered, trying to crawl to the safety of the woods. The horsemen would follow. There would be another pop, and the crawling would cease. The battlefield, which had been a place of combat, became a silent field of execution, its fallen soldiers not casualties of war, but victims of a massacre. And then there were the personal encounters, the moments of intimate, face-to-face terror. An old man, Elam Huddleston, sickly and frail, stood before Ferguson, pleading that he was too weak to have ever been a threat. Ferguson's voice was flat, a pronouncement of fate. "You are said to be a very bad man." A single deafening crack sent the birds scattering from the trees for a mile around. Then there was only the sound of the rider's horse sighing as he turned to leave, leaving another dark stain on the Appalachian soil. This was the truth of Champ Ferguson's war. It wasn't fought on battle lines with cannons, but in sick rooms, on fields of surrender, and on lonely mountain roads, with a cold heart and a steady hand. The trial of Champ Ferguson wasn't held in some dusty mountain town courthouse where his name carried the weight of fear and legend. It was a formal military tribunal in Nashville, a public spectacle for a nation grappling with the war's savage legacy. The room was packed, the air thick with tension. Newspaper reporters from as far away as New York scribbled furiously in their notebooks, eager to capture every detail of the man they had already dubbed the great guerrilla chieftain and the Confederate demon. This wasn't just a trial for murder. It was an attempt to draw a line, to declare that even in the hell of a civil war, some acts were simply beyond the pale. Throughout the proceedings, Champ Ferguson was a figure of unnerving composure. As witness after witness took the stand to recount tales of cold-blooded slaughter, he watched them with a steady, unblinking gaze. He showed no remorse, no fear, not even a flicker of regret. He listened as men described him shooting the wounded in their beds, and his expression never changed. When it was his turn to speak, his defense was as simple as it was shocking. He claimed he was a soldier, a commissioned officer of the Confederacy. Every man he killed, he argued, was an enemy combatant in a war where the official policy, on both sides of the border conflict, was no quarter. In his mind, he was not a murderer. He was a patriot who had simply fought the war with more conviction than most. But the military commission was not swayed. The testimony was too damning, the victims too helpless, the cruelty too personal. They saw the clear pattern. This was not a soldier's work. This was a campaign of personal extermination, cloaked in the thin justification of a military commission. On October 10, 1865, the verdict came back. Guilty. The sentence was death by hanging. For most of the nation, the verdict was a moment of catharsis, a righteous judgment against one of the war's most notorious villains. Justice, it seemed, had been served. But back in the hollows of White County, Tennessee, on the good rebel soil where Ferguson had asked to be buried, the verdict was heard differently. To his family, his friends, and his sympathizers, he was not a war criminal. He was a soldier who had been martyred by a victor's court. They argued that Union guerrillas like Tinker Dave Beatty had committed similar acts and were now hailed as heroes. To them, Champ Ferguson wasn't hanged for his crimes. He was hanged for fighting for the Confederacy. The verdict, a clear-cut case of guilt in the eyes of the law, remains a subject of bitter debate in those mountains to this day, a perfect symbol of the brothers' war, where one man's monster is another man's hero. Champ Ferguson's death was not an end. It was a beginning. The beginning of a long and bitter memory that would coil itself around the lives of everyone he had ever touched. For his own family, the name Ferguson became both a curse and a martyr's cry. They buried his body in the good rebel soil he requested, but they could not bury his legacy. For generations, his descendants would carry the weight of his actions, forced to live in the shadow of a man remembered by half their neighbors as a monster and by the other half as a hero betrayed. His name was a burden, a mark that set them apart in the very hills they called home. And what of his great rival, Tinker Dave Beatty? He had won. He had outlasted his nemesis and fought for the victorious side. But victory in a war like this is a fragile, haunted thing. Beatty lived a long life, but the brutal tactics he had been forced to adopt, the friends he had lost, and the constant threat he had lived under for 4 years left scars that no government pension could heal. He had survived the devil himself, but the fight had cost him a piece of his own soul. Peace in the mountains was a quiet, uneasy thing, and for a man like Beatty, the silence was likely filled with the ghosts of the war he had fought and won. For the families of the men Ferguson killed, his execution was a final, terrible chapter. It was justice, but it was not restoration. It could not bring back a husband, a father, or a son. They now had to live in a fractured community, walking the same roads and frequenting the same general store as the very people who had sheltered Ferguson, who had fed him, who had kept silent while he hunted their loved ones. The immediate threat was gone, but the sense of betrayal remained, a quiet, simmering poison that would taint relationships in those hollows for decades. The lives of those falsely accused, or those whose only crime was loyalty to the Confederacy, were also irrevocably altered. Many who had sympathized with Ferguson, who saw him as their protector, now bore the stain of his crimes. Their reputations were tarnished by association. They were the neighbors of a convicted mass murderer, a label that the victorious Unionists would never let them forget. Ferguson's execution only hardened their bitterness, cementing a sense of grievance that would be passed down to their children and their children's children, fueling the simmering resentments of the lost cause. The war was over, but the battle lines in the hearts of the people were now drawn in stone. The story of Champ Ferguson did not end on the gallows, and it wasn't sealed in his tomb. If you travel today to the France Cemetery in White County, Tennessee, you can still find his grave. It is a simple, weathered stone, a quiet place that belies the violent life of the man buried beneath it. This patch of earth is the most tangible remnant of his story, a physical anchor point connecting our world to his. You can stand there and look out at the same rolling hills he once rode through and feel the chilling presence of the past. The mountains themselves have not forgotten. The Calf-Killer River still flows, its name a permanent grisly reminder of the frontier violence that shaped this land long before the Civil War. The fog still clings to the hollows where he and his men would disappear, and the winding roads they used for ambush are still there, many of them now paved over, but following the same treacherous paths. The landscape of the Cumberland Plateau is a silent monument, etched with the memories of every skirmish, every execution, every desperate flight from justice. But the true echoes are not in stone or soil, they are in the whispers and the stories. To this day, the tale of Champ Ferguson is told in the borderlands, a local legend as potent as any ghost story. It's a story told around hunting campfires, a cautionary tale passed from grandfathers to their grandsons. They still talk about the myth of his missing head, the ghoulish rumor that his skull was taken for scientific study, a final indignity for the man who had terrorized their ancestors. Most powerfully, the war over Champ Ferguson's soul continues to this day. Walk into a local diner or hardware store in that part of the country and ask if he was a hero or a monster. You will start an argument that is just as passionate and divided now as it was in 1865. The world has forgotten, but these mountains remember. They remember because the war he fought was not just about North and South, it was about them. And that memory is now a part of their very identity, a living echo of a time when the devil himself rode the hills of Tennessee. So we return to where we began, to a man on a gallows in Nashville, long after the cannons of the Civil War had fallen silent. We asked what this man could have done that was so terrible, even by the standards of that brutal conflict, that he alone could not be forgiven. And now we have the answer. It wasn't that he killed, for the war had made killers of thousands. It was that he savored it. He stripped away the pretense of military necessity and revealed the cold, hard core of personal hatred. He murdered the sick, executed the surrendered, and turned a national conflict into his own private slaughterhouse, all while claiming the mantle of a soldier. Forgiveness was impossible because Champ Ferguson forced a nation exhausted by death to look at his work and finally draw a line between the horrors of war and the acts of a monster. This is a story, then, not just of a single violent man, but of a timeless and terrifying truth. It is a warning of what happens when the poison of personal vengeance is given the legitimacy of a flag and a uniform. It shows how the grand, abstract ideals of a nation at war can be twisted to justify the most intimate and brutal acts of neighbor against neighbor. And it is a profound lesson in the power of silence, how a community bound by fear and a complex code of loyalty can become the soil in which such evil is allowed to take root and grow, unchecked, until it consumes everything. The war is over. The men who fought it are long gone. But the ghost of Champ Ferguson and the questions his life demands of us still haunt those misty Appalachian hollows. He reminds us that the most dangerous battleground is not in a field or a fortress, but in the human heart, where the lines between soldier and murderer, justice and revenge, can blur and then vanish with terrifying ease. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the court records and old tales are willing to give up. The rest belongs to the mountains.
Put yourself on the corner of Princeton Avenue. It is a humid morning in August. The year is 1913. The air smells of coal dust and unpaved earth. Usually, the loudest thing you hear in these mountains is the distant whistle of a steam locomotive or the clatter of horses' hooves on the hard-packed clay. But today, the sound is different. It starts as a low growl, a mechanical coughing that vibrates in your chest. Then, a roar. It is a sound that doesn't belong here. It is the sound of the future tearing through the past. Heads turn, men in bowler hats stop mid-sentence, and then, cutting through that mechanical roar, comes a sound everyone knows. The sharp, cracking snap of a revolver. Once, twice. Then a volley that echoes off the brick facades of the new downtown buildings. A black metal shape tears around the corner. It isn't a horse, it is a machine. It moves with a speed that seems unnatural, kicking up a storm of brown dust that blinds the onlookers. Men are hanging off the running boards. In their hands, they aren't holding reins. They are holding cold, blue steel. This didn't happen in Chicago. It didn't happen in New York City. This happened in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains. What you just visualized is not a scene from a movie. It is the moment the Wild West died and the era of the gangster was born. Most people think of 1913 as ancient history, a time of sepia photos and stiff collars. But on that August morning, the residents of Bluefield, West Virginia, witnessed a crime so advanced, so militaristic, that local law enforcement didn't even have the vocabulary to describe it. They were looking for bandits on horseback. Instead, they got a paramilitary unit in a high-speed automobile. These men didn't just rob a bank, they declared war on the 20th century. They cut the communication lines to the outside world. They used military-grade diversion tactics. And they drove a getaway vehicle through terrain that most people wouldn't dare cross on a mule. The money they took would be worth millions today. But the money isn't the story. The story is about how a quiet coal town became the stage for one of the most desperate, high-octane chases in American history. A chase that pitted the raw, brute force of the industrial age against the cunning of old-school mountain detectives. So forget the romantic images of outlaws you've seen in westerns. This wasn't romance, this was a collision. And when the dust finally settled on that mountain road, nothing in this town would ever be the same again. To understand why this happened here, you have to scrub away the rust of the last 100 years. You have to look past the empty storefronts and the quiet streets of modern Appalachia. In 1913, Bluefield, West Virginia, was not a sleepy mountain town. It was a supernova. They called it the Magic City. And it wasn't because of magicians or carnival tricks. It was because the city seemed to rise from the wilderness overnight, fueled by the one thing the world needed more than anything else: coal. The Pocahontas coal field lay just beneath the feet of these residents. It was the highest quality coal on Earth. It powered the battleships of the U.S. Navy. It fueled the steel mills of Pittsburgh. It kept the lights on in Manhattan. And all that black rock turned into rivers of green money that flowed right into Bluefield. Imagine walking down Bland Street in 1913. You wouldn't see stereotypical hillbillies in overalls. You would see men in tailored Italian suits trying to keep the mud off their polished leather shoes. You would see grand hotels with crystal chandeliers. You would hear the constant, rhythmic shunting of train cars, thousands of them, carrying the lifeblood of the Industrial Revolution. At this specific moment in time, Bluefield had more millionaires per capita than almost any other city in America. Think about that. More than New York. More than San Francisco. It was an island of extreme wealth in a sea of jagged mountains. And where did all those millionaires keep their money? In the banks, specifically the First National Bank of Bluefield. This wasn't a wooden shack with a safe in the back. It was a temple of commerce. Thick stone walls, high ceilings, brass teller cages. It was designed to look invincible, a place where a coal baron could drop a bag of gold coins and feel the heavy, reassuring thud on the marble counter. But there was something else inside that bank, something specific. See, in 1913, credit cards didn't exist. Direct deposit was science fiction. Miners were paid in cash. Scrip was common, yes, but for the big purchases, for the real economy, you needed physical currency. Every week, trains arrived from the Federal Reserve, offloading canvas sacks heavy with silver dollars and crisp banknotes. This cash was destined for the payrolls of tens of thousands of miners working in the hollows surrounding the city. This brings us to a staggering fact. On any given Friday, the vaults in downtown Bluefield often held more liquid cash than the entire state treasury of West Virginia. It was a stockpile, a dragon's hoard sitting there, waiting to be distributed. The bank managers felt safe. They had the mountains as a natural wall. They had the local police. They had the sheer audacity of their own reputation. Who would be crazy enough to rob the bank in a town run by coal operators who practically owned the law? It seemed impossible. It seemed suicide. But wealth has a magnetic pull. It draws in investors, it draws in workers, and if you pile it high enough, it draws in predators. While the bankers were counting their deposits and the coal barons were lighting cigars, a group of men were looking at Bluefield on a map. They didn't see a magic city. They didn't see a miracle of industry. They saw a piggy bank, and they had brought a hammer. When you picture a bank robber from the early 1900s, who do you see? A dusty cowboy with a bandana over his face? A desperate drifter who had too much whiskey and not enough sense? Erase that image. The men who came to Bluefield were not cowboys. They were not desperate. They were something far more dangerous. They were professionals. In the history of American crime, there is a distinct shift that happens right around this time. The old outlaw, the romantic figure riding across the plains, was dying out. He was being replaced by a new breed, the career criminal. These men didn't rob banks because they had a grudge against the sheriff. They robbed banks because it was their job. They clocked in, they did the work, and if everything went right, they clocked out rich. We know they weren't locals. In a town like Bluefield, where everyone knew everyone's grandfather, a local crew would have been recognized before they even walked through the door. These men were ghosts. They slipped into the city unnoticed, likely by train, weeks before the event. Imagine them sitting in a diner across from the bank, drinking coffee, watching. They weren't looking at the scenery. They were counting steps. How many seconds does it take for the guard to turn his back? What time does the teller unlock the front gate? When is the street busiest? When is it empty? This was surveillance. It was data collection. They noticed the rhythms of the city. They saw that the police force, while tough, was reactive. The police waited for trouble to happen. This new breed of criminal relied on the element of surprise to be gone before the reaction could even start. They were cold, they were calculating, and they were heavily armed. We aren't talking about rusty six-shooters found in a barn. They carried high-caliber automatic pistols and sawed-off shotguns, weapons designed for close-quarters combat, weapons designed to clear a room in 2 seconds flat. But their most dangerous weapon wasn't a gun, it was their ambition. Most thieves in 1913 would be happy with a registered drawer full of cash, a few $100s, maybe 1,000. These men were looking at the vault of the First National Bank and doing the math on a score that would equal a lifetime of wages. They knew the risks. They knew that West Virginia justice was often delivered at the end of a rope, not a gavel. But they also knew that the world was changing. The old laws couldn't keep up with the new speed of life. They had the plan, they had the firepower, they had the target. But to pull off the impossible, to rob the richest bank in the mountains and vanish into thin air, they needed an escape vehicle that defied the laws of nature. A horse has limits. It gets tired, it gets spooked, it can be tracked. So, they decided to trust their lives to a machine. To understand how insane this plan was, you have to understand cars in 1913. Today, if you rob a bank, a car is the default choice. It's reliable, it's fast. But in 1913, a car was a temperamental, exploding collection of metal and rubber that hated you. Most people in Bluefield still got around on horses or mules. The roads weren't highways. They were wagon trails, deep ruts carved into the clay, filled with rocks the size of watermelons. When it rained, they turned into swamps. When it was dry, they were dust bowls. Taking a car into the Appalachian Mountains wasn't transportation. It was an extreme sport. Yet, the gang chose this. Why? Speed. Raw, terrifying speed. A good horse can gallop at 30 miles per hour, but only for a short burst. After a few miles, it needs to rest. A 1913 touring car, like a Studebaker or a Ford Model T, could sustain 30, maybe 40 miles per hour indefinitely, as long as the engine didn't overheat and the tires didn't blow. Imagine the vehicle they secured. It was a beast of open-air steel. No seatbelts, no airbags, just a bench seat, a steering wheel the size of a pizza, and an engine that sounded like a tractor fight. The robbers likely modified it. They would strip off any unnecessary weight. Fenders? Gone. Extra seats? Gone. They needed every ounce of horsepower to climb those steep mountain grades. But the real advantage was psychological. Police on horseback were used to chasing other horses. They knew the rhythm of a gallop. They knew how to cut off a rider. But how do you chase a machine that doesn't get tired? How do you catch something that roars uphill faster than your horse can trot? It was a technological, asymmetrical warfare. It would be like a criminal today using a jetpack while the police are stuck in traffic. But there was a catch, a massive one. Cars in 1913 were loud, extremely loud. You couldn't sneak up on anyone. Starting the engine involved hand-cranking a lever on the front, risking a broken wrist if it kicked back. It was a violent, noisy process, so the plan had a fatal flaw. Once that engine started, the clock wasn't just ticking, it was screaming. Every person within a 5-block radius would look up. They needed a way to buy time. They needed to make sure that even if the town heard them, even if the town saw them, no one could call for help. They had the muscle, they had the speed. Now, they needed to blind the city. Information travels fast, even in 1913. If the robbers hit the bank and sped off, the bank manager only had to run to the nearest telephone or telegraph office. Within 30 seconds, a message would be tapping out over the copper wires. Robbery in Bluefield, headed south. The sheriff in the next town over, maybe 10 miles away, would get the message before the robbers even got halfway there. He would simply drag a log across the road, gather a posse, and wait with shotguns leveled at the first car that appeared. The robbers knew this. They knew that in a race between a car and a telegram, the telegram wins every single time. So the night before the attack, or perhaps in the early dawn hours, a shadow moved through the outskirts of town. This wasn't the work of a thug. This was the work of a saboteur. They located the main trunk lines. These were thick bundles of wire strung high up on wooden poles, humming with the invisible chatter of the city. These wires were the nervous system of the region. They connected Bluefield to the police, to the railroad dispatchers, to the rest of civilization. Someone climbed that pole. Imagine the friction of wood against leather boots. the slight sway of the pole in the wind, the isolation of being 30 feet in the air in the pre-dawn darkness. He pulled out a pair of heavy-duty wire cutters. With one snip of the pliers, Bluefield was cut off from the rest of the world. It sounds simple, but the implication is terrifying. It turned the city into a cage. If things went wrong, if the bank turned into a slaughterhouse, no one was coming to help. The National Guard wouldn't know. The state police wouldn't know. It was a tactic straight out of a military playbook: divide and conquer, isolate the battlefield. And here's the micro hook. While the residents of Bluefield were waking up, brewing their coffee and reading the morning paper, they didn't realize they were already trapped. The invisible walls had gone up while they slept. The saboteur climbed down. He pocketed the cutters. He vanished back into the shadows to join the others. The trap was set. The car was prepped. The wires were dead. The sun began to climb higher over the mountains. The bank employees arrived, unlocking the heavy front doors, blissfully unaware that they were walking into a scene that had been choreographed for weeks. The robbers checked their weapons one last time. They adjusted their coats. They stepped out onto the sidewalk. It was time to go to work. The First National Bank of Bluefield opens its doors. The lobby smells of floor wax and old paper. Dust motes dance in the shafts of sunlight cutting through the high windows. It's quiet, a respectful quiet. The only sounds are the scratching of fountain pens and the soft murmur of tellers speaking to customers. Then, the doors open again. 3 men enter. They don't run. Running attracts attention. They walk with purpose. Their footsteps on the marble floor echo a little too loudly. They are wearing long coats, which is strange for a humid August morning. A teller looks up. Maybe he intends to offer a polite greeting. Maybe he just notices that these men are moving in a formation that feels wrong. The leader steps to the center of the room. He doesn't go to the counter. He stops. He looks around. He scans the balcony. He scans the exits. For a split second, time seems to freeze. You know that feeling when the air pressure drops right before a thunderstorm? That's the feeling in the room. The primitive part of the human brain screams that a predator has entered the cave. Then, the coats sweep back. The metal comes out. Hands up. Don't move. The shout shatters the respectful silence. It's guttural, violent. It bounces off the stone walls, making it sound like there are 10 men instead of 3. The reaction is confusion, denial. People don't immediately scream. They freeze. They stare. Is this a joke? Is this a drill? The leader fires a shot into the ceiling. Crack! Plaster dust rains down like snow. Now, the denial is gone. Now, there is only terror. Customers drop to the floor. Tellers back away from their cages, hands trembling in the air. The smell of floor wax is replaced by the sharp, acrid scent of gunpowder. One robber moves to the door, flipping the sign to closed and pulling the shade. The outside world disappears. Inside, the rules of society have just been suspended. The other 2 move toward the cages. They move with the efficiency of machines. No wasted motion. One covers the crowd, his gun sweeping back and forth like a metronome. The other vaults over the counter. He isn't looking for loose change. He is looking for the head cashier. He knows exactly who holds the keys. Open it, he commands. The cashier, a man who has likely never held a gun in his life, stares down the barrel of a black steel pistol. His heart is hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He fumbles for the keys on his belt. His fingers feel numb, useless. Open it now, or you're a dead man. The robber's voice is calm. That's the scariest part. He isn't screaming. He is simply stating a fact. The key slides into the lock of the inner gate. The metal tumblers click. They are in. Inside the cage, the world shrinks. It's just the robber, the terrified clerks, and the money. This isn't like the movies where stacks of cash are neatly bundled on a table. This is a working bank. There is loose currency in the drawers. There are bags of silver coins that weigh as much as a bowling ball. There are bonds, certificates, private ledgers. The robber ignores the paper. He ignores the silver. He goes straight for the large canvas sacks. He knows what they look like. He knows the markings of the Federal Reserve. He grabs a sack. It's heavy, satisfyingly heavy. He throws it to his partner, then another, then another. In 1913, the average coal miner made about $2 a day. In seconds, these men are tossing around the equivalent of 10 lifetimes of labor. But outside the cage, the control is slipping. You can't hold a room full of people hostage forever. Fear turns into panic. Panic turns into unpredictability. A woman on the floor starts to sob. A man near the door shifts his weight, thinking about making a run for it. The robber guarding the lobby senses the shift. He racks the slide of his shotgun, a metallic clack-clack that freezes everyone in place. "Stay down!" He kicks a desk. Papers fly everywhere. He needs to keep them terrified. He needs to keep them paralyzed. Back in the vault, the greedy phase begins. They have the main sacks, but now they start sweeping the drawers. They are stuffing their pockets, their shirts. They are grabbing handfuls of bills. It's sloppy, but it's human nature. When you are standing in a river of gold, you try to drink as much as you can. "Time!" the lookout shouts. They have been inside for maybe 3 minutes. It feels like 3 hours. But the plan has a strict timeline. Every second they stay is a second the police get closer. Every second increases the chance that someone on the street noticed the close sign at the wrong time. The bagman heaves the loot over his shoulder. He looks like Santa Claus from hell. They begin to back out. They don't turn their backs on the hostages. They move in reverse, guns still trained on the trembling crowd. "Nobody moves for 5 minutes, the leader warns. "Anyone comes out that door, we shoot the first person we see." It's a bluff. Or maybe it isn't. No one wants to find out. They reach the front door. The leader reaches for the handle. And that is when the silence of the street outside is broken, not by a siren, but by a voice. A pedestrian, maybe a shopkeeper from next door, has walked up to the glass, cupping his hands to peer inside, wondering why the bank is closed on a Tuesday morning. He sees the guns. He sees the masks. His eyes go wide. He turns around and screams at the top of his lungs. "Robbery! They're robbing the bank!" The element of surprise is gone. The alarm has been raised, and the robbers are still inside. The plan has fractured. The silent exit is impossible. Now, it's a breakout. The leader kicks the door open. The glass shatters. They burst out onto Princeton Avenue, not as ghosts, but as targets. The street is no longer quiet. People are running. Shopkeepers are coming out of their stores. And unlike modern bystanders who might pull out a phone to record, citizens in 1913 West Virginia pulled out weapons. This was coal country. People were armed. A shot rings out from a second-story window, then another from the hardware store across the street. The robbers are taking fire. But they were ready for this. One of the men reaches into his coat. He doesn't pull out a gun. He pulls out a device that looks like an oversized firecracker. He lights the fuse and tosses it into the middle of the street. Boom! It's not dynamite, it's a smoke bomb. A thick, acrid cloud erupts, swallowing the intersection. It's gray, choking, and blinding. The air turns gray, and in that grayness, the bullets start flying. Confusion reigns supreme. The citizens can't see what they are shooting at. They hear shouting. They hear the heavy boots of the robbers sprinting on the pavement. To the car! Get to the car! They are running blind, guided only by memory. The heavy sacks of money are weighing them down, slamming against their backs with every step. Bullets zip through the smoke, snapping against the brick walls, shattering storefront windows. It's a war zone. Through the haze, they see the silhouette of their salvation. The black automobile. The driver is already there. He's been cranking the engine like a madman. The motor catches with a roar, coughing black smoke that mixes with the white diversionary smoke. The robbers dive in. They don't open doors, they vault over the sides. The money bags are thrown into the back seat, piling up like sandbags. Go, go! The driver slams the car into gear. The tires spin on the cobblestones, screeching, smelling of burnt rubber. The car fishtails violently, narrowly missing a horse-drawn delivery wagon. As they peel away, the smoke begins to clear. The sheriff runs out of his office, pistol in hand. He sees the tail end of the vehicle disappearing around the corner. He raises his gun, takes aim, and fires. But it's too late. The bullet buries itself in a wooden telephone pole. The robbers are gone. They have the money. They have the car. But they have made a critical mistake. In the chaos, in the smoke, they turned south. They didn't head for the open highway. They headed straight toward the wildest, most rugged terrain in the eastern United States. They thought the mountains would hide them. In reality, the mountains were about to trap them. Have you ever driven a modern car on a gravel road? It vibrates. It's loud. Now imagine doing that in a vehicle with wooden spoke wheels, leaf spring suspension, and tires as thin as a bicycle's. And imagine doing it at 40 miles per hour. The getaway car is screaming. The engine is redlining, a constant deafening roar that drowns out the wind. Inside the car, It is violent. The robbers are bouncing off each other. They are holding onto the sides with white-knuckled grips. Every pothole feels like a bomb going off under the chassis. They are leaving the paved streets of Bluefield behind. Now, they are in the deep country. The road is just a ribbon of dirt carved into the side of a cliff. To the left, a wall of rock. To the right, a drop-off into the valley below. There are no guardrails. One wrong turn, one blown tire, and they tumble 500 feet to their deaths. The driver is fighting the wheel. There is no power steering. He has to muscle the car around every hairpin turn, sweat pouring down his face, mixing with the dust and soot. But they are moving. They are putting miles between them and the bank. They pass farmers in wagons who stare in disbelief. A car? Moving that fast? It's like seeing a spaceship. The chickens scatter. The horses rear up in terror as this black demon roars past. The robbers look back. The road behind them is empty. No flashing lights, no sirens, just the settling dust. They start to smile. The adrenaline is fading, replaced by a euphoric rush. They did it. They actually did it. They start to laugh. They slap each other on the back. They reach into the bags and pull out handfuls of cash, letting the wind whip a few bills out of the car, an offering to the gods of speed. They think they have outsmarted the law. They think the car makes them invincible. But they are forgetting something. A car needs fuel, a car needs water for the radiator, and a car needs a road. They are driving deeper into a labyrinth. The further south they go, the narrower the roads get, the steeper the hills become. And unbeknownst to them, the telegraph wires they cut back in Bluefield, they were fixed faster than they anticipated. The silence has been broken. While the robbers are celebrating in their mechanical bubble, the invisible net is already being cast. Messages are flying to the towns ahead of them. Look for a black car, heavily armed, shoot on sight. The road ahead isn't empty. It's waiting. Back in Bluefield, the shock is wearing off. The smoke is cleared. The ringing in the ears of the bank tellers is fading. Now comes the anger. The sheriff stands in the middle of the street. He is surrounded by a crowd of furious citizens. Men are running to their homes to grab rifles. This isn't just a crime, it's an insult. Strangers came into their town, threatened their women, stole their money, and drove away laughing. The sheriff knows he can't catch a car on a horse, but he knows something the robbers don't. He knows the geography. He runs to the rail yard. He doesn't need a fast car. He needs a locomotive. Within minutes, a plan is formed. They will load men and horses onto a train and send it down the line to cut off the escape route. It's a brilliant move. The train can move faster than the car on the winding mountain tracks. But the sheriff needs more than just a posse. He needs professionals. He makes a call, not to the state police, not to the FBI, which barely existed yet. He calls a number that every criminal in the coal fields feared. He calls the local office of the Baldwin-Felts Detective Agency. This is the turning point. If the robbers were just dealing with a local sheriff, they might have gotten away. But by hitting Bluefield, they poked the bear. The Baldwin-Felts agents were not normal police. They were private enforcers. They were the men the coal companies called when miners went on strike. They were the men who tracked down train robbers. They were essentially mercenaries with badges. They were tough, they were ruthless, and they knew these mountains better than anyone on earth. When the call comes in, the agents don't panic. They don't rush. They simply stand up, check their weapons, and grab their hats. They bring out the heavy artillery, high-powered rifles with scopes, maps that show every deer trail and creek bed. The sheriff coordinates with them. They went south toward Graham. They're heading for the state line. The head detective nods. He looks at the map. He traces a line with his finger. They have to cross the gap at Stony Ridge, he says. If we get there first, they're finished. The hunt is on. It is no longer a chase. It is a pincer movement. On one side, the sheriff and the angry citizens. On the other, the cold, professional killers of the Baldwin-Felts Agency. And in the middle, blissfully unaware, 3 men in a car are driving straight into a bottleneck. We need to pause for a second and talk about who is chasing these robbers. Because if you don't understand the Baldwin-Felts Detective Agency, you don't understand the terror of this situation. In 1913, in West Virginia, the law was flexible. The sheriff was the law, sure, but the Baldwin-Felts agents were the power. Founded by William Baldwin and Thomas Felts right here in Bluefield, this agency was the Appalachian equivalent of the Pinkertons. But where the Pinkertons were famous for protecting presidents and chasing Butch Cassidy, the Baldwin-Felts were famous for one thing: crushing resistance. They were hired by the coal barons to keep order in the camps, and order often meant violence. These men were not fresh-faced cadets. Many were veterans of the range wars. Some were former outlaws themselves who had switched sides. They were marksmen, trackers, men who could sleep in the mud and hunt a man for days without stopping. They didn't carry badges. They carried Winchesters. Imagine being hunted by a group of men who treat a manhunt not as a duty, but as a sport. They knew the terrain intimately. They knew which hollows were dead ends. They knew which creeks were shallow enough to cross. The robbers in the car had technology. They had the speed of the future. But the Baldwin Felts had the brutality of the past. As the agents fanned out, they used a network of informants. Every station master, every store clerk, every farmer on the party line was eyes and ears for the agency. The car was spotted near Tazewell, then near a fork in the road by the river. The reports were coming in. Black car, 3 men, moving fast. The detectives didn't chase the car from behind. That's a rookie mistake. Instead, they moved to intercept. They calculated the speed. They looked at the road ahead. They realized the car had to slow down. The mountains don't forgive speed forever. Eventually, the road would turn into a goat path. Eventually, the radiator would boil over. The detectives positioned themselves. They set up ambushes at key choke points. They weren't planning to arrest these men. In the eyes of the agency, bank robbers were no different than rabid dogs. You don't reason with them, you put them down. The sun was starting to get lower in the sky. The shadows in the valleys were getting longer. For the robbers, the joyride was about to end. For the detectives, the workday was just beginning. The geography of Appalachia is beautiful. Rolling green hills, misty valleys. But if you are on the run, it is a prison. The robbers are discovering this the hard way. The wide, packed dirt road they started on has disappeared. They are now on a narrow track, barely wide enough for the wheels. The trees are closing in, creating a tunnel of green that blocks out the sun. The car is suffering. The engine is knocking. The radiator is hissing, spitting steam onto the windshield. The driver has to downshift, crawling up steep inclines at 5 miles per hour. The speed advantage is gone. Inside the car, the mood is shifted. The laughter is dead. The silence is heavy. "Where are we?" one of them asks. "Just keep driving," the leader snaps. But he sounds unsure. They pass a landmark, a distinctive rock formation, and 20 minutes later, they pass it again. They are going in circles. The labyrinth has them. Then, the inevitable happens. The road ahead is blocked, not by a police barricade, but by nature. A fallen tree, a washed-out bridge, or maybe just a patch of mud so deep it looks like quicksand. The driver slams on the brakes. The car skids to a halt. They sit there for a moment, the engine idling roughly. The silence of the forest rushes back in. The birds are singing. The wind is rustling the leaves. But underneath those sounds, they hear something else. It's faint at first. The snap of a twig, the scuff of a boot on rock, the distant baying of a hound. They look at each other. They know. "Get out," the leader whispers. "Grab the money." They abandon the machine. The mechanical horse that saved them is now a useless anchor. They grab the heavy canvas sacks. They grab their rifles. They run into the woods. Now they are on foot. They are city men in patent leather shoes trying to navigate a vertical wilderness. They slip on wet leaves. They tear their expensive coats on briars. The money, once their prize, is now a burden. 50 pounds of silver feels like 500 pounds when you are climbing a ridge. They can hear the pursuers getting closer. The Baldwin Felts agents are not running. They are moving methodically. They are closing the net. The robbers reach a clearing. A small farmhouse stands in the distance. Maybe they can steal horses. Maybe they can barricade themselves inside. They make a break for it. But the mountains have eyes. The first shot doesn't sound like a gunshot. In the open air of the mountains, it sounds like a whip crack. Crack! Dirt sprays up near the leader's feet. He dives behind a fallen log. "They're here!" Suddenly, the tree line erupts. The Baldwin Felts agents have surrounded the clearing. They are firing from cover, their shots precise and rhythmic. The robbers return fire. Their automatic pistols bark rapidly, spitting brass casings into the dead leaves. They are spraying bullets, hoping to keep the heads of the pursuers down. But they are outgunned, and they are outpositioned. One of the robbers tries to flank, moving toward the farmhouse. He makes it 3 steps before a bullet catches him in the shoulder. He spins around, dropping his gun, and falls into the high grass. He screams. It's a raw, animal sound that cuts through the gunfire. The other two are pinned down. Splinters of wood fly from the log protecting them. They are trapped. "Surrender!" a voice booms from the trees. "Throw out your weapons and come out with your hands up!" The leader looks at his partner. He looks at the bag of money. He looks at the bleeding man in the grass. He knows there is no prison cell waiting for them. Not really. If they surrender, they might get lynched by the angry mob back in town. If they fight, they die here. He makes a choice. He rises up, firing blindly toward the trees. It's a suicide run. The response is immediate. A volley of fire from 3 different directions. The leader jerks backward as if pulled by an invisible rope. He collapses. The silence returns instantly. The third robber, seeing his partners down, throws his gun away. He raises his hands, trembling violently. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" The agents emerge from the trees. They don't run. They walk slowly, weapons still raised. They check the bodies. They kick the guns away. The shootout lasted maybe 2 minutes, but for the men involved, it felt like a lifetime. The grass is stained red. The air smells of sulfur and pine. The lead detective walks over to the canvas sack lying in the dirt. He nudges it with his boot. It's heavy. He looks down at the surviving robber. The man is crying, broken, covered in mud. "Game over, son," the detective says. They drag the survivor to his feet. They collect the bodies. They pick up the money. The sun is setting now. The mountains are turning purple and black. The chase is done. The law has won. But as they load the bodies onto a wagon to take them back to town, a strange thought occurs to one of the agents. He looks at the car, abandoned back on the road. He realizes that they didn't just catch 3 thieves. They just ended an era. The procession back to Bluefield was like a Roman triumph. The sheriff, the detectives, the captured survivor, and the bodies of the fallen. When they arrived, the streets were lined with people. The anger from the morning had turned into morbid curiosity. Men held up lanterns to get a look at the bandits. Children peeked from behind their mothers' skirts. They laid the bodies out. It was a grim warning. This is what happens when you come to our town. This is what happens when you cross the Baldwin Felts. The surviving robber was thrown into the county jail. His trial would be swift. In 1913, justice didn't drag on for years. He was sentenced to a long term in the state penitentiary, a place that, at the time, was hardly better than a death sentence. But then came the counting. The bank managers, still shaking, opened the recovered canvas sacks. They stacked the bills. They counted the silver. And here's the twist. The micro hook. When the final tally was done, almost all the money was there, but not all of it. A few $1,000s, a fortune in those days, was missing. Did the robbers hide it in the woods before the shootout? Did it fall out of the car during the chase? Or perhaps did one of the detectives or a member of the posse decide to take a finder's fee before handing over the bags? We will never know. That money is likely still out there, buried in the rot of the forest floor, or spent long ago on a new farm or a gambling debt. The bank reopened the next day. They repaired the glass. They scrubbed the floor. Business went on. The coal kept moving. The trains kept running. But the psychological scar remained. The First National Bank installed new alarms. They hired armed guards. The era of the gentleman's agreement was over. The town realized that their isolation didn't protect them anymore. The automobile had shrunk the world. If a car could bring bandits in, it could bring anything in. The surviving robber eventually faded into obscurity. He became a number in a ledger. But the story of the day the Magic City turned into a battlefield became a legend. It was told on porches and in barbershops for generations. I remember the sound, old men would say. I remember the smoke. It was a victory for the law, but it was also a warning. The future was coming, and it was coming fast. When we look back at the Bluefield Bank robbery of 1913, it's easy to see it just as a crime story, a real-life action movie with guns and cars. But if you squint, you can see something more important. You can see the hinge of history turning. Think about the image of that getaway. A black automobile, smoking and roaring, speeding away from men on horseback. That is the 20th century in a nutshell. The machine was leaving the animal behind. Within a few years, horses would disappear from police work. Sheriffs would trade their Stetsons for patrol caps. The Baldwin Felts Agency would eventually be dissolved, replaced by the FBI and modern state police forces. The wild, unregulated violence of the coal fields would be tamed, or at least hidden behind corporate lawyers and union contracts. Those three robbers were pioneers, in a twisted sense. They were the first to realize that technology was a weapon. They just weren't good enough to wield it yet. They were stuck between two worlds. They had the tools of the future, the car, the wire cutters, but they had the mindset of the past, hiding in the woods. If they had stayed on the road, if they had known the route better, if they hadn't panicked, they might have gotten away with the perfect crime. But history is written by the winners, and in this case, the winners were the men who knew the land. Today, Bluefield is quieter. The coal boom has faded. The Magic City is a shadow of its former self. The First National Bank building still stands, a silent monument to a gilded age. If you walk down Princeton Avenue now, you'll hear cars passing by every few seconds. You don't even notice them. They are just background noise. But try to imagine that sound for the first time. Try to imagine the terror of that engine roaring when silence was the norm. The world moves on. The scars heal. The money is spent. But stories like this remind us that civilization is fragile. It only takes 3 men and a machine to turn a peaceful morning into chaos. And somewhere in those mountains, maybe under a rock or in the hollow of an old oak tree, there might still be a few silver dollars resting in the dirt, waiting for someone to find them. A small piece of the Wild West that the future forgot to take with it.
They say that on May 5, 1931, the mountains of Harlan County themselves held their breath. Down below, a convoy of cars carrying company men and the law's hired guns slowed to a crawl. And from the hillsides, an answer came not in words, but in a roar of gunfire that tore the morning apart. This was the moment that would forever define a place known as Bloody Harlan. Was it a murderous ambush, as the coal barons screamed to the world? Or was it the last desperate act of men who had been beaten, starved, and cornered? The truth, as it always does in those dark hollows, is buried deep. Today, we're not just going to talk about a gunfight. We're going to uncover the story of the pressure, the pain, and the poverty that led to the Battle of Evarts, a day when ordinary miners decided they would rather die on their feet than live on their knees. To understand the men who took to the hills with rifles that day, you first have to understand the world that made them. Harlan County in the early 1900s wasn't a place of opportunity. It was a kingdom of coal, and every man, woman, and child was a subject. A boy was born in a house the company owned, breathing in the black dust that settled on his cradle. He played in the shadow of the tipple that would one day claim his father, and knew, with a certainty that chilled the bone, that it would one day claim him too. This wasn't just a job, it was a system of total control. You lived in the company's house so you could be evicted at a moment's notice. You shopped at the company's store where your dollar was worth 50 cents and you were paid not in American money but in company scrip. This private currency was a leash designed to keep you in a state of permanent debt. A man could spend his entire life deep in the earth, risking his life for a pittance, and still die owing the company money. His debt would then pass to his sons. It was a new kind of feudalism, hidden away in the American mountains. The land itself taught them to be hard. The mountains demanded self-reliance. A man learned to hunt, to fix what was broken, and to stand his ground because no one else was coming to help him. This forged a powerful code, an unspoken law that was older and deeper than any statute passed in a distant capital. You stood by your kin. You looked a man in the eye. You did not suffer an insult to your honor, and you never, ever let an outsider push you off your own ground. The mine was a brutal teacher. Every day was a gamble against a cave-in, a gas explosion, or the slow, suffocating death of black lung. Men watched their friends get crushed, their fathers waste away, their brothers carried out on a stretcher. They learned that their lives were cheap, just another cost on the company's ledger. This constant dance with death bred a certain kind of fatalism, but it also bred a deep, simmering rage. So when the Great Depression hit and the operators demanded that these men work for even less, they weren't just cutting a wage. They were breaking a sacred, unspoken pact. The miners had endured the danger, the debt, and the dust. They had traded their health and their freedom for a life that was just barely livable. By trying to take that last crumb, the company wasn't just making a business decision, they were delivering the final, unforgivable insult to the mountain code. They were pushing men who had nothing left to lose. Before the strike, before the guns, there was a life. It was a hard life, to be sure, but it was theirs. A miner's day began in darkness and ended in darkness, but in between there were moments of light. A man's kingdom wasn't the mine, and it wasn't the company town. It was the few square feet of his front porch where he'd sit at the end of a shift, bone-tired, and watch his children play in the yard. It was the smell of supper cooking, the one time of day the scent of coal was overpowered by something that felt like home. These men weren't just workers, they were husbands and fathers. They held a deep, fierce pride in their ability to provide, to put food on the table, no matter how meager. They'd come home with their faces permanently stained with black dust, but they would wash their hands clean before holding their babies. Their world was one of small dignities, a well-tended garden, a hymn sung in church on Sunday morning, the quiet respect of their neighbors. This was the life they were defending. It wasn't about a theory of labor, it was about their kids having shoes in the winter. And there was a brotherhood forged in the belly of the earth. Down in the darkness, a man's life depended entirely on the man next to him. They learned to read the groans of the mountain, to listen for the shifting of rock, to trust each other's instincts without a word. This created a bond that outsiders could never understand. They were more than neighbors. They were soldiers in a daily war against the mountain. They shared their last chew of tobacco, covered for each other when the foreman was on the prowl, and mourned together when the mountain inevitably claimed one of their own. This was the world the coal operators failed to see. They saw numbers on a ledger, a list of employees, a cost to be managed. They did not see the tight-knit fabric of a community woven from shared hardship and fierce loyalty. They didn't understand that when you threatened one family, you threatened them all. The world they had built, this fragile ecosystem of kinship and honor, was the only thing they had. And when the company came for it, they were coming for everything. The same mountain that gives a man his strength also carves his deepest flaw. For the miners of Harlan County, that flaw was a pride as hard and sharp as a shard of slate. It was a pride born of survival, a refusal to bow your head to any man, be he a foreman or a king. This wasn't arrogance. It was a deep-seated belief that a man's dignity was the one thing the company couldn't own and the mountain couldn't crush. There were stories told in the camps that every miner understood. A story of a man who put down his tools and walked out of the mine, sacrificing his job and his family's next meal, all because a young foreman from up north had called him boy. He wasn't being defiant for the sake of it. He was upholding a code. To accept the insult would be to admit that the company owned his spirit as well as his labor, and that was a line he would not cross. He lost his job, his home, and was blacklisted from every mine in the county, but he kept his honor intact. This unwavering pride was a kind of psychological armor against the crushing darkness of the mines. It's what allowed a man to walk into the earth each morning with his head held high. But it was also a fatal vulnerability. The operators, in their distant offices, may not have understood the men, but their enforcers on the ground, the gun thugs and the sheriffs, they understood this pride perfectly. They learned it was a button they could push. They knew that these were not men who could be shamed or intimidated into submission indefinitely. They were men who would bend and bend and bend, absorbing every hardship with a stoic silence. But when you pushed them past that breaking point, when you made it a question of their honor as men, they would not break. They would explode. This pride, this absolute refusal to be seen as less than a man, was the powder keg sitting in the heart of Harlan County. All it needed was a spark. The first affront was the wage cut, a cold dismissal of their worth. The next was the company's response to the union. Any man who joined was fired, his name put on a blacklist that was a death sentence to his career. But the deepest cut, the one that went past the wallet and into the soul, was the evictions. Miners and their families, with nowhere to go, were thrown out of their company shacks, their belongings piled in the muddy road. It was an act of calculated cruelty, designed not just to punish the men, but to break their wives and starve their children. The pressure built until the air in Harlan felt thick enough to ignite. And on the morning of May the 5th, 1931, the company provided the spark. They decided to make a statement. They assembled a convoy of 3 cars, filled not just with non-union workers, but with the most hated symbols of their power, company officials and Sheriff J.H. Blair's deputies, the gun thugs who had been beating and intimidating them for weeks. Their goal was to parade these scabs right through the town of Evarts. This was not a logistical move. This was a deliberate act of humiliation. It was a victory lap for the company, a public declaration that the strike was broken, that the men were beaten, and that the company's power was absolute. To the striking miners, watching from the hillsides where many of their families were now living in makeshift tents, this was an invasion. It was the enemy marching through their territory, flying a flag of contempt. The news passed from holler to holler, not in a shout, but in a low, dangerous whisper. "They're coming." That was all that needed to be said. Men looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. This was no longer about a contract. This was about honor. It was a direct challenge to their pride, a public taunt. To stand by and watch that convoy roll through town would be to admit defeat. It would be to accept the role of the beaten dog, to bow your head and concede that you were less than a man. And for these men, forged by the mountain's harsh code, that was an impossibility. The moment that convoy was formed, the choice was made for them. Their pride, the very core of their identity, demanded a response. And in Harlan County, a response like that only came from the barrel of a gun. There were voices of reason, you see. There always are. Union organizers, men sent down from the national office, understood the danger. They knew that an open gunfight would bring the full weight of the state down on them. It would give the operators the perfect excuse to call in the National Guard and crush the strike with bayonets and machine guns. Their strategy was one of patience, of holding the line, of winning the war of public opinion. They preached discipline, warning the men not to be provoked, not to give the company the violence it so clearly wanted. But for a man watching his child grow thin, the word patience is a curse. For a man who has been beaten by company thugs and seen his furniture thrown into the street, the idea of discipline sounds like cowardice. The organizers' warnings, however wise, were spoken in a language these miners no longer understood. The company had been communicating in the language of brute force for months. The miners were simply deciding to answer in kind. Their pride, that raw, unshakable mountain pride, could not absorb another blow. The decision wasn't made in a meeting or put to a vote. It was made in silence, in the grim set of 100 jaws. It was the quiet click of a rifle bolt in a dozen hillside tents. It was a man giving his wife a look that said everything before taking his old shotgun down from the wall. One by one, then in small groups, they began to move. They slipped away from the desperate little camps and filtered down through the woods, their movements quiet and purposeful. This wasn't a mob, it was an army assembling. They knew the convoy's route. They knew the land better than any deputy, and they knew the perfect spot, a place where the road narrowed and was forced to cross the railroad tracks at the edge of Evarts. It was a natural choke point, a place where the cars would have to slow to a crawl. They took up positions on the wooded hillside overlooking the road, some behind trees, others in the shallow ditches. They were no longer just striking miners, they were choosing a battlefield. Every man who took his place on that hillside was consciously rejecting a path of peace. He was ignoring the warnings of the organizers. He was turning his back on the slim hope of a negotiated settlement. He was betting his life and the future of his family on the outcome of the next few minutes. The company had offered them a choice, submission or starvation. On that morning, the miners of Harlan County chose a third option. war. The path had narrowed until there was only one way forward, and it was lined with guns. There was a moment just before the first engine was heard when the world went still. The men lay hidden on the hillside, the cool earth pressed against them, the weight of their rifles familiar in their hands. The sun was climbing, casting long shadows through the trees. A bird sang somewhere nearby, oblivious. In that sliver of time, there was a profound silence. And that silence was the final off-ramp. It was the last chance for any man to back away, to slip back through the trees and return to his family. In that quiet, what does a man think about? He doesn't think about labor law or economic theory. He thinks about the look on his wife's face that morning. He thinks about his daughter's worn-out shoes. He remembers the cold knot of shame in his stomach when he had to tell his family there was no food. Then, another set of images floods his mind. The sneering face of a deputy, the sight of a neighbor's furniture sitting in the rain, the memory of a beating behind the company store. This was the final crossroads, not an offer from the company, but a question each man had to ask himself. He weighed the two futures. One was a future of slow, grinding surrender, a life of accepting insults, of watching his family suffer, of dying a little inside each day. The other future was unknown, violent, and terrifying, but it was a future where he stood up. He wasn't choosing between peace and violence. He was choosing between two kinds of death, the death of the spirit or the risk of the death of the body. And then they heard it, a low, distant rumble. The sound grew, becoming the unmistakable growl of automobile engines. That sound shattered the silence and ended the debate. It was the sound of the enemy, confident and arrogant, coming to rub their noses in defeat. Every doubt, every fear, every hesitation was burned away by that approaching sound. It was the final provocation. Along the hillside, you could feel the change. A man would shift his weight, settling the rifle stock more firmly against his shoulder. A thumb would quietly pull back a hammer, the soft metallic click barely audible. Eyes narrowed, focusing on the bend in the road. The final crossroads had been passed. The choice was made. The silence of peace was over, and the sound of the reckoning was on its way. The three black cars came around the bend, slow and arrogant. They looked alien against the green hills, like beetles crawling across a leaf. To the men watching from above, they weren't just vehicles. They were steel-skinned symbols of a power that had crushed them for a generation. As the convoy slowed for the railroad tracks, the air grew so tight it felt like the whole world was a clenched fist waiting to strike. Who fired first? The company swore it was an ambush, a cowardly volley from the trees. The miners swore a deputy in the lead car leveled his pistol, and a single sharp crack broke the morning peace. The truth was lost in the first echo, because that one shot was answered by a deafening chorus from the hillside. The argument that had raged for months in company offices and desperate tent camps was suddenly, permanently over. The time for talking was done. The world dissolved into noise. It wasn't the clean sound of a single shot, but a chaotic rolling thunder that battered the eardrums and shook the leaves from the trees. It was the roar of old hunting rifles, the heavy boom of shotguns, and the crack of pistols, all woven together into a single terrifying sound. The air filled with the sharp, bitter smell of gunpowder. Splinters of wood flew from the trees, and pockmarks appeared on the steel bodies of the cars as if from an invisible hailstorm. For each miner on that hillside, the world narrowed to a single point. It was the face of a man in a car, a man who represented the beatings, the evictions, the hunger. The kick of the rifle against a shoulder was a physical release of a year's worth of stored-up rage and helplessness. There was no strategy, no battle plan. There was only a raw, primal instinct to fight back, to finally answer force with force. Inside the cars, it was a trap. The world became a terrifying drumbeat of impacts against the metal frame. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. One of the hated company guards in the lead car suddenly slumped forward without a sound. In another car, a company official cried out and went down. The illusion of their power, the authority that came from their guns and their money, was being shredded one bullet at a time. Then, almost as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The roaring faded into a few last, sporadic shots that echoed away into the mountains. A heavy, ringing silence rushed in to fill the void. Blue-gray smoke drifted through the trees, slowly clearing like a rising curtain. In the stillness, nothing moved. The birds were silent. The engines of the cars had stalled. A profound and terrible stillness had fallen over the choke point at the edge of Evarts. The battle had lasted only a few minutes, but it had changed everything. When the final tally was made, 4 men lay dead or dying on that dusty stretch of road. One of them was a miner, Jim Penland, who instantly became a martyr. The other 3 were from the company side. The convoy, shattered and bleeding, turned and fled in chaos, leaving their dead behind. The miners had held the ground. They had won the battle. For a long moment after the last car had vanished in a cloud of dust, nobody moved. The miners remained frozen on the hillside, phantom figures in the lingering gunpowder smoke. The only sound was the frantic ringing in their own ears. There was no cheering, no shouts of victory. There was only a cold, stark realization of what had been done. Below them, on the road, lay the undeniable proof. The still bodies, the abandoned cars riddled with holes. They had faced the monster, and for the first time they hadn't flinched. They had fired back, and they had won. But that feeling of grim triumph was fleeting, quickly replaced by a chilling clarity. They were no longer just striking miners fighting for a wage. In the eyes of the law, the company's law, they were now murderers. They had crossed a line from which there was no return. They knew what was coming next. The sheriff would raise a posse of every gun thug in the county. The governor would be called. The full, crushing weight of the state would descend upon these hollers with a singular purpose: to hunt them down. And just like that, the spell was broken. A low voice cut through the silence. Scatter. It was all that was needed. The men didn't run in a panic. They simply faded back into the trees. They melted into the landscape that had birthed them, disappearing up hidden paths and secret ridgelines that no outsider could ever hope to find. They moved with the quiet certainty of men on their own ground, their retreat as disciplined and purposeful as their attack had been. They were now fugitives. The men who had stood as a defiant army just minutes before were now solitary shadows, making their way to hidden cabins and sympathetic farmhouses deep in the mountains. They would be hunted, but here, in the labyrinth of hills and hollows they called home, they stood a chance. The active battle was over. Their role as combatants had ended in the smoke and thunder of that brief, brutal firefight. Their new role was just beginning, that of the hunted. And the war for Harlan County had just entered its next bloody chapter. The bullets fired at Evarts didn't stop when they hit their targets. They traveled onward, invisible and deadly, tearing through the fabric of the entire community. While the men who fired the guns vanished into the mountains, their families were left behind, exposed and vulnerable on the battlefield of the aftermath. They were no longer just the wives and children of striking miners. They were the kin of wanted killers. Doors were kicked in during the dead of night. Women were dragged out and interrogated by deputies whose faces were twisted with a new, vengeful fury. The battle drew a line of blood straight through Harlan County, a line that could never be erased. Before, the division was between strikers and scabs, a bitter but familiar conflict. After, it was between the families of the dead and the families of the killers. Neighbor turned against neighbor, their shared hardships forgotten, replaced by suspicion and a thirst for vengeance. Friendships that had endured a lifetime were severed with a single, hateful glance across a muddy street. The community didn't just break, it shattered into 1,000 sharp-edged pieces. The men on the hillside had fought to reclaim their dignity, to push back against an oppressive power. But their act of defiance gave that power the perfect excuse to tighten its grip. The governor declared martial law. The Kentucky National Guard rolled into the county, their trucks and machine guns a clear message. This was no longer a labor dispute, it was an insurrection. The miners had wanted to free themselves from the company's control, but their actions had brought an even greater power down upon them all, turning their towns and hollers into an occupied territory. The victory on the road was paid for by the hunger in the camps. With the men in hiding, the last trickles of income dried up completely. The women were left to fend for their children in a world that now saw them as pariahs. The small charities and local sympathizers who had helped them before were now too frightened to offer aid. The cost of that brief, violent stand was measured in the bellies of hungry children and the desperate, haunted eyes of their mothers. The tragedy of Evarts wasn't confined to the 4 men who died. It was a slow, creeping tragedy that would stalk the families of the living for years to come. The state of Kentucky did not respond with understanding. It responded with handcuffs and indictments. Dozens of miners and union organizers were hunted down, arrested, and charged with murder and conspiracy. The iron machinery of the law, a power far more methodical and relentless than a posse of gun thugs, was brought to bear. These men, who had lived their lives by a simple, brutal code of honor, were now dragged into a world they didn't understand, a world of courtrooms, lawyers, and the foreign language of affidavits and statutes. The trials were a spectacle, a perfect illustration of the clash between 2 Americas. On one side stood the prosecution, funded by the coal operators and backed by the state, arguing points of law and presenting a clean, simple narrative of a cold-blooded ambush. On the other side stood a miner in a borrowed suit, his hands still bearing the calluses of the coal face. When he spoke, he didn't use legal terms. He spoke of starvation. He spoke of his children's hunger. He spoke of the endless provocations by the company guards. His defense wasn't written in a law book. It was etched on the faces of his neighbors. He was essentially saying, "They pushed us until we had no choice but to push back." In that courtroom, it wasn't just the men on trial, it was the mountain code itself. And the jury was made up of men who understood that code. They were farmers and small merchants from the surrounding counties. They may not have worked in the mines, but they knew the arrogance of the coal companies. They knew what a gun thug was. They heard the legal arguments, but they also heard the unspoken truth of the miners' testimony. They looked at the accused and didn't see killers. They saw men exactly like themselves, pushed to the absolute limit. And then came the verdict in the first major trial. Not guilty. The word landed like a thunderclap in the silent courtroom. It was a stunning, almost unbelievable victory. The state, with all its power and all its money, had failed to convince a jury of their peers that these miners were criminals. The verdict was a clear message from the community. The blame for the blood spilled at Evarts did not belong to the miners alone. It belonged to the system that had cornered them. Realizing they could never get a conviction, the prosecutors eventually dropped the murder charges against the remaining men. On paper, it was a victory for the Union, a moment of incredible triumph. But was it justice? The men were free, but the war was far from over. The gun thugs still patrolled the roads, the families were still starving, and the coal company's power, though challenged, had not been broken. The law had rendered its judgment, but the mountains had their own way of settling scores, and the violence in bloody Harlan was only just beginning. So, what became of the men who drove the convoy, the ones who held the whip hand? The law never came for Sheriff J.H. Blair. No grand jury ever convened to question the coal operators about the system of debt and violence they had created. While the miners were being hunted in the hills, the architects of their desperation sat safely in their offices, counting their profits and hiring more guards. The battle for them was not a tragedy. It was an inconvenience and a justification for even more brutality. In the immediate aftermath, their power seemed to grow. The presence of the National Guard gave them the cover they needed to systematically break the strike. Sheriff Blair and his deputies, far from being investigated, were emboldened. They now had a mandate to treat every Union man as a potential killer. The terror in Harlan County intensified, becoming a long, grinding war of attrition marked by ambushes and assassinations. For a time, it seemed the company had won an absolute victory. But history has its own form of justice, one that is often slow and ironic. By pushing the miners into open warfare, the operators had created a national spectacle. The name Bloody Harlan became a headline, a rallying cry for the labor movement across America. The stories of gun thugs and starving families brought congressional committees and federal investigators down into their closed kingdom. They had wanted to keep the Union out, but their methods put a spotlight on them so harsh that it eventually burned away the shadows they operated in. And Sheriff Blair, he became a symbol not of law and order but of corporate tyranny. Florence Reese, the wife of an organizer, wrote her defiant anthem, "Which Side Are You On?" while Blair's men were outside her house, ready to break in. The song outlived him. It outlived the mine operators. It became the voice of the struggle long after their names were forgotten footnotes. In the end, the company men won the battle and the immediate war, but they lost their anonymity. They had wanted to make an example of the miners, but in doing so, they had made a damning example of themselves, one that would be studied for generations as a lesson in greed and brutality. For the families of the men who fought at Evarts, the battle never really ended. A man's surname became his history, a brand that marked him and his children. For some, it was a badge of honor. They were the sons of the men who stood up. But for many, it was a curse. They found themselves blacklisted, unable to get work in any mine in the region. The only path forward was to leave. A quiet exodus began, as families packed what little they had and scattered, seeking a life in the factories of Ohio or the auto plants of Detroit, hoping to outrun the long shadow of a single day in May. The community itself tried to heal by forcing itself to forget. A heavy blanket of silence was pulled over the memory of the battle. People had to live together after all. The son of a miner who fought on the hillside might find himself working a shift next to the son of a company man who was in that convoy. To survive, they could not speak of it. The gunfight became a ghost, a presence that everyone felt but no one acknowledged. It was a peace built not on forgiveness, but on the shared conspiracy of never speaking its name, a wound that scarred over but never truly closed. The Battle of Evarts didn't bring the Union to Harlan. In fact, it kicked off the bloodiest phase of the Harlan County War, a brutal decade of assassinations and bombings. The operators' power seemed unbreakable, but the battle had changed something fundamental. It had proven that the miners would die before they surrendered completely. It had created martyrs. It had planted a seed of defiance that, watered with the blood of men like Jim Penland, would stubbornly refuse to die. When the New Deal and new federal laws finally gave the United Mine Workers the leverage they needed to come back into Harlan years later, they were building on the foundation laid at Evarts. The legends of that day were told in secret, inspiring a new generation to take up the fight. The power dynamic didn't shift overnight, but the battle was the first great crack in the dam. The gunsmoke cleared in a matter of minutes, but the shadow it cast would stretch on for generations, a constant, haunting reminder of the price of dignity. If you drive the road that runs through Evarts today, you can still find the spot. The pavement is wider now, the old railroad tracks long gone, but the shape of the land hasn't changed. The hillside still rises steeply from the road, a silent, green witness. There are no monuments here, no bronze plaques to mark the spot where the battle was fought. The only memorials are the ones you have to search for. A weathered tombstone in a small mountain cemetery, the name Jim Penland worn smooth by a century of rain and sorrow. The most enduring echo of that day is the name it gave the county. Before the battle, Harlan was just another coal county. After, it was forever Bloody Harlan. The name became a brand, a piece of American folklore. To the outside world, it was a shorthand for violence, poverty, and backwardness. But to the people within, it was something more complicated. A source of shame, yes, but also a badge of a certain stubborn, dangerous pride. It was a reminder that this was a place where men would not be pushed too far. The story of the battle itself left the pages of the newspapers and passed into legend. It became a ballad, sung not with guitars, but in the quiet telling of stories from grandfather to grandson on a front porch at dusk. In these tellings, the miners were always braver, the gun thugs more evil. The rumor of a machine gun hidden in the woods grew into an accepted fact. The battle became a modern-day Thermopylae in the mountains, a story told to teach the young what it costs to stand up for yourself. And its anthem, born from the terror that followed, became Florence Reese's immortal question: which side are you on? That question still hangs in the air in Harlan County. The coal companies may not hold the absolute power they once did, the gun thugs are gone, but the fundamental struggle remains. The fight against outside forces that seek to extract the wealth from the mountains while leaving the people with nothing is a story that has never ended. It just changes its name and its face. The spirit of defiance that rose up on that hillside in 1931 is still there, sleeping just beneath the surface. The men who fought at Evarts are all gone now. Their bodies returned to the same earth they once mined. But their ghost has not left these hills. It's in the stubborn set of a jaw when a man is told he can't provide for his family. It's in the fierce, protective love for this hard land. And it's in the understanding that sometimes, when you're pushed to the wall, the only answer the world seems to understand is the roar of a gun. So we return to the question that started it all, hanging in the smoky air of 1931. Was the Battle of Evarts a heroic last stand or a villainous ambush? The truth is, it was neither, and it was both. These were not heroes in shining armor. Their actions brought a reign of terror and hardship down on the very families they sought to protect. But they were not villains. They were the inevitable product of a cruel and calculated system. They were what Harlan County had made them. Desperate men who had been shown time and again that violence was the only currency the company truly respected. The Battle of Evarts is a timeless, brutal lesson in what happens when you push a people past the breaking point. It teaches us that you cannot strip a man of his home, his wages, and his hope, and expect him to bow his head in silence. Sooner or later, he will stand up. This wasn't a clash of armies. It was a clash of worlds. The cold, mathematical logic of profit ran headlong into the hot-blooded, unwritten code of the mountains, a code where a man's honor was worth more than his life. The 4 men who died that day were only the first casualties. The battle's true toll was measured in the years of fear, the families broken apart, and the legacy of bitterness that stained the ground for a generation. It stands as a monument, not of victory or defeat, but as a testament to the explosive power of wounded pride. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Bloody Harlan. A story not about a wage, but about what a man will do when his dignity is the last thing he has